What is up, one and all? A happy Thursday, a Grandfather's Thursday to be had. We are back. That is right. It is time. It's almost here. We're almost kicking off the final week of Midweek Muster. But before we do that, we must crown a champion for week number 29. And there are 4 tough competitors remaining. We've got Wham, Dumu, B, and Anatan. Only one of them, of course, can be king of Midweek Muster 29. Is it going to be a return to form for B? Is it going to be the continued, renewed prowess of NA Age of Empires 4 through Wham? Could Anatan be slipping back in and reclaiming the crown? Or is it finally time for Dumu to stop being the bridesmaid and become the bride? We're going to find that all out. We kick off with B versus Anatan. Draft's already done. We're going to be hopping into game number 1 in a second. Reminder, by the way, we're going to do this staggered, so it's going to be the B Anatan games. Then we're going to go into the replays of the Dumu Wham. And then we are going to round out with the grand finals. Dude, I'm hyped today. Anyone else feeling a bit excited? I don't know. There's something in the air that suggests that it's going to be a good end of the month. We'll have to see how it goes. Because we've only got one more edition after this. Crazy to actually think it's almost all done. And you know what? I already feel mentally done once. I need to open a window. I am not a summer fan, in case it's not obvious yet. I absolutely hate the summer. Bring on the cold every day of the week. And you know what? I thought maybe my opinions on that would have changed because of, like, you know, the breaking of bones over time, the arm, the ankle, and how that can, like, affect you. No, I actually still just hate summer. I'd rather take the weird chilling in my bone than the sweaty nature of the sun, you know? Anyway, let's get game number 1 open. Remember, we're opening up on Frisian Marshes here. Wondering where the boys are actually going to go with a draft. Anatan, I mean, there's a few things that make sense here, right? Like, I could see Japanese, Knights Templar, or House Lancaster all being potent out the gate. For B, we know he really likes his Abbasis on this map. Could be a good answer to something like House of Lancaster. We actually watched B dismantle Numidan in the qualifiers for the EGC tournament with that play. And it looks like G1, it is going to be Knights Templar, but B is not going to be going for the Abbasids. No, we're going to get Jean versus KT to kick off. Bit of weak sauce on the flavor in there. Should we get into game though? We're gonna waste no time, folks. Oh my god, dude. I can't wait. I can't wait to get my scenes rebuilt. Just so that, like, I can not have to ever worry about this map moving off the side again. Every time, like, without failure, it always does this, I swear. Alright, should we hype it up? Let's get ready. We switch the right sides? We are. This scene or this scene? A battle of 2 entertainers. That's what happens every time these two meet in the semi-finals of Midweek Muster. And it's happening again for the quintillionth time. We've got Anatan versus B. Fireworks will be on display in this series. These two never fail to deliver entertaining series after entertaining series. Let's see what they got in mind this week. B historically kind of having that edge of Anatan, but in more recent times, actually, I'd say they're closer to 50-50. But B, I quite like this opening pick. Jeanne d'Arc into Knights Templar. Logic here is that KT, they're going to have to go for fishing if they want to try and compete at all. Otherwise, they're going to end up just with worse Knights against better Knights. So curious to see actually how this one trends, because we do have that beginning into the fishing. And we have seen on this map already, Jean players try to stop said fishing by going for an outpost rush with Jean. I don't think B's going to go for that, though. We saw it from, I believe it was earlier this week, right? Was it Fumfmal? Fumfmal, who opened up against Wham and actually looked like he'd be able to shut him down. But the problem with that play is that it's so much idle time to walk Jean across the map like this. I think the Jean outpost rush is more reserved for maps like Himayama. Maps where you have a shared pond in the center, where it's half the distance instead of running the entire distance of the map. So I'm kind of curious, actually, with these two, because of me hyping up like this back and forth, like we got to talk a little bit about how it trends between these two, because I feel as if we must be getting closer to a 50-50. I would still say B must have the edge in the statistical matchup. Probably like 60%, maybe 65. Anatan just seems like a guy who's catching up to me. I mean, he's definitely doing better than B when you talk about the top tier tournaments. And yeah, I just looked. Oh my god. B is actually behind Anatan now. Yeah, it's a 49% win rate for B. So 51% for Anatan. The weird part is that B wins more. Oh, sorry, no, series. He wins more, but he loses more when it comes to game count. But they are basically neck and neck. So this is a bit of a grudge match to decide who is the better player out of the CIS region. B. Well, that is a classic. For the first time ever on brand new Frisian marshes, we are being treated to Chamber of Commerce. This is very different, folks. The old Frisian allowed a much safer trade route. Now you have to venture into the middle of the map. There's no going around it. It's the only trade post that exists on this map. Anatan, he's still scaling. Love this, by the way. He keeps the villager out here. This is really important. Something you can actually do when you play as Knights Templar, because any other civ, this would be wasteful. You'd have to build a lumber camp and hang around here. It's not going to be good. But for this civ, I mean, you just gather like this, right? It's an easy life because the way they function is they don't need a drop-off location. The other interesting part you guys might be noticing, have you glanced at that? So Knights Templars, when they go to trees, they actually don't lose the food. So you fished a little bit of food here by the looks of it, but you never lost it. It's a very interesting little... I don't know if that's intentional, but that means technically you could hold on to like any resource, stone, gold, etc. And it's because the way that the drop-off system works with cutting trees, it's instantaneous. So the way you have to envision it is that your inventory is actually not being used as a Knights Templar woodcutter. It's simply being directed straight into the stockpile, which means it doesn't override the existing resources you're holding. Pretty interesting. Wait, did they lose it after changing to another tree? Another resident tree? Yeah, but you can drop it off, right? I'm pretty sure you can drop it off. I mean, we can test this. We'll see the tech up coming through, but we'll keep an eye on this. This is curious. It's actually very important. Because, like, you could have a situation where, you know, if you panic, get rushed off, and have to switch resources and forget, you could be holding, like, 100 resources. I'm pretty sure this will drop off the moment the dog completes, though. And B, he's already prepping the techs. I believe he did go for forestry. He queued it up. Didn't actually research it ahead of time. Yeah, keep an eye on that food. You watch. There'll be someone else that drops off 5 food at the exact same time. So, 3, 2, 1. There you go. You saw it go up by 5. It's a nice little trick for you guys to use. I mean, I think it's like super situational. I don't think that's busted or anything, so we don't have to worry. Like, realistically, there might be a certain map design where it could make sense for, like, you know, to walk out on stone, walk back, chop a tree, walk back further. But for the most, it won't matter. It's just a cute little detail to see in this early game, and it looks like Anatan is going to be going early game. Spearman, already on the opening. To be expected here, mind you, up against Jean. I think part of it is he wants a reliable blocker to these traders. He could try to rush Chevalier out, but Chevalier will be matched by Knights. And Jean is ready to trigger level 2. I imagine we're looking at melee Jean and Anatan. Brother, it's just an innocent maiden on a horse. Why you gotta be like this? The best part is Anatan's just running wider instead of just intercepting now. Because he understands if he runs from behind, it's gonna get weird. The stabs get in. Good old Pemba basically deserves the majority of the reward for that. And be a little bit of a vexing start here. So we'll have to hold back the traders for now. He pulls the second one back. Third one just spawned. Forestry's going to produce another. And we do have melee John here. While Anatan, what is he up to? Is he... Wait, is this a castle rush? A castle rush on Knights Templar. I know people have been getting more exploration with this, but this is a bit crazy against John. I understand the concept why you don't want to play the Age against her. That definitely makes sense. But this is Trade John. Like, the whole concept behind Trade John and why it's meant to be good, guys, is that it forces you to be present, to do something about her. Do something about a trade. And the reason that's beneficial is if you do try to prevent the trade, you have to risk units against Jean, who gets XP. So, in theory, at least, it's a pretty powerful play. We have the Pumba pull, but good micro. B will just pull away. Actually, is he going to... No, he'll just go for the kill. Okay. Oh, yeah, in fairness, it's XP, so who cares? Knight does get caught for a second there. Archers also arrive, and this is getting weird, man. This pig is getting way too much screen time. I feel like I'm watching a sequel to The Lion King. Akuna Matata. I guess it'd be Akuna Matrada. Yeah, they're just going to find their way through now. I mean, it's a cute idea if they got the kill on John, right? But the trade's coming through in abundance. We've got 5 traders already. Anatan is about to trigger an age up, though, so definitely not over. This is Angevin. Yeah, there you go. This has to be Angevin. Like I was about to say, there's no reason you build Raxes up against French Knights. That would be silly for men-at-arms. So just straight up goes into heavy spears. Now, we've seen these heavy spears be ridiculously effective. Especially when you've got enough food to enable them. And I mean, Anatan has got a decent amount here. He's got double pond. Curiously, was the sheep situation like, though? He's only got 8 sheep. I mean, he has more than what B got, right? But that means you have to move out for deer pretty soon. Because remember, the Spearman, very effective for what you pay, but it's still a lot of food to pump to get to that substantial count. B, on the other hand, is going to be playing it safe. We've got Pro Scouts coming in. A little bit surprised, actually, to see Pro Scouts this late. But the logic is in the build, right? You accrue the gold through the traders, you keep scaling Knights. And by the way, the amount of gold that's going to be coming back from these traders, we could be seeing a lot of Knights. I wonder, is the idea here for B to use Jean melee to deal with the Spearman at first? It works in Age 2, just not in Age 3. Speaking of spears, normally spears have arrived. B hasn't gone overboard in the archer count. I think he maybe somewhat suspected this. Go Pro Scouts to get that sweet free trader. Hey, man, you meme it, but you've paid, what, like 240 for Pro Scouts with French? And you save 120 on a trader. That's a pretty good discount on a discount civ. You discount already on the Ecotech, so then you get your bigger discount in the fact that you get a trader for it. It's a good deal. Now, one thing that does worry me a little bit, heavy spears, they might struggle to kill traders quickly. Remember, they don't actually get the bonus damage against cav on traders. Traders aren't cavalry, except for the Abbasid traders. I love this start from B. He's just cutting the reinforcements. He actually moves in on the second wave, and now can turn around for the first. Old fire goes on to Jean. That's not great. Anatan, was he intentionally target firing her? I think he is, but why? The Knights are the easy target. He doesn't want to give XP over. This is going to get expensive. Jean just cleaves free. She's still got Divine Restoration. I can't believe this. Remember, she's a free melee armor unit, and you're doing 11 damage per strike. This is far from a quick and easy kill, folks. I am worried now. We have got a demo ship coming out. Steeled Arrow is going to be on the way, so B's about to double the damage of his archers into those spears. And also the archers can deal with the demo shit. He's trying to get cheeky. Not going to work out, though. 16 XP there. Still some way to go for level 3. But B is starting to save up. Jean de Cleve goes at it again. Divine Restoration was already used. B feels a necessity to camp here. He's going to lose Jean for it. I think that was the idea, though, right? More hits that Jean takes, less hits that Knights take. But Anatan's numbers are getting a little bit concerning, right? We're up to 12 heavy spears. We haven't reached that absurd critical mass yet, but I don't think we're really far off. Like, you know, you're looking at probably 18, 19 is where B should really start to panic. B still some way off of an age up himself. Now, he does the Pro Scouts play, pulling home. But on top of that, guys, he pulled out onto the deer. So you see that he's not being greedy about this. Wait, did he research Pro Scouts from an idiot? Oh, I'm an idiot. Wait, no, he cancelled it. Okay, I'm not an idiot because I remember hovering over it. So we did get a cancel on Pro Scouts from B. That makes more sense then. I was going to say, you would have to be super desperate to be playing out onto deer and also Pro Scout at the same time. Jean is back in the action, though. No Divine Restoration for a while. The Knights are getting targeted down. John's getting ignored. The heavy spear count, it's stabilized at around 13, but a lot of them low HP bars. And you're already seeing the snipes come in. Undermesh is not there for Anno. Big oversight. A concerning one as well. Has Anatan done enough is now what you got to look at, right? Like we're, what, 2.5 minutes into his castle play? The count hasn't got really out of control. And remember, he is limited on how much he can do with this. Like, the shoreline fish is running out. You can see first pond's already down to the final one. So this big food pump is going to disappear soon. And Anatan's going to be looking at this game going, did I actually get enough value out of it? Because if I didn't, I have to transition farms with no advantage. Looks like he's going to be shuffling the villagers out onto the deer. Only a small 5 stack of deer, though, mind you. This map intentionally has only 20 deer in total, instead of the standard 28. So Pro Scouts is a little bit weaker. B, it's going to be Royal Institute. I thought he'd actually just take the runway of Guildhall, but I guess he just feels like he can overwhelm here. And then John's going to lead the charge. Divine Restoration's coming off cooldown soon. And notice what he keeps doing. B just keeps intentionally baiting Anatan, forcing him to retreat, and then getting a huge charge with a backstab. I know, he's melting. I'm sorry, what? I was told heavy spears are OP, but right now I'm watching Royal Knights just destroy them. And it's about to get worse. The champions are in, guys, and the spearman tag should apply to the heavy spears as well. Yeah, so like I think this is the big panic for Anatan and this build is like he knew if level 3 Jean came in, that's why he kept trying to target it down, then you'd be getting mass champions as a strategy. Mass champs just destroys. I mean, do we even get to the stage where you arrive at mass champions is the more interesting question. Veterancy for Knights isn't even in yet for B, by the way. He's just pushing him back with feudal cav still. Jean almost dead. He's gonna start to back off now. The champions just take the front of this though, and look how hard that hits. 23 damage per strike, -4, right? Like, this is pretty damn effective. Now, we do have a lot of the trio switch. I think the reason B's doing that instead of more champions is A, champions are really expensive out consecration, and B, you're just setting yourself up to get countered, right? You already have knights, then you're going to add in meta arms. Like, your opponent could be going crossbows already. Why not just go crossbows that you do better than any other civ in the game? I know. Ranged armor 2's on the way. You're seeing the pressure he's feeling. I mean, the veterancy is on the way in from archers. I'm just not sure it's going to matter. Anatan has got an archer ship on the way, but it's not going to be super effective against the heavily armored units. Veterancy just kicked in for the knights. And it's going to kick Anatan out of game 1. That's just decisive. Level 3 Jean's still alive. Archers will just target fire down the galley. Now you just move inland to go for the killing blow and get the first pint on the board for B. Pint? Well, sure. Why not? Pour one out. Do the chimps do bonus damage against heavy spears? Yes. They do. It makes sense, right? Because like they don't have a bonus to light tag. It's a bonus to heavy. It's a bonus to spearman, rather. So it definitely makes sense. All right, let's get ready for G number 2. So that was Jean versus Knights Templar. And G2, we've got Malian versus Ottomans on Alopecia. What was I going to do? Oh, I was just going to double check my space, wasn't I? Because I forgot to check that I've got enough hard drive space. Presumably, I'm pretty good off. Yeah, 755. We won't use all that today. Probably not. Hopefully. Imagine if we had like 3 4-hour games. And we'll go 2x speed. And in we go. Game number 2 on our screens. B with the early lead. And now we get into Ottomans versus Malians. Malians are a really powerful pick on this map. We're in Alopecia, the map that has got that interesting trickle of stealth forest around the outskirts with a lot of key objectives in the stealth. Ottoman's a little bit more of a curious choice here from B, but we are going to see the immediate aggressive opening towards the pit mine that Anatan has already invested a lot into. Yeah, 4 houses. Normally you see people stop at 2 if they're going for the Donzo reaction. We're going to stick on the 2x speed just for the early game here, as I know we've got a schedule to keep to. And that's interesting. Anatan, he's going to go for the outpost reaction. Is this going to be the outpost mill? Because I love this build. Guys, the logic here is like an outpost is actually really bad in Dark Age because if you build it, your opponent can just harass because you don't want to hang around with villagers. The solution, and there it is to drop the mill right next to it, clubs the sheep over here, and it means that he gets to stay parked right next to the defense point, preventing B from diving truly in and killing this pit mine. You probably can't get these houses either. These 2 are going to be sacrificed. I find it a bit interesting that Anatan didn't actually build the houses here, maybe one here. Because the thing you could have done then is like you would have had enough passive gold to age up anyway, which suggests that Anatan's probably thinking about pro scouts, and thus he wants the ability to have a mining camp if he needs to. So beat. Age up not too far away himself, actually. Like, this is the impressive thing, is he was able to keep pace of that after forcing the outpost. You can see that, like, Anatan isn't aging up faster. Minimum Madrasa is going to be coming in, only slightly delayed compared to Anatan by, like, what, 5 seconds? Which is nothing for a Rax plus 4 spearmen play. And we have got the deer shove, which is why we see these spearmen so often. It's a really, really powerful play. Remember, you only pay a mere 100 for the Rax to begin with. Or sorry, 90, even less. And it's worth it if you just completely cripple Pro Scouts by removing it organically from the map. We'll stick to the 2x speed just until we are into the feudal and openings begin. Looking at Anatan's macro, it suggests that we are getting towards a Pro Scouts play. He's seeing a 200 gold, he's not spending yet. This does happen organically with Pit Mine anyway. But once you get Mansa, I think that this is why Malians just always feel so inclined. The other thing is, like, you could argue, well, KP, you can use that gold to build Javs instead. The problem with building Javelins here is you're up against Ottomans with Sipahi. What does that do for you? That just sets you up to die, right? And, you know, the Sipahi are a little bit more tanky than standard horsemen, so although you can build Donzos, they don't die as easily. There's just a lot of awkward things around the idea of just saying Javelins is the be-all, end-all solution. They're not terrible, don't get me wrong. I just don't think, like, compared to certain other matchups, I don't think it's an immediate win. Alright, so things calming down a little bit now. It is going to be the Sipahi. It's 1-1-1. Alright, so B's playing full aggression. And it's going to work out because obviously Anatan is going Pro Scouts. If he was hunkering down, I think actually like this all-in strat from Ottomans is probably pretty rough. Like, imagine a world in which Anatan is just scaling both Donzo and Javelins inside his base, not coming out. That's when the Sipahi are discredited because while they are an advantageous unit in an open battlefield, they're pretty bad at diving those checkpoints. Even though they have the stack damage of like being able to attack from behind each other, the problem is Malians is probably the best defensive civ with organic units. And the reason is that you have a full range comp technically from 2 unit types, right? You have Donzo and Javelins, and both of them are capable of throwing things at the enemy. Anatan down to the Javelins. Double archer range at that. Wow. Oh, woo. He wants a Farimba build, doesn't he? No Donzos at all? I mean, what has he actually seen so far? I guess he's only seen, like, the spears. But... what? I think, if anything, like, seeing the spears makes you think more likely it's going to be Sipahi, right? Like, if I had to think about it this way, that if you see spears, then maybe Anna wants to react archers or javelins, either one. And then naturally Sipahi makes sense. I mean, maybe the thought process is that he thinks B is going to expect him to do Donzo. I just don't see why you'd want to here. I've got the range tech on the way. B's being so aggressive recently. I love it. I'm actually glad that we've got players proving you don't need to camp. Like a little... gremlin. Let's go with that word. Well, a little bongo. A little stitch. I don't know, like, what other... yeah, I'm not a big fan of the campy meta. And I do think with the Pro Scout still being enabled for a lot of civs, we have seen a lot of camping. But this is where B has just been thriving, man. Like, Ottomans, the way he plays Ottomans is so elegant. The Imam execution pre-10 minutes is huge. And I think that's why Anatan scaled Javelins after all, right? Is to actually counter the Imam play. Doesn't kill the archers in one. That's bad. That's actually really bad. B can heal these up now. So yeah, we'll reset for the moment. Anno did get some of the deer home. No, right? Oh, God. Not a single one yet. I mean, it looks like there should have been at least one, but I guess he had to drop and run or he ate it already. Sipahi now arriving and things are getting worse for Anatan. He's still only scaling javelins. Did he not suspect the Sipahi this whole time? Like 8 minutes, almost 9 minutes into a game. And B was able to smuggle this detail. Remember, he built into the stables at like, what, 7 minutes? Didn't reveal it. Anatan, surely... What? Triple archery range. He legitimately is just going to keep spamming jabs only. This is like some day one Malian release strat I'm seeing right here. Holy smokes. I mean, surely this does not work. It's not just that you're building only jabs, you're building only jabs, I guess some scouts as well, against one of the best anti-range units available in the feudal age. Sipahi completely smash your teeth in. 12 base damage and then doubled against ranged. So that's 24 damage per strike. And remember, if you don't have any melee composition, that means also Sipahi can activate Fortitude to increase their attack speed by 50%. Because they only take bonus damage by doing that from melee weapons, which Anatan is sorely lacking. Yeah, this truly does start to feel like a recipe for disaster. Remember, B has had his own little pro scout play, which at this stage, it's fair to say Anatan hasn't really bested. You know, he hasn't been able to get the central deer. He's getting blocked on the east side deer, but just a few spearmen. So your opponent saved quite a lot, actually. Like, with the lack of pro scouts required, he saved 450 resources to do a better pro scout than you. Like, that's the way you have to envision this, right? Is there a world in which Anatan could age up? I don't think so. I think it'd be very tricky without pro scouts coming through successfully. And there we go. We finally have him blinking. He is going towards the racks. Took a very long time, though. And no, B doesn't have military schools. They're only getting added now. This is pretty standard for Ottomans. Like, rushing military schools is really not good. I don't think it pays off in most situations. Like, it's okay if you want to just get 2 spearmen for free to deer shove. But if you're playing aggro, it's way too slow right now. Now, someone that's fast is going to be Sipahi. They dive into the choke points. There's no Donzos yet. It's too early. Anatan wasn't ready for this. Undermesh already there. There is at least the steeled arrow to mitigate that. And the drummer boy isn't with them. So actually the Sipahi, this may be a little bit of an overextension now from B. He's going to reach in for the villagers, but the issue I'm seeing here, guys, he didn't bring the meta in range. The ranged armor isn't there supporting the Sipahi further. The spearmen are going to dive now. And B, now he has the damage he needs. He's got the healer boys doing what they need to. Anatan isn't even targeting down that healing, by the way. No, he's letting it exist. He's focused firing down the Sipahi. But wait a second, the villagers... Oh my god! They really tried to shivs out chase onto archers. Unbelievable. All right, dive complete. The imams are going to die as well. I think B may be a slight overextension. The imams could have got away easily. But he just wants to guarantee there's no comeback. And I mean, we're 12 minutes in and there's a 13 villager gap. It feels very unlikely that a comeback is possible here. And love that. Archer's just going to target fire down some extra villagers. What a timing. So it looks like we are getting what might end up being a stompy series, but I did say it like acts like its own performance when these two play, and I think this did as well. That dive was crazy from B. You don't really see 12-minute dives like that anymore. You know, because players have become a bit more calculated. They're a little bit more risk-averse to that idea because is the trade-off big enough? I guess we're going to find out. I mean, B has to rescale, right? But like for Anatan, he's close to starting from scratch as well. He got reduced down to just 7 javelins. And he's probably thinking, finally, I can pro scouts. Why is B's army already bigger than yours again? That's not how diving the enemy TC is meant to work. Oh no. Oh, so what does Anatan do to recover this? I think he would genuinely need the breathing room to just start adding in ranches. You're 15 eco down, right? So it's either that or 2 TC. The problem now is like B is just feeling a lot better off, right? He's got military schools added in on top of this. He's got extra vizier points coming in, so could even think about going for the extra military school at this rate. And just look at the raw Sipahi count. Like, I don't know, like, I'm curious what the thought process was behind no Donzos. Was he really just that blind to the Sipahi play? I mean, you don't want to just assume things, but sometimes it's not an unhealthy thing to do, right? Like, if you're thinking that an Ottoman player is going to aggro you, Sipahi has to feel like a given. I guess what Anatan was probably relying on is the idea that Sapahi maybe doesn't feel as given when you're diving the base, but the difference here is when it's pro scouts. When it's pro scouts, like, there's no dive required. I mean, ironically, there was one here, but it was at the point where Anatan had already been crippled by the pro scout detail. So B's just full chilling for the next dive. Oh, God. There's only 3 Donzos, guys. Like, this is pretty painful. I mean, not as painful as that hat must be on the neck. Seriously, what is that thing made of? It almost looks like it's made of copper. It'd be pretty weighty, right? Just like kind of grinding down your neck the whole time. You know what I'd do if I wanted to innovate the Malians, right? I'd turn this into a check from the trenches technology. I'd put like a little binocular stethoscope thing in the top of those, so you could just like look and see the threats, you know? Like imagine how useful that'd be. These guys would be relevant in World War I. They'd be able to look out the trenches without being at threat of dying. And also they throw like gods. They'd probably be able to actually hurl a javelin over no man's land and hit someone on the other side. Alright, this game has gone oddly idle. I think that's about to change, though. Anatan is setting up the pit mine. So he's trying to get extra gold, but oi, look at this. 22 archers and 23 Sipahi. Almost double what he dove with last time. Movement in. Outpost going to be targeted. No fortification there. And just look at how quickly it burns down. Villagers have to run. There's nowhere safe to hide from the bee. Bzz, I'm sorry, I had to. Donzos get baited forward. Like, you can't really elegantly start a step around this. Your villagers are already on the front line again. There's no poke in, poke out with Donzos. There's simply not enough to even think of doing that. It's an overwhelm. B just zergs in and destroys the ultimate Zerg Civ. The Malians are dead. But this series is not. It's close to, though. 2 on the board now. Oy, oy, oy. So let's mark that up. That was Ottomans versus Malians. I think B plays so well in the other game, actually. Like, you know, the more I think about it, yeah, I think that's like his edge. I think that's his secret power against I know. Are you guys doing Monty Python references? Of course. The classics. But did you guys notice that I've got all this nice white looking background and all these modern things, but I seem to lack a shrubbery? Okay, I don't know why I felt the need to do that. Because it's amazing, that's why. That's all you need to know. All right, let's set this up. Gorge. And we'll use a little bit of speed for the other game. I've actually like only watched clips of Monty Python, by the way. The reason why I knew the shrubbery one so well was a game mode on Source. A Garden Warfare one. But let's get ready to roll. I need to flip that around, don't I, in the scores. My concern is growing. It's almost elimination for Anatan, and there's something key that I've noticed here between these two. B seems to always exploit Anatan's early game presence, or hereby lack of it. Could this be a remedy for disaster? We're going to find out. We hop into what could be Anatan's final game of this week of Midweek Muster, as he's 2-0 down. He trusts in the House of Lancaster, while B goes to the potent Chinese. Now, Chinese is interesting here. You can play them as a greedy Civ, but you can also play them as aggro Civ. The question is whether you can play them aggressively and fast enough to do anything about Lancaster's defensive setup. And really, I'm not kidding when I say that B exploits the other game. We've just watched 2 games, both under 15 minutes, to get this 2-0 storyline. It's fair to say that Anatan, and I've heard this from other players, is a little bit more slow, more defensive. I think Anatan, although he appears like an aggressive player at times, the way he sets up for aggression is a little bit more tempo. He doesn't just all in for the sake of all inning. While B is always just trying to stick it to you with the least units as soon as possible, scaling into mass units. Now, China's definitely capable of that mass movement. We're going to stick on this 2x speed until we see what the opening play is going to be, because we have got a deer shove coming in, which did get laned by B. Sheep split is going to be pretty good for B, by the way. It gets 14 sheep compared to the 19, but remember, Anatan will always start with more. A nice denial of extra sheep there from Anno. So in the end, he only gets 2 deer home. Doesn't feel like spear was worth it. I guess he probably feels like he was going to need a few anyway. Like, in fairness, if your opponent's going to all-in you, spears is the most reliable defense. On top of that, you might think about spears to stop pro scouts. The issue is, like, B could naturally go into an archer spam here. I'm curious to see actually if he does. Like, we don't have any active gold gathering. Yeah, he didn't even bother at the start. He just full and taxed his way up. He went for the imp-official opening, which, like, actually, yeah, we should highlight that a little bit. We don't really see imp-official that often anymore, pre-feudal age. But he's going to be switching now with 5, make that 600 gold. So this looks like archers into delayed pro scouts. So probably like 2 or 3 just to keep your opponent defensive. Lancaster Castle's already coming up. The spawn is actually pretty good for Anatan. He's got the secondary stone literally in range of the thing. By in range, I mean touching tips of it. And yes, so I've watched a bunch of clips of Mighty Python, but I've never watched it. So my mum wasn't a fan of it. She just didn't find it funny, apparently. Which is why we never really watched it in my household. But later in life, I've enjoyed a lot of the different little memes. I think also, like, one of my favorite ones, just highlighting, is there was a game mode that was played by Sinanas in his group years ago, where one team has to be plant pots and the other has to, like, throw books at them to kill them. And it had the lines in that, like, a shrubbery. Love that one. It sticks with you. Guy humor? I guess maybe it was. Because I remember, what was it? The fish duel. I'm trying to remember it now, actually, with the context. Damn it. I remember finding it hilarious at the time, and now I can't remember what they done. It's like a guy just pulls out a giant fish and, like, slaps him around the face with it. So, Anno, we are getting a fast castle build. Yeah, this is interesting. This has been taking over a little bit. We were seeing a lot of mana spam, but people actually started to pivot pretty hard into this fast castle timing. Gives you access to the dagger throwers, and the dagger throwers are super impactful. Also prevents an all-in dive. So I think B's going to be happy with the fact that he didn't over-invest in an attack point here. He only built 3 archers. Like, this is a cool build from Anno, but I'd say B hasn't, like, set himself up for complete failure yet. Going for the enemy deer, however, does feel like an F. Yeah, you need to be taking it safe from home. And I like that he's actually directed the second group of scouts to do exactly that. You just need the aggressive gathering right now, because this is clearly going to be moving into the castle age. And I think I'm going to go 2x speed just so we can catch up a little bit more. And the strat's probably Lancers out the gate, I imagine. You don't really want to do Palace Guard into Ulsguard. Ulsguard aren't substantially slower, and they can throw daggers at you on the entry. And remember, Palace Guard have less armor anyway. Not to mention the fact that with the White Tower build, the Lancaster's Ulsguard will also have +1 damage. So it's just a fight you always lose. Playing Cav makes a lot more sense. No, it is already going to be that Ulsguard spam. Q's up 2 more. The boys are going to be marching across the field. Barbican for extra defense? I don't think it's worth it here. When you do Barbican, it's because it's going to stop units from diving you entirely. The problem with Barbican here is that Ulsguard have a 6.5 tar range dagger throw. They can hurl it in there pretty easily. So the Barbican isn't as substantial of defense as you think, not to mention the fact they can just target different locations. So the boys are going to arrive. Double hand cannon slits. Going to be just as good. And you see the issue, right? You can't actually dodge these daggers. He garrisoned and he still got shot. And now we recharge, and we go again. Guys, this is toxic. I keep calling it toxic because it really is. So, Dagger Boys, gonna move in. Well, another one goes down. The Siege Shelter is kind of cruel here. It feels like you need to manually garrison people, or this is gonna keep happening. Like, the entry point, there's a lot of, like, leeway where the daggers can still connect before you're in properly. And this has happened with a lot of projectiles, actually, in recent times in AoE4. So Astronomical Clock Tower is on the way. Anatan so far has claimed 2 of the Chinese souls. And he hasn't started adding in manas yet. In fact, I imagine this is going to be a monastery build, if anything. He's over-gathering on gold for sure. 450 gold now, so like a monastery switch makes a lot of sense for Anno. Just rush relics before things come out. You don't need to be fast about it though, because there's already a knight on the way out. What do you think about 2 TC White Tower of Lancaster? You get extra sheep the TC to scale your eco. It's an interesting build, but like what do you get out of it? Is it more valuable to scale your eco like that? Like if you think about the ramifications instead of White Tower, like if you build the TC like that, you've maybe added an extra 3 or 4 villages, but you've delayed your Earl's Guard timing by an extra minute and a half, 2 minutes. I'd say having the Earl's Guard timing is much better. And also, the difference is that once you arrive on Castle Age, with 2 TC, you've got a big burden of food. Like, look at Anno's food income right now. Let's say it's like 80 food higher. You're still then at that point spending 300 food on villager production. Whereas right now, I'm spending 150 on villager production, and everything else can go into Lancaster's Earl's Guard. So for this type of strategy, most definitely not. And I think like this is the type of strategy you're looking for if you're White Tower rushing anyway. It's very different with English. I'd say maybe experiment with the idea of going Abbey of Kings to TC. But even then, like compared to the English King, like while I think the Lords of Lancaster are incredible units with a lot of viability, they're not very good at raiding on their own. These guys, however, are ridiculously effective. Are you kidding me? He just killed 3 more workers. This is ridiculous. Every time I see this strat, it looks so broken. And you know what? Like, especially on Gorge, because Gorge often has fort spawning gold. You just can't do anything. And guys, remember, but we've seen people try to build the counter straight away. Do you guys remember when we watched that Japanese game where the player immediately started building Onimusha and lost? Why? Because these guys outrange all the crossbows. Dagger should not have auto aim. I think I'm okay with the auto aim. I think the thing that I highlighted is it should actually be lower base and bonus against certain unit type. So then it's like, instead of it being a toxic, overly oppressive build, it's more situational, which is fine. It'll keep. I'm fine with things being situationally strong. The problem is when something is all-round strong. Like, this is probably, without a doubt, the most effective men-at-arms rush strat in the game right now. Even more so than an HRE Burgrave. Why no crossbows? Because crossbows lose. If you try to address this, you lose crossbows. Like, the problem is, you know, he's not going to be able to actively gather much gold. And if you go into crossbows, like, the thing is you walk up and the daggers get thrown at you. There's so many guys right now, he can just peel 6 and shoot daggers at you to kill you. The Lancer idea is at least cool, but the problem for B is because of that lack of gold on the front side, he hasn't been able to scale the count high enough yet. Dive comes in. He's going to surround the tower. B, that's going to be dead villagers. Does run away just in time before it would have cost him. Anatan now just going to pull back. Why not go Abbey of Kings? Because if your opponent had gone Archer all in, he might have been able to achieve a dive point as you're white towering. So it's also like conceptually, what are you doing? So guys, like I've been playing a little bit of Mechabellum recently, right? And I had a round where an option came up to reduce the cost of these giant ships in the sky. And I was never going to build these giant ships. They're dumb to build. But I took it because my opponent would see that I took it. What did he do next round? He built a bunch of anti-air for something that didn't exist. Similar things we see in this game, right? Where, like, for example, if you see someone out in the stone, you might be suspecting they're going for a TC. They can then convert that expectation into something else, like a fast castle. That's what the idea of the Lancaster Castle is. It gives you a bait point, but also on top of that, it gives you flexibility. If you realize all of a sudden, actually, it is a really good game to Lancaster Castle up with mass manas, you can still do it. But if you go for the Abbey of Kings, less so. Like, you can technically build manas underneath its primary TC. With sim players do that. This is painful, man. Still happening. But the point of building the manas underneath the primary TC is it means you don't have outside resources, gold, stone, etc. So it makes it very hard to scale anything. So yeah, it comes down to like what your prerogative is here. And I think in this matchup, he just understood like an all-in fuel against China is ill-advised. China is just ridiculously effective in that age. Especially when you consider how expensive yeomen are. Like, yeomen are not good in feudal. They're actually really bad. They're just too expensive now on the food. So, interesting point made about Springolds. Springolds is also not actually the answer you think it is. The dagger throw does 17 damage, and you only mitigate half that damage with Springwalds. Right? They have 50%, 55% ranged armor. We'll talk a little bit more about why he didn't want to rush for it in a sec. Because the gold is also another problem with that idea. But, like, the idea here is, like, this many Earl's Guard, he's got, what, 20? So 20 doing, let's say, what, 8 damage per strike? That's going to be 160 damage. That's enough to kill even a Clock Tower Springald. And remember, a Clock Tower Springald is going to take you 20 seconds. How long do you think it would take you to recharge your dagger? 15. Now, I do think at this stage, Springwalds can make sense. But I think B wants to be more mobile, which is why we're getting crossbows. Yeah, credit to him. This has been very uncomfortable, but I think B has done a good job of massing up to the point where he can contest, and Lance is going to do exactly that. They charge out. More dagger boys are on the way in, and the crossbows are a little bit lacking. B maybe, despite getting the count, may have misread the timing here. I mean, it's a favorable trade for sure. It's just, do you really want to be giving your opponent anything when you could just wait a little bit longer, right? Like, I think for B, he's maybe paranoid that Anatan is either A, gathering relics, which he is, or B, he's going for mass manners. And wait, did B kill villagers? He did. Oh, the Lancers raided round on the berries. Oh, wow, he caught him early. Well played. Okay, so we have an even game on economy. Anatan is now going to be going back for the manners. So, yeah, things looking a little bit grim. This is usually where the Earl's Guard play has proved impactful, but you need a switch. And you've got a lot of info to work on, right? Your opponent's gone Lancers, Crossbows. Spears makes a lot of sense for Anno. Especially once he gets these manners in. And also, just by going Spears, you're making your economy a lot more lean. All right, what do you think, guys? Are we going to be getting a B win or an Anno win? Two minutes ago, I would have expected the entire chat to light up with ones. Ones for Anno, right? But now? B's done a great job of turning this around. No, he's still taking very big risks. If this ever gets discovered, it could be curtains. Like, that type of food is the only thing keeping him competitive. Remember, like, this is where China gets a bit outrageous. The supervision giving 20% more food on a limited resource that you've pulled back home anyway. Meanwhile, manners are coming in. So, like, over time, Anatan will be better off. But he needs to set that up first. So this is, like, the most uncomfortable point in the game. With enough, B has actually decided he can't end the game. Yeah, notice how he backs up like this for Barbican. This is a sign of looking for some scaling. And he even makes it a Barbican. So Relics play is going to be 4 for Anno. I think he's got the other one coming home. Where? Is it already home? Oh, it's already home. All right, he's got a jackpot moment then. And yo, there's my jackpot. Is that my boy Sort Of coming through the raid? Shout out to Sort Of. Thank you very much, mate. We've missed you in the midweek musters. I hope to see you return in the future. Hope you had a good stream. And there's the spear switch. Yeah, so this is a really good timing now for Anno. B needs to figure out where he can dive and do it fast. Because the mana spam is already up to 6. It's not a slow roll here now. I'm trying to put a sword-like shell on a drone and then controls on a glove. He controls the sword like a Jedi. Oh, God. Yes, until it, like, loses reliable connection and swings in the wrong direction and decapitates someone. Probably him. Guys, I favor Anno's position a bit here. And I know it sounds weird to say, but I want you to understand one thing. This is Lancaster. The only weak point I do see is the gold is about to run out. So, like, he does need to solve for that. If he can tick that box, solve that one issue, I think Anatan looks pretty good here. I mean, 4 relics might just be good enough. If the plan is just to mass spear and yeoman, like, you're fine. All you need is manners. See, now we'll dive in. Spear placement is going to be on the way, though. Tricky. I don't know if you want to stay here too long. Does he suspect the Springald's coming in? And it's the fortification detail, right? It makes it so difficult. Looks like Anatan has actually given him the space, though. So, B, with the range units, could easily snipe down those 5 workers. It's going to bait him away now. And after all that effort, B has to back off. So Anatan gets the repair in. He's got a screen replacement now. He's just so cheeky the way he's doing this, right? Because it's like, okay, you either hard commit and maybe get backstabbed, or you keep doing this dance. Finally, I think B has had enough. So villagers to be brought down. Enough lancers to guarantee that. Anatan hesitant to engage for good reason. I think this just wasn't enough Earl's Guard. The villagers will be massacred. The weird part actually is that he engages after the fact, so we'll peel off a few to chase after the crossbows. Not great though, like this many Earl's Guard should lose that. So I'm starting to wonder, like, what was keeping Anatan from committing there? Because he didn't really get many more troops out by the time he went in. Something must have caught his eye that he was freaking out about. Possibly like a raid somewhere else. Whatever it was, definitely benefited B as a result. Now the Lancer Clash coming in. And this is the thing about Earl's Guard, remember, you can target the crossbows and then resume combat into the melee, into the Lancers. Issue right now is like Anatan needs to stop relying on the Earl's Guard and start trusting in the spears. They are vetted up after all. And they are the answer to Mass Lancer. Now, there is an option here for B. Can you guys guess what it would be? What his grand solution might be? Is Zugzugs. Chuganu. Chuganu can make a lot of sense here. The reason why I don't think he's going to go Chug is because if your opponent does find his way into Yeoman, Yeoman dismantle Chuganu. The reason is that you just like can't easily reach your target. It's definitely a bit clunky. I think the issue with Chug versus Yeoman is in small quantities, Yos feel really good. But when you scale the count up to like 20, 30, 40, the Zug always reach, weirdly enough. I'm wondering. Yeah, we do have farm transitions now. Trip Sacred Site. This is looking like overall pretty decent map control-wise for B. Anatan did just commit to Demi Lancers, by the way, with White Tower build, which means no bonus damage. It's unfortunate, actually. If he had a King's College here, this would be a golden answer to this forming Lancer line. Instead, folks, I think Anatan's about to do what all Lancastrian players eventually do. Give up on the age and rush the fort. Anna looks pretty dead. You think he looks dead? Have you not watched enough Lancaster games? We have to teach a few things here. I think like almost any other Civ, maybe like Atrium Ruse, I wouldn't say this of as well, but almost any other Civ, I'd agree like this is pretty bad. They have no map control. They're stuck just building farms at home. They can't gather gold, etc. They're being raided on the tree line, etc. But at this stage, he has 9 manors. Each manor is worth like 3 workers, 3.5 workers. That's a pretty healthy lead compared to what B's sitting at. Not to mention the relics on top. Like, the only thing that B truly has going for him right now is the Sacred Site control. He's even had to back up entirely because of these Demi-Lancers raiding. Idles out the farms. Who needs villagers? Exactly, they're a liability, man. What's more efficient? An automated building or a person? Person has flaws. They have emotions that can be exploited. You try saying mean things to this building. See if it responds to you. You look square. You're way too blue. Your gray's coming in too... See, it's not stopped gathering food or wood at the same rate. Wasn't even phased by my insults. And Wingard. Oh, this should phase B a little. The spear spam's about to get a lot stronger. And he's leaning into it as well. We've got Billman Tech on the way. Has B got enough to dive? No, I didn't use the mother was a hamster comment. That one might insult the manners. Lancers. I mean, B needs a way in. Needs it fast as well. Elite Tech already got queued up. Remember, the garrison commands are 30 seconds a pop. This spear count is going to blob fast, so he needs to find the workers now. The White Tower is just making it annoying, though. On top of that... Oh, God. Come on. There's no way this isn't suspicious. B, he didn't check the gold. That's a big no-no. He's busy trying to dive the hardest point. But the gold on the flanks would actually be his easy redemption. Instead, he's committing here. We've got siege engineering down the way. He does peel a scout and 1 knight, but unfortunately, folks, there's a lot of outposts here. But like one night should last a while. It's in placements delayed, right? He went for the fortification first. And the army is rotating there. Yeah, this would be a big hit, actually. 16 workers down. I think at that stage, you could argue the manners can't carry. Actually, Scutch is coming in, so maybe still. The problem, though, is you've waited so long. Look what Anatan done. Ballsy maneuver. He steers into it. Yeah, because these are elite spears. And B, this is a perfect opportunity to go back into the main. The tree line is probably his best target. Is he going to commit here? He is. He's riding in blind, no scout. And Anatan. He's waiting in the fog in the tree line. Archers are looking for him. The knights are going to go hunting and they're going to find him. Anatan. The 11 villages do not get out safely. Not just that, he found the army as well. B. Snipes for everything at once. The spears and the Earlsguard will be able to out-rotate the crossbows at least. But a heavy dose of pain. A second wave of spearmen came in, actually. The garrison arrived just in the nick of time to minimize some of the worker losses. But it's growing, folks. It's a 24 worker lead now for B. Farm's not quite there yet. He still needs to solve that plus the tech up. But this is a good start on the raid. And the concern I have is Anatan is now counter-raiding to the other side of the map. Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, yeah, you've got archers to deal with spears. Remember, these are elite spearmen. A lot more health. Decent damage. just runs past them. It's like, wait, this damage isn't actually as good as I thought it was going to be either, KP. I'm going to go looking for squishier targets. What is happening in this game? Okay, so we have the golden arm now. Anatan isn't like fully dead because he does have the scuttage. Plus the relics. Like, this is the crazy thing. Like, getting denied gold... He's still sitting at almost 700 passive gold a minute. But there's a lot of things he needs to get his hands on here. I would love to get my hands on more of those. What's up, Willie? See you with the subscription. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember to get those subs in, guys. You won't want to miss a moment of this game. Not because of pesky ads. The spears. Wait, where is... Like, B has a huge military advantage, but where are they? Oh my god, look at the minimap. He's everywhere. But sometimes being everywhere is a negative. Lancers are going to hold their own. He's starting to lose the springles. I think this might be the wave that breaks him. Yeah, B backs away. Okay, so like, is B actually happy with this? Does he feel like he could tech up off of this? I think you have to soon, right? Like, he'll be suspicious of the elite army tactics timing. He knows how many relics Anatan got. He knows what Scuttage can do. So I think for that reason, like, B, it's either you go now or you back up in tech. You still have a huge military advantage. The problem is, like, you're split on two sides of the base, and there's a white tower plus manners to dive. It's like the archers trying to select all rally army-wise is, like, bad because of this. I mean, sure, there's no way that B loses this, right? 35 lancers, 37 archers. I think Zogzogs can make a lot of sense. But maybe it's for the best that he doesn't. Look at what Anatan is switching into. Yeah, he's going Hobbler. Now that is curious. Hobby's under pressure like this. I mean, we talked about him having the gold, and that gold is useful here because Hobblars are food and gold. The crazy part is that he has no interest whatsoever in range units. And I can kind of see where he's coming from, right? Like, range units are going to melt. Melee units are more tanky. You need someone that can stand its ground because right now you're just trying to hold against the oncoming tide. Like, the problem I do see here is, like, Hovelars without King's College is kind of underwhelming. They're very situationally viable. I don't know if we have that situation, though. I mean, there's a lot of archer crossbows, but it's 35 Lancers. Those Lancers are working their way through the manners now. Yeah, I've got some boys sneaking out the flanks. There's some boys sneaking in. Spears are going to address that backstab raid. Okay, but, like, in some ways, it's kind of okay as B's buying time to kill the manners in the front side of the base. So he kills 3 manners, loses, like, what, 8 lancers? That's actually a... It's not a directly obvious equal exchange, but your opponent then has to regather, rebuild them, right? So in a way, it's, like, not tragic. I do wonder why B never built rams, though. Remember, he got siege engineering quite some time ago, but just hasn't used it. Hobbler Elite Tech's coming in. So is he going to take this the full 9 yards, like biology? The idea of raiding Hobblars is kind of interesting, actually. Like, it would be really bad if it's a Great Wall Gatehouse, but funnily enough, guys, he went Spirit Way. Wait, what? Oh, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Guys, like, Great Wall Gatehouse almost feels mandatory when you're doing a farm transition like this to protect them. Hobblars are pretty weak at killing workers. We've seen it time and time again. Like, they just don't do it that fast. But when there's nothing there to protect the workers, whole different ball game. Anatan now on the counter-offensive. Hobbies and spears moving in. Archers to hold the choke point. Cavalry still poking at the backside. We also have got Osgard on the gold! B! The entire eco lead is evaporating! No way. How? How do you build a worker lead this big? Like, what, 30, 35? Just to lose it like this! We've got counter raid coming in. The elite lancers are trying to poke into the farm, sure, but remember, mana spam can make up for this distance, this gap. Especially now that he's massacred so much economy. Unbelievable. I mean, B, he's going to go 2TC to try and recover this. Unfortunately, he's going to do it with this spearman and diving. We used to have lancers poking in, trying to deal with the manas. He's trying to hit from both sides, but guys, this is a thing, right? If you had to ask me, like, what makes Wingard so good for Lancaster, it's not Gunpowder Contingent, what people think. It's definitely not going to be the old school Wingard army. It's the new one. It's the Garrison Command. The ability to vomit out this many spears, it's Burgrave work. Getting so on a discount as well. So Anatan able to somewhat reset things here. Now, he hasn't been able to find that decisive killing blow. He needs more worker kills for that. It's still almost a 20 worker lead for B. Although Anatan could probably say something about that, as he will stab down a few more workers. And it's the idle time alongside this, right? Just slowing down the remax. They've got him charging back towards the gold vein also. The gold vein is about to run out, which means that Anatan is going to be able to catch B running to the other side of the map soon. Sacred Sight's also decapped, which means just less gold for B to work with. B should have gone Nesta Bees. The problem is your opponent didn't really build anything that facilitated Nesta Bees. Mass Spearmen, like, knobs don't do that well against them. Their damage got heavily nerfed, remember. They have to target into range now. And then there's the mobility factor. Like, your opponent could just kind of avoid you. If you're talking about when he was pushing into the base, I'd say, like, the different thing that B could have done was Rams. Rams would have been the detail that would have made sense. Spears back onto the farms again. This just keeps happening. Remember, B is 2TC, so it's not as important that you kill workers as much as idle them. Because right now, B just doesn't have the food to make the world go round. He doesn't have the food to actually fill his own belly. 300 food a minute. You spend more than that actively producing out of both DCs. Now, 2TC for Mano. Yeah, I guess like 42 eco is a little bit low, even by Lancaster standards, right? Like, maybe we want to rebulk it a little bit. Food difference is crazy? Yeah, because here's the funny thing, guys. When you dive this farm area, you idle out the villagers, they can't work. When you dive this farm area, you can idle these villagers. You can't idle the manors. You can't stop them working. You have to kill them. I'm sure they can't run away like a villager, but they do happen to be a little bit tanky at 1750 HP. Now Hobblars, they are going to get in on top of the Springwalls. Like, this has been a very interesting answer to anti-infantry Springwall play. He is going to lean even harder into archers, fully reliant. Incendiary plus the silk bowstrings. Spears are just going to get the torches out and go for the blitz down. Yeah, and this is definitely enough spears. Like, you won't be able to repair through this. Just look at the rate. This Civ's ability to just keep doing this as well. Like, I mean, it's 450 resources, and in return, you're getting, what, like, close to 800? I think it is. It's pretty nuts. So you're getting 640 in spears, plus the Elsguard for another 120, right? So 760 resources, you're paying 450 and getting it quicker. Because remember, it takes you 30 seconds. That's normally how long it would take to produce 2 spins. This is what makes Wingard so good. It's something that the Canadians identified about old Wingard with English. Like it used to be, if you guys remember the fast imp meta 2TC began, the Canadians discovered a really powerful build where you just started spamming the raiders. They weren't much discounted, but the idea is you could bulk an army in a situation where you just didn't have production. It's the same with Lancaster here. Now the gunpowder contingents as well. I mean, the good news actually for these, like, the gunpowder contingent's not very good against this comp. The bad news is the spearmen really are with enough. Somehow the spearmen are good against 42 archers. Just keeps burning everything down. Lancaster should have lost this game like 5 times already. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. The position there, I don't know, like 5 times, like 2 or 3, I think. 5 times is a bit excessive. The most obvious one was the front side of the base, where it looked like he should have been broke. And Hobblars, they just keep cycling in like this. Like, this is the thing, it's just obnoxious flank raiding. And on a map like Gorge, this is super effective. It's a hard map to wall. And the gold workers, they have been found again. Worker lead is evaporating, folks. It's about to be less than 10 between them. With those manners as well. I just keep saying it because you have to. Really have to emphasize just how much resource these things are generating at this stage. Like, look at this. 35 plus the 45 and then the 60. Oh, sorry, 45, 60, right? So 145 per. Which means that he's generating, what does that end up being? 1,305 resources per minute passive. 1,305 resources. For comparison, look at Beast food income. That's like 30 villages. Actually, that number's deceptive. It's probably more like, yeah, 25, because obviously he's got the idle time. Oh my god, wait, what? I look away for a second and you double lose landmark? No. Just look at the mini-map. The pings are everywhere. And this is the thing, like, you know, for some civs, the wood and gold might become a little bit too expensive and run out. That's not going to happen here. Infinite resources in abundancy. And what makes it worse as well is, like, the spearmen just don't have the gap close speed to deal with the hobblars quick enough. Anatan is also going for a full switch. He's baited B into spearman archer, and now Anno's going to be switching to Earlsguard plus yeoman. Perfect answer to both. I cannot believe this game is ending with an Anatan win. I mean, I guess it kind of tracks. We did say, right? Like, B, he tends to win by rolling over Anatan early and fast. Didn't get the chance to in this one. And we got the Yeoman upgrade now coming in as well. With the Shire Levy timing. Like, this is going to be ridiculous to just vomit out a new army. And then Anatan, he has the space. He's down to 130 pop. Not for long, though. Watch that number. He has stopped producing the Earl's Garrison Command. I keep calling it Earl's Retinue. The Garrison Command, which gets him 9 new units every 30 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Vomit them out. In 3, 2, 1. Yeah, just like casually all of a sudden a yeoman transition. He worked very hard for that, guys. He pressed one button. Meanwhile, everyone getting carpal tunnel from shift queuing. B, now switching to pass guard. Okay, so does he realize what's happening? But do you really want to is the bigger question here. We mentioned this about Earlsguard just being better pass guard. It's even more so now because I think we're at a stage where Anatan could genuinely just go and keep rush. And it'd be worth it just to buff the damage of a core component of his army now. Remember, Earlsguard, they get damage buff by +1 on their attacks for every castle up to a maximum of 4. Make matters worse, keep in mind B is now building more melee blob into Border Queens. Never a good idea, we find. I guess his fault is he has enough archers, but like against the Yeoman, I'd argue different. I won't argue against that though. What up, White Walker? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate the support everyone gives. Keep those subs pumping. I know you guys got more. Don't make me just dangle you upside down and shake you loose. Sing shot is a little bit potato Amy. Anatan definitely not looking to start a career up as a Counter-Strike pro. But I think this man is willing to stick a monkey suit on and start to out into the public because we are into ape click mode. He's just so big. Look at the number difference now. And before it was just trash units raiding, just not really doing much. Now this is an army designed to win the main engagement. And B just has no answer to it. There's just really nothing left of him here. Coralrun's sieging down the primary TC. It's a dive pass towards the farm. Yeoman, they're going to have the sync shot recharged in a matter of seconds. He can go for another shot if he wants to. Just probably doesn't see anything stacked up enough to make it worth it. And Anatan is going to give a masterclass on just how much Lancaster can truly get away with in Age of Empires 4. Because this took the cake, ate it, regurgitated it, crafted a new one, and then sent it off for a wedding. This was Chef's Kiss Lancaster. Oh my god. That Civ. Dude, when people say Demon Civ, sometimes they're overreacting. Demon Civ is the accurate statement for that one. Blimey. Okay, so let's see if this is the beginning of a comeback. Next up, we've actually got French versus Mongols. This is going to be on Relic River. A pretty good map for Mongols, actually. Let's see. So, Anno on French. Oh, okay. For a moment, I thought you had Mongols in my brain. I was like, nice. We're going to get, like, a deciding game. Uh-oh. I guess technically, like, even if, like, it's always a deciding game, right? Technically. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for game number 4 between B and Anatan. I was just saying that, you know, I was hoping we get a deciding game, a game 5, until I saw that B had Mongols. But I guess in a weird way, every final game in the series is a deciding game. And this is a really good map for Mongols, folks. Relic River is going to be where this could be decided. If somehow Anatan does overcome the frustrating nature of B, I believe we are going to... Is that Socotra deciding? I don't think so. I'll double check, actually. Oh, Dry Arabia. We'd be going Dry Arabia. Yeah, so like Dry Arabia and remaining picks, I think like that... I think this would be the hardest game now for Anatan of what remains. Game 5, I think it has like some decent picks to resolve. But I want to see how he plays French here, because like the reason why Mongols is so good on this map is exactly this. We're going to go with the 2x speed in the early game. It's going to be a dot drop. Why do Mongols do this? Why are they so good at doing this? It's all about expectation. And yes, you are right. Score's wrong. Let me flip it. It's all about expectations. If you remember, we talked about in the Lancaster game, this idea that the reason why you build the Lancaster Castle, even if you don't build manors, is the expectations of what you're going to do. And there's an expectation here with Mongols. Because they build an Uvu, your expectation is that they're going to build spears. So you don't want to be going for the dot drop yourself. You probably don't want to play spear spam into Mongols either. That sounds bad. You just want to age up and get onto the next phase. Well, that opens up the door for greed for Mongols. And that's something that Mongol players at the highest level have been phenomenal at exploiting on this very map. So Anno, School of Cavalry is now going to be coming in. Pretty standard for French. Do we likely see Pro Scouts here? He's got 14 sheep. I think it's like the type of thing you usually want to go anyway. The problem is your opponent now has fishing. So I think if you go Pro Scouts, like you could just get shut down by Magadai Keshik. Instead, you want to find a way of contesting this. He's going to send the scout out. That's going to take quite a while to get a kill. We'll stick on the 2x speed until they're at least aged up. And yeah, B, did he punt that too early? No, he might just be on time here. Is he keeping an eye out for the walkout? Oh, wait, he sees the mill. Yeah, this is dead obvious then. Yeah, Anno wasn't even subtle about this. He placed the mill at the TC. This feels really, really bad to do. You're not playing China. The reason is he was worried about an outpost rush. He was worried that Spin were going to come in. I do wonder if Anno needed to do it this way, though. You could see he wanted the wheelbarrow, so I guess he was worried about the walk back from the gold. The problem is, like, you've built a mill now like this, and you've kept that many out in gold. I think B's probably suspecting pro scouts anyway. Yeah, because, like, if the thought process here is, like, you're just going to play full aggro and not greed, do you not just rush more into the gold straight away to get the tech up, open archers, and then follow up knights on a delay? Maybe not. I know. Ooh, okay, so is this actually not pro scouts? I'm a little bit surprised because he's been holding quite a lot of gold. Maybe he was worried about getting idled off of it. I'm just curious about, like, the idea of archers here. Like, is this meant to be heading directly to the enemy base? Are you looking to deal with the dock? Because the dock's going to be a bit tricky. Archership has already been queued up. And B is making this very hard. Okay, there we go. He has committed. He was holding for a long time. He actually has enough stone to get a double production of double. So double. It's all in trouble. That means in the next 1 minute, he's going to scale up to 4 Keshiks, which is going to match Anatan's knight count. Now, knights will win 1-1 against Keshiks. It's never that simple. No, not with the enabling nature of the fishing down here. And that's kind of why I thought that Anatan was going to go pro scouts, because he didn't direct towards the south side, right? Like, trying to dive in with knights would be a bit difficult into this position. If you're going to try and take it out efficiently, you'd either be looking at spears or archers earlier with, like, a blacksmith timing for a ram. Wait, okay, that is crafty. Can we just give, like, a little golf clap there? That's pretty smart. Do you guys realize what B's doing here? This is just a free scout. It's very hard to kill. It's 1,000 resources. 1,000 health, rather. So he just keeps it there to know if your opponent's running through knights. That's actually really cool. They now going to stab in towards the villages. They actually went for the ball. Wow. The timing on that was brutal for Anatan as well. B found it immediately the moment he was playing into it. Has got 2 more Keshiks on the way. And, oh, wait, this is bad, actually, for Anno. He's rushing a mill, not an outpost. The second group are coming in, and that's a 2-for-1er on an injured knight as well. Anatan can't stay here. Oh, man, this hurts. You only just got here. You're going to need to leave. And do so fast. Anno, does he have any food behind this? He's only got 7 sheep remaining. The Khan's being annoying on the gold vein as well. There's a lot of idle time being forced. What is up? Thank you very much, Camion, for the gifted sub. You legend. Appreciate you. Thank you for the words of support. I'm glad people are enjoying. Hopefully we're able to bring bigger and better things soon to KPMM as we are approaching the end. Yeah, only 1 week left after this. And B, honestly, looking back on form, just to kind of flex and remind people at the end of the midweek muster that he is the uncontested champion with more titles to his name than anyone else can actually achieve now. Could be on course to make it another, especially with worker kills like this. That's going to be another 2 going down. A total of 4 so far. And the lead is only building further. Anatan is not reacting. Finally pulls away, but the price has been levied. 3 more dead on the board. B. He actually now goes into pro scouts. Oh my god. B is like I think he's the biggest cheerleader for pro scout Mongols that I know of. He was doing this at a very early point with Mongols when no one else was really thinking about it in the early days of pro scouts kind of developing in season 9. And he always made it look really good. Like, there were times where he'd done it too quickly and it cost him dearly. I think Mongols is the type of civ that rushing pro scouts not as valuable, right? Like, you're a tempo-based civ, you get extra units out early. The best thing to do is actually to use that to your advantage. Kind of like what we've been seeing China do at the moment with these archery range openings into delayed pro scouts. A build that Anatan actually does quite frequently. The logic is that you're able to punish your opponent with your advantageous timing and then come back for greed afterwards. Because if you've got all these sheep at home, what's the point in rushing greed? Sure, it's a better gathering rate, but there's a down payment at first that leaves you exposed. Man, talk about using your advantage well. Not only does he get 6 worker kills now at the 9-minute mark, he's got fishing up to 7? Okay, he's bursting. He's burst fooding. This actually could be fast imp, guys. This is, like, long-term really bad. Like, going this many fishing boats with limited fishing is, like, pretty rough. There is 6 in total, but up to 7 is kind of crazy. You know, like, on Himiyama that has 4, we usually see, like, what, 4 fishing boats maybe? 3 fishing boats? It just shows you B's intent, though. They have worse gathering rates, but it's an increased income temporarily. He's got a timing in mind. If he is doing Pro Scouts mass fishing fast imp, I'm going to lose my mind, though. Like, that's... You get games where you look and go, well, that's too much greed, surely. But with the way this has played out for Anatan, I'm not entirely convinced. I think B is going to need to either build some spears or some crossbows, though. Oh, wow. No, he's doubling down. It's going to be more Keshiks. I guess he was trying to figure out what Anatan was doing before he made a choice. And no, Anno doesn't have 2 wins. It's just we had the score flipped the wrong way at the beginning. Because we're in a rush to stay on schedule here, so I didn't flip it straight away. Anno has only won the Lancastrian game so far. And B is setting up the marketplace. What's the fort here? What was he looking for is what I'm wondering. He's heavily outnumbered. Like, actually right now, Anatan looks a lot stronger. The question is, like, how does Anna now get in? Does he dare dive the town center? I mean, he hasn't got undermesh, which feels a little bit weird at 11 Knights. But it's because there hasn't been a reason to need undermesh so far. His opponent hasn't built archers, and also he hasn't felt like he could dive. And there we go. It's coming in now. So Anatan's definitely looking for the dive point. The timing could align quite nicely here, actually. B is about to pull the trigger, and it is going to be the classic greed. Step readouts on the way up. And Anatan, he just scoured it. He knows. He could try to intercept this. Get rid of the Gur. Undermesh is still 35 out, though. If you wait the full 35, the step readout is going to complete. I think he knows it. Textiles just came in for B, so much harder to get those kills now. Workers are just going to shuffle past. Remember, they got the deer stones. They can kite very well. This is the thing about Mongols. They can buy a lot of time like this. It's so hard to reach them. And he's just going to ring a ring of roses through his base. Okay, this movement speed is ridiculous. Wheelbarrow plus Yam. Almost as quick as Knights on 2 feet. And it buys the time. Double outpost goes up. The Keshiks arrive. The TC's assisting now. Undermesh did just kick in. Can Anatan keep this up, though? I mean, the idle time is one thing, but you feel like you want to find worker kills with this many divers. Which is exactly what he's not able to do. He's being played! No! Triple Keshik is kind of just turning this around, right? They found 1 or 2 Knights to wail on one at a time so they could sustain. He's going to pull him back towards the double outpost again, and this is just ridiculous. Like, he even garrisons it! He won't let him have anything! Anatan, with a dive like this, has achieved exactly 0 worker kills! And it continues, side to side, dancing in and out. This buzzard's got some moves! And he's going to be moving up into the 3rd age. That right there, probably micro of the week. B loses not a single soul. Now, Textiles did make that a bit easier to pull off, but even then, against that many Knights, to not lose a single worker is absurd. Now, B with the age up, you know, had this been Anatan not diving, B aging up, you're talking about, like, what, 16, 17, 18 Knights? But instead, 5. 5 Knights. And they've got to carry the world. Veterancy's coming in for Keshiks. Wasted time not getting resources. Sure, but like look at the military count. Look at this number. This number is smaller than this one, right? It's like that simple. Because you say he wasted time not getting resources, granted, but this was still happening. This is the difference maker. He already had what he needed for a tech up. Step redoubt is also going to inflate his economy as well. And remember, he's ahead. Like, Anatan is just behind on raw eco. Even on land, right? It's 47 workers, now to 46, so the French TC has added up a slight lead. But those 6 worker kills early on made all the difference. Now the veterans in the Keshik. It's just a much harder fight for these knights to win. Now we're going to find the heavily injured Keshik. It's actually a decent start. Now, hold on. Okay, so B really doesn't want to go into, there we go, crossbows. I was wondering, because crossbows just makes a lot of sense now when you're defending like this. You just use a few Keshiks and a choke point and the crossbows kill. And your opponent can't really dive with archers. You don't really have the archers to do so. But I think the issue is like B couldn't quite see the archer count yet. So you didn't want to risk building crossbows into like, 15 archers. B go fast him? I don't think so. I think you can play a bit of a longer game now. Because the logic now is you're scaling Keshiks, your opponent has to tech at some point. You're prepping crossbows already to deal with the knights. So like, it's a defensive strat, but it's also one that leans to the idea of attacking in about 2 minutes. We do have a rush out towards the south side here, by the way. Whoops, that's going to be mirrored. And there's also now the return of relics. Warlord's going to come through. Just keeps him honest. Well played. He actually bought a lot of time to get the step readout across and set up the gold gathering. So he's going to have a big fat drop-off coming in here. Yeah, watch the resource count. That gold's about to just spike upwards. Knights aren't going to go for the dive, but the Kesh with the backstab means it's much harder to get out now. And the defense arrow. Perfect move from B. It just means it's not a fight you can win. And look at that. 4 more Keshiks get queued up. The crossbows as well. Anatan, only knights now, no archers. Still has the lead for the time being. He's going to turn to the workers. Reminder, he is still yet to net a single worker kill this entire game. Which is just crazy by French standards. I love the balls on this man, though. Anatan moving out and taking the enemy board to the north side. What's up, Hextiru? I see you with the bits. Appreciate you, mate. Textiles worth 1 vil? Okay, you want to know like how much textiles is worth? Look at the health bars there. That guy would have died. That guy would have died. I can't count the other ones because we've got things happening. That's before we look into the main base where, yeah, that guy would have died. Who else we got? A lot of injured health bars that maybe you would have turned into full kills because you would have committed. Like at least 3 or 4 workers definitely would have died if it wasn't for textiles. And that's before we add in the factor of Anatan seeing textiles, right? It changes what you're willing to fight. Textiles isn't on the other side. B doesn't care. He's going to die fast. The crossbows get sacked, which is pretty rough. I mean, it is feudal knight, so you're at least able to take a few with you. But he sees the worker kills as so much more worth. That's crazy. Cuts him down. And now the second wave arrives. How? How do they end up losing that? B, just too many Keshiks, just too much firepower. And too hot for Anatan to handle. Goes down in the 4th game. It's a 3-1 victory, and B will be the first through to the grand finals. Yo, that was crazy. So, 3-1 score. We now get into our second set. So we know that we've got a B. No Anatan. Commiserations to him. But we need to figure out whether we're going to be looking at Dumu or Wham making it into the finals. So let's get ready for that. Let me have a look and get the draft. Interesting. Wait, am I in the right location? I think so. We're gonna have enough time for this, actually. Oops. We'll see. I might miscalculate. We'll have to use the fast forward a bit more. Because I think our finals is due to start in about an hour. So we might have to zoom through some of this. We'll see how it goes, though. So G1, we're going to be getting Japanese versus Malians. One sec. All right. It's time for the battle of EU versus NA, or as the NAs like to say, USA versus UK, except it's not really, is it? No, we've got a man who is actually part Swedish, part UK, going up against Canadia's pride. It is, of course, Wham 01 as the Japanese up against Dumu on the Malians. The first game of this semi-final set. We're going to 2x speed for the early game. Actually, might go 4x just for the opening. And the opening is going to be onto Frisian marshes. Interesting one as well. This Malian pick, I've been seeing it a few times now. More and more people gravitating towards it. I'm not so sure I'm convinced yet. I understand the logic though, right? Like, it's a map where the gold is very close to your base. It's a very defensive map, and Malian players love defensive maps in general. Japan, on the other hand, has been, I want to say, a more recent development here. Before, they were just leveraged on other maps. You'd occasionally see them on Frisian, but they weren't a mainstay. In the last 2 weeks, I've been seeing Japanese rating like the top 4 most picked here. And this is why. The reliability of the ponds. Just moving out for fishing already. Even setting up the housing and also the racks here. Now that is curious. A drop complete, and then we can slow down a little bit. I wasn't really expecting a racks opening here from Wham. Not after the fishing. To double down like that, to double down like that while also going feudal, like, this is a very polarizing order of things. We're 5 minutes into the game, and we've got Spearman spam at the beginning of feudal. Off of fishing. I guess that's what enables it in Wham's eyes. We are now getting the archer reaction, and Dumu was being a greedy boy. Double mill coming out, so he was trying to go for, like, what, a Fulani rush? Which means that Wham will find some value off these spears. He's going to be able to force archers to begin with. And we're doing the speed up because we are on a schedule here. We need to make sure we're ready for the grand final showdown. And people moan when we don't catch the Benny Boy game, so you got to balance it. So first archer's coming out, and Wham, he was already reading this, man. He's got horsemen coming. This is a really good time. I actually like the way that Wham's playing this. It's a little bit different to what I was saying before is really good about Japanese in this matchup. So the way that I see Japanese being really good in this matchup is you can actually open Bugeisha into the horseman. A little bit surprised for that reason that Wham didn't go Bugeisha, because it's the same cost as Spearman. It's just different resource, right? It's food and gold instead of food and wood. We do now have the Yumi. So he's going for the 1-1-1. We're sticking on the 2x speed just in the early game because it's easy enough to track. Fishing has started to blob, by the way. Wham is going to be going up for the second pond now. And remember, Yumi, very cost efficient these days. This is all about just enabling horsemen. Wham's seeing that as his MVP. The Yumi enable the horsemen by clearing the Donzos in a very efficient way. And javelins are terrible against Yumi because they overkill a lot. Man, he's not stopping there. Wham is committing to it. We've got ram spam on the way. Farm's also gradually getting laid in. So, like, food income is going to remain pretty damn good for Wham as this continues on. First ram now being built up. So, what does Dumu envision as his win condition here? I think it's a good old scale Donzo Javelins into Fulani, and then you look for a Sofa switch. Malians actually can do surprisingly well in this matchup if they reach that point, because the Sofa Flood is really strong, especially if you start layering Musafadi. I've got the Steel Arrow coming in as well. But he's missing Undermesh. So his Donzos are going to die quite fast. And yo, guys, is it happening? Please, bring in the ladies. I know. These gamers, They spend all day and all night playing. They ain't got time to discover what a lady is. But the Bugashas are worth discovering. These gals are worth their weight in food and gold. It's a super strong comp against Malians. The Donzo arms is a little bit annoying, but it's still a spearman that will lose against the glaives. And javelins, like, they just don't get bonus damage there. Not to mention the slow attack speed, plus the quick gap close. Like, Bugacia is a really solid answer. The only counter solution Malians really have is you're either massing archers, which you never want to do, or you're building into Sofa, which are really expensive for what they are in Feudal Age, even after the buffs. Like, when you see people playing into mass Sofa in Feudal Age, it's more about raiding. He has primed the undermesh. So really important against this much Yuumi. Wham isn't building more Bugacia. He's teching now. Yeah, I think he's just seeing that the arm is getting quite big, and he's like, okay, if I continue down this trajectory route, I open myself up to like a Farimba rush, or just even if it's Fulani, like spear jabs is a pretty good thing to open the age with. Like long term, you want to be towards archers, sure, but the opening is totally worth it. So we'll continue to poke a little bit. Ram has addressed some of the housing. The pit mine hasn't been rebuilt. And we have got the Daimyo already, so yeah, good activation on the farms. He's even adding in more actively here, folks. I think Wham's going for a Bugacia timing. The way he's layering his economy just makes a lot of sense for Bugacia spam. Like, he's got this temporarily, which also enables the Bugacia, but obviously that's going to run out. But the fact he's actively adding in farms says a lot. Like, usually when you see Mount Samurai, etc., you don't really see people adding in those farms early because they have just enough food. The gold is just as important, right? Because when you go for Mount Samurai, if you look at the cost, it's almost the same amount of gold as food. But with Bugacia spam, it's heavily leaned towards food. 75%, in fact. So I'm going to go for the 4x speed here. Just because there's no way they want to fight. Dumu is just going to keep scaling. I think even if he realizes now it's going to be too late to counter-offensive across the map, the more weird part is actually that Wham was getting ready to aggress him. Yeah, he's checking if Dumu's staying in the base. So that's what this is about. He just wants to guarantee he's not coming out. Nyora's Shiro drop should be going in the stables. Yeah, but he has already queued up the veterancy. So good macro there from Wham. Just ensures that the Yuumi aren't vulnerable. They're a good counter-offensive unit in case your opponent dives in. But we see Dumu's going for the age up, and it is going to be the Farimba. Now, this is a bit tricky, folks. This is Farimba, but with limited food. He's only got 5 sheep, and he has to eat all the cow. He did build the double mill in anticipation of this, but it basically means you're burning quite a lot of gold into just massing cattle to do so. Yeah, which means that Sofa is likely not on the menu anytime too soon. And yeah, no Bugacia. I'm a little bit gutted. I think Bugacia could have been worth it here against what Dumu has. But probably the thought for Wham is like, because it's turning into an age up, until he has comp that's like not Fulani, you want to respect the possibility of Sofa. Because like, once again, Bugacia are great against the feudal comp, terrible against the castle comp. Because the castle comp usually becomes mass archers and also mass Sofa. And mass Sofa with imported armors makes Bugacia do like 2 damage per strike if that. So back to the 2x. I hope people don't clock out watching this because we're doing 2 and 4x. I mean, we've captured everything that's happening, right? Like, we're actually just minimizing the downtime. Which we have to because Dumu always insists on playing these games on the 1 day off we have. And we've got to cover them. Or do our best to. Javelin Mass, Dimu's on the way across. Meanwhile, the Knights are in. Hello. Gonna start to find a few worker kills. Nice to down on the Shintos. The charge is in. Yuumi are gonna bide their time. Gets ready for the clash. We're gonna slow down now for the big engagement. The Donzos do charge forward. The Yuumi able to start exploiting that. The Mount Samurai are gonna be rallying home, by the way. They're on the way across map now. Yes, this is gonna turn into a sandwich. The Javelins, though, are just so good at kiting. There's a Walla waiting around the back. This is crafty from Wham. But Dumu is going to react accordingly. He doesn't run in last second. That was a cool idea, but it's just so difficult with the range, the vision that these jabs have. The Mount Samurai have now arrived in the main engagement. Dumu, he hasn't really got any Donzos left over. However, this is about to turn into Yuumi versus Jab. Now, as long as you maintain scale, Yumi can be good, but this is not good enough scale right now. Like, the javelin count is quite respectable in comparison. And also, it's match movement speed, right? So, like, Yumi can stay on top of you, but the damage is just negligible. What's interesting, though, is if Wham gets towards Daimyo level 2, dead Bannerman will buff his army, while the live Bannerman will buff them differently, which means you can actually get a 30% damage buff on Yumi. That's pretty scary. The tricky part is forcing Dumu into a fight where you can leverage it, because he can always just kite away from it easily. You might now hear a baby, because good old Ezra has joined us for the cast. He looks very proud of himself. Damn it. It is going to be that surface switch we talked about. I mean, it's quintessential here, really. You need something that's reliable to front line. You don't want to be building Donzos into Yumi. If you build into Sofa, they're tanky enough to just hold the Mounted Samurai back. And then if the Samurai count is ever weak, then they just flood into Yumi anyway. But the whole idea is, like, Yumi won't kill them fast either. And you don't really want to be building Onimusha against Javelins anyway. So it means that you don't have a easy answer as well. Like, Spearman would make the most sense, actually. But then you just don't have anything to kill Jabs. So I kind of dig this Horseman idea more. God, this build is never not obnoxious, you know? Like, the Javelin build, to me... You watch it, and it kind of... Like, even just as a spectator, it makes you want to rip your hair out a little bit. Like, you respect the micro it takes, but at the same time... No unit should be able to be this effective at harassing with so little damage taken. The tricky part is it is very expensive, and it kind of requires continuous scaling. I think that's the trade-off. That's probably why it hasn't felt too broken. Like, actually, when this build first came in, it did look busted. I think everyone in chat can agree on that. Like, when this build was first leveraged, it looked imber as all hell. The players got very good at just kind of playing around it and not rushing to contest the timing. Like, it's going to have its power spikes. You just can't fight directly into it. Now, we don't have any Yorishiro dropping the TC, so these losses that are stacking up are going to be painful for Wham. He has at least got relics coming back to buffer him a little bit. Wham really just needs to get those horseman upgrades in. Veterancy's on the way. We have no blacksmith techs for them, though, so no melee tech. We are getting additional pit mines. Yeah, overall, like, things... they're weakening a little for Dumu, right? Like, he's getting economy advantages, but the Javelin count... You're seeing 31. Only 20 of them are here. This is, I think, fairly regular for Dumu. It's like... No, actually, he is actually tricking them. I was about to say, Dumu does have this history of holding troops back and then walking them across. He's a big fan of this idea of not leaving weaknesses in your reinforcement. But it actually is just the trickle of troops taking a very long time. Sofas have now arrived. It's going to make it tricky for the horseman. Yeah, he just doesn't have an answer to them. It almost feels like you want to say ignore the sofa. That feels like a recipe for death. It takes, what, 3 shots to kill the sofa? Actually, 4 from this many Yumi. It's kind of wild. Jabs overkilling Yumi. That's the tricky part, right? Like, you are a counter unit to them, but you just don't kill them fast. So, like, the thing that Dumu's trying to avoid is building something that Yumi can kill fast. So then the fact that you overkill them doesn't really hurt you as much. The problem that you're seeing is, like, if they're equal count, are you really ahead with Yumi? The answer is no, right? Like, you want to have more. The Zerg is how they win. So things are stabilizing a little, right? Is Dumu running out of food? I mean, never truly, right? You've got the cattle. Wait, what is that? Dumu? Dumu, where are the cows going? Wait. Huh? I've loaded them full of Semtex, boys. Send them in. All right, a bit of a misclick there. Oops. Don't worry, though. They are very tanky with the... Wait, did he send them back? No, they're still going. With their 24 HP. Whoa. Yo, what's up, Kamrov? Thank you for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Okay, so, guys, this is mind games. Wham's going to see the cows come in. He's not going to understand what it's about. He's going to immediately GG. Figured it out. Okay, so I'm curious. Do people actually like watching this javelin strategy, or are they kind of tired of it? Because one thing I was thinking about is, like, win or lose, it does so slowly. Like, there is always fighting, which is cool, I guess. But it's not just like this big wham, bam, thank you, ma'am type thing. It feels like this strategy takes a kajillion years to get a game outcome. All right, where are the cows? Did he send them back? I think he sent them home. False report. We are not conscripting the livestock, folks. We haven't even conscripted the children and the wives yet. Okay? Everyone knows in the Malian kingdom, the cows are the last thing that we conscript. They are holy and sacred. Technically that's Hindi, but we'll allow it. All right, so slow down here. We're going to go up to the 4x. And he's bringing rams this time, so he wants a bit of permanence. So the tricky part is you're going to be ramming into an area where things have already been tapped, right? The fishing's already gone. So you're not really taking anything now. You need to be tacking into the name base, if anything. Knights, woo, almost getting a freebie. Wow, with this type of space, actually, is built a decent number of amount of samurai. Up to 15. Yumi counting out at 52. Has got the Uma ban, and this is the thing, right? Like, before this fight, the reason why Dumu was edging an advantage is because of the fact you have to choose what part of your army you're going to buff. And he had, like, no amount of samurai, so that's not an option. But now you have the Daimyo level 2. You can afford to buff both Yumi and Uma. And notice what Wham done here, by the way. He went double Yumi, single Uma, because of what we said. If this guy dies, the other one buffs as well. So you get a 30%, a double buff on your ranged. Flash is going to come in, Mount Samurai. They front the forward side of the fight. Sofa's also committing from Dumu. Military is not great, but in this fight, it's good enough. He's going to leak through. Yeah, their backlines just aren't really getting touched is the problem. The issue for Wham is, like, for him to beat these javelins, he kind of feels like he needs his Mount Samurai to do it. Which means your Yumi have to help break that front line, doing practically no damage. Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of armor, right? 7 ranged armor into, what, 8.5 damage? You barely register. Wham. I think you can barely keep this up anymore. The javelins just look poised to overflow now. 49 to 21 archers. This is over. Yeah, I wonder, could Wham have deleted a Yumi there? It's really underrated, but if you force delete the Yumi and drop the bannerman, like we said, the banner on the ground plus the infantry one, that's going to double your damage buff. I haven't seen anyone leverage that, like actually press the button, but it's definitely worth it in those situations. Back up to the 4x speed, though. There's a lot of active gathering. It's going to move in to clear the outpost. Now, Wham has a lot of farms, but he just doesn't have the right unit. I don't know, I'm a bit hesitant to say that he can hold on much longer. I mean, his food income is barely higher than Dumu's. And on top of that, Dumu has gone for 2 TC. So he's scaling a worker lead. Has he added in the ranches yet? No, he's just eating the cow, but that could easily be next on the menu with this type of economy. Wow, now going into spears. I mean, raw necessity, right? What he's been building for the last 10 minutes hasn't worked. The javelins are overflowing. You can't really answer with mangoes either. Mangoes just won't be able to touch their targets because of the kiting. So spears does make a lot of sense. Horseman as well. I actually kind of dig this idea from Wham. Yeah, spear horse does solve the whole problem. The question now is where we have enough. I just look down at my son. He's absolutely covered in wafer biscuit. Just giving me a goofy look. And the answer to the question, can he scale Horseman Spearman quick enough? I think is going to be a no. If the fight was still in the center, maybe with a bit of tug of war and you gradually transition while hiding it, but you have to show everything you have, right? I mean, look what happens when you try to do it without showing the full comp. just get erased. Now we're reaching farms. That's going to shut down income. If you want to go full blob with spear plus cav, that's going to require food that he might not have. He has got the spoon emplacement, so that might be enough to actually force a reset for the moment from Dumu. I wonder if he could just peel a few javelins to build some rams, though. Maybe he doesn't even need it. Like, if he keeps the sofa flood up, you can burn these down. It's not a crazy camp right now. I think he is going to camp on this. Yeah, if this was just the outpost, probably not worth it. But the thing for Dumu is he understands this is idling farms. As he gets deeper and deeper, that's less and less food income. And Wham, you're already seeing it in the production queue. He just doesn't have the necessary resources to keep online anymore. Benny Boy is going to open this series up with a win. I swear Dumu secretly just loves this Javelineer build. Every time I see him do it on the ladder, I notice a creeping smile on his face. Okay, so G1, a win for Ben. Nicely done. Let's see where he's going to take us next. We are running out of time fast. I'm wondering if we're actually going to have enough time for the full series. I miscalculated, but we'll see what we can do. So G2, it's going to be Mongols versus Jean. Mongols have looked really, 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 really giga busted on this map, I want to say. Like a top 2 civ. Even like capable of sometimes getting wins over Knights Templar. So wait, Jean for Dumu. Let's see what we've got in mind though. And in we go. Game number 2, and Benny Boy already in the lead. But folks, it's the type of map that could even things up. Mongols have looked not only unstoppable on 4 lakes. An oppressive civ on this map. Jean may be the answer on land, but when you add in sea, the details get a bit muddied. Because the thing that I've been noticing quite frequently on this map is Mongols rushing into Age 4. Let's see what Dumu can do about it. So why are Mongols so good on 4 lakes? The reason, folks, lies in the spread of your economy. Spreading economy naturally enables Mongols because they can just target things that you can't defend. But where it really gets ugly is the Magadai play. The Magadai play has proven super effective for Mongol players in recent times when you play on these water maps. Because if you're building docks and building fisher boats, you're not building up outposts and land units quick enough to stop me hitting your tree line and your goal. Right, and your worker that stays out to build more docks. It's interesting, actually, because it's quite the development. It used to be that the reason why Mongols were really good on these type of maps was the Rax Rush. We are going to get that, but I love the fact that he enabled himself with a fishing first. He's already up to 4 fishing boats, mirroring what Dumu has. Dumu's getting ready for an age up, while Wham, is he getting ready to take out the dock? Let's find out. We're going to stick on the 4x speed just for the early game. Just because we are on a schedule here, I know that we've got B waiting in the grand finals for a showdown to see whether it's going to be up against Wham or Dumu. We don't want to miss that. I feel like Fast Imp is way better on deep water. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. 4 lakes, if you were to look at the history of 4 lakes, I think it's the map that's most likely to get you towards Imperial Age. Not to say you can't get cheesed out in 10 or 15 minutes, but you know, by 20 minutes, 25 minutes... most likely map where you're going to see people in Imp. Now, Dumu, he's going to be going for the Horseman opening. Oh, wow. Was he expecting Magadai? Yeah, I don't think he was anticipating spears here. And wow, he actually got a dog drop. Cheeky git. Okay, so we are now going to get the Horseman reaction. We'll stick the 4x. Spring Ship's going to be coming out. And spears are arriving. Yeah, this is not a kill for Dumu. Nicely done. Wham, contesting the pond. Just as Dumu had spread himself out as well. He went for the secondary pond already. So Archer ship's going to get contested. Demo ship's going to come out for the connect. And we'll be able to find it. No man the sails activated. So good trade there. Dumu able to protect himself. Meanwhile on land, Spearmen are starting to lose to the archers. But we do have a switch up into Keshiks on the way from Wham. Which entertains Ezra, as you may be able to hear. Did she not give you toys? Well, that's rude of his mummy. She gave him food, but he gobbled through the food so quickly, like now he just doesn't have a toy. Poor guy. Alright, so up to 4x. Dock does get cleared. Keshiks do charge in. Fishing, I mean, it's looking pretty good for Dumu. Wham now has to go back and set up his own fishing after a delay. So Dumu now has the lead, 13 fishing boats. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wham is sitting at... Wait, 17? Okay, I underrate Mongol's ability to just keep spamming. That's ridiculous. He actually has the fishing lead. Oh my god, the worker kills! Wham, with the drive-by. Able to gun down 6 workers, now up to a 10 eco lead, and this is crazy, man. I mean, Mongols, you have to attack. You can't be the defender, right? Dumu, I think the issue here is because he opened Horseman, he was too late into the Knight spam and just got caught off guard by this play. He might get caught off guard again. He's spamming now into Knights when Spears are coming out. Just really good overall timings by Wham. He did get cheeky trying to sneak back onto the pond. That's going to get blocked out. So we've at least got the macro game in. And like macro game is usually where Dumu can thrive. When it starts to become a longer, more drawn out affair where you're looking to eco up. My concern is, are you going to be able to eco up quicker than the Mongol eco? That is currently at 21 fishing boats compared to your 15. Yeah, it's interesting the way Wham played this as well. Like that ride by that we saw is usually done by a handful of Magadai. But this was a cool pivoted reaction. I mean, you kind of feel like you need to open Spears against Knights anyway, otherwise you get raided. And that forced Dumu to slow down his comp, right? After he began Horseman, he realized actually he needed Knights and Archers. He didn't have that like tempo timing where it's just raw Knights, send it into the base, and greed behind. Like so far, what Wham's done really well in this game is made Dumu wholly reactive to the plays. So back up to the 4x, we'll slow it down again as we approach some fights. Because we can see actually that Dumu is trying to age up. Yeah, Wham meanwhile is lobbing 19 spears. Outpost being set up now does indicate a switch in the strategy. And it is going to be a Royal Institute. Not many Knights to show for it, though, folks. Yeah, so Royal Institute, to me, sometimes feels weird on this map. The reason is that on 4 Lakes, you get a lot of income very fast. So like, the idea is you can actually skip out of Castle into Imperial Age quite fluidly. So I'm curious to see like what Dumu's overall strat is. Because to make this work, you have to envision you're attacking all the time. Wow. It's just going to split up, looking for clues at the Keshiks. Oh, that is sick. No, that is disgusting. Does he know? If Wham waits until a fight breaks out, he could do so much damage with this. That's disgusting. Wait, what? And he couldn't have timed it better. Gets the charge in. Idles the workers. There's a clash on the front side of the base that he knows there has to be a reaction to. What a wild move there. So idles out the tree line. A lot of idle time actually in general, right? 20 workers having to walk away. Doesn't get too many kills for it, but the idle time definitely matters. Especially seeing as he's teching, because what he was trying to do there, I think, is getting him to come back to the base. Dumu won't take the bait, though. Which means he's actually going to continue to suffer on the backside. Sends one Knight out to deal with this, but the Keshiks target down the workers. And I'm going to target across my chat and say big shout out to Polar Opposite. What a name. Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you and welcome back to Swarm. Wow, this lead's getting ridiculous. Guys, we're 14 minutes into the game. It's a 23 eco lead for Mongols. On land, it's 48 workers compared to 38. He's chipped 10 eco kills. The rest is in fishing. Yeah, this is fast in. Like, he's just going to send it. I mean, why not? He keeps raiding with the Keshiks. This is ridiculous. Every time Dumu should be attacking himself, he's stuck reacting to the backside of his base. And, like, Wham has the senses of an oracle. I swear. Like, the amount of times he snuck in at the perfect time. Like, those 2 Knights at the back, the earlier raid on the tree line, this raid here. It just keeps happening. And this is the thing about playing Keshiks. Like, when you force counter rotations, right, to react to these type of ganks, it's Knight on Knight. So, like, Dumu would have to outmaneuver you to body block your retreat. Otherwise, you always get away with it. Yes, that's right. You too. Oh my god, this spear blob is 43 spears! Come on. Crossbows as well? Wait, did Wham... Okay, that's kind of crazy. So Wham's going to back up now, and I think this is where you go imp, because he just showed up to that fight, And Dumu looks at it and goes, oh, wow, yeah, he's actually full on castle. I need to contest. So he'll like look to double down, right? By the time you realize something's off, your opponent can be on his merry way towards Imperial Age. Man, this is dirty. The interesting part is like, you're 88 eco. This is the weird thing about Cargonet sometimes. Like, does it look as valuable when you have this much income? It does, because the 4 lakes fishing is not forever when you do this. You can see he's actually exhausting the deep waters quite exuberantly. Like, you know, 2 of them are already down to basically 0. Needs time to replenish. Same on the other side. But that's what happens when you go 33 fishing boats in 2 ponds. Like, Dumu has actually got a long-term plan. He's 18 fishing boats between the 2. Problem is, something that players have started to identify a lot more recently is that burst timings are more valuable than long con. The idea that you can do a lot more in the next 3 minutes versus like having something 8 minutes from now. 8 minutes from now doesn't matter if the game is over in 3. So I'll keep using the 2 XP for the time being. And the first rotation's on the way. It's going to be the horse archers. Dimu's trying to rotate to punish this, but cannon emplacement's already in the way. You've got what? I think there's arrow slits on the forward, so not a big deal, but spear emplacements could also be set up. And we already have incendiary arrows, plus the elite tech skewed. Dumu wasting time on the front side is possibly the worst thing you'd be doing here, but doesn't have much of a choice. Sacred sites have been locked in temporarily, just not for long. Still got a few raiders sneaking by. And remember, there is Yam here, so the gap close is going to be vicious. Yeah, I mean, level 3 Jean, not really that potent against this many spears either. Level 4, a long way off. Spears won't give you much in the way of XP either. Cannon placements start to hit. Dumu gets the bad news, has to peel back. While he does that, the Keshik's going again from Wham. Okay, this is just ridiculous. There's no one guarding home, guys. Like, this is a fully unguarded economy. Wham just needs to go after workers instead of buildings, and he's good to go. Now, I do like the gambesons, by the way. It makes a lot of sense into the spears. Problem is, this is becoming less about spears now, with the crossbow comp being up to 20+, plus the fact your opponent's going to have all these Cargonet units. Yeah, I've got Jean being sneaky, or attempting to. Barely gets away with that. Peels off a few spears to chase. She's going to have a fun time. Backside, Keshik's been shut down. And this is the difference of like a Guildhall versus a Royal Institute, right? Like a Guildhall build, you probably actually have some resources to pull here to make attack. Now he has to win a fight, and a convincing fight at that. Like, you're an age behind. You can't just equally balance a fight and age up. You're nowhere near pop cap. 140 out of potential 200. Meanwhile, Wham, he's already there. This is going to be non-stop press. And the spear spam is real. Elite it up. Doing plenty of damage. Wait, I thought he had the army tactics queued. If he did, he cancelled it. But he's going to get melted through because of that. Yeah, so first wave fails him a little bit, but guys, there's like so many more spears and crossbows coming. And think about what this cost Dumu. This was with Royal Bloodline Knights. He practically lost all of them. So despite the fact it looks like a valiant and successful defense, the problem now comes in the second wave. And they are here. Elite Knight's going to charge in. That's going to bog down the archers. Arbitrary count only at 6. Dumu not going to be extending his lead up to 2. Now Wham with a swift strike back from across the seas of 4 lakes. Mongol fast imp 4 lakes. Don't ever say anything bad about this civ. They need buffs. No, they just need more 4 lake specs. Okay. So, even Stevens. Let's see where we're going next. Next up, we've got Relic River for IU versus Delhi. I'm sorry about the fast forward, guys. Like, I don't want us to be late for the grand finals, so we're probably going to have to do some more of that. Just because we've got potentially 3 more games. So Delhi, IU. Let's get to it. Yeah, buddy. Oh, Emma left me with more of his food. What's that? I'm going to give Ezra some food. All right, time to speed run this series. Into game number 3, Relic River is going to be our destination. Wham with the deli. A rarely seen pick at the moment in competitive, weirdly enough, it feels like. Iabid's response from Dumu. Interesting one. IU has this pretty powerful build with the Dervish opening. Curious if Dumu's going to be playing towards it. There's a few details that make it nice. The deer shove into the chain healing allows you to contest early Ghazi. Ghazi that Deli are almost always going for. Well, Relic River, usually a map that you're thinking about fishing. Neither side has gone for that just yet. I wonder if that'll come into play down the line. We're going to use the 4x speed just for the early game because, like I said, we have got to get ready for the grand finals. B is waiting right now. We want to zoom to catch up. No, these aren't live. Dumu always insists on playing his semis on Wednesdays, which is unfortunate. So we'd have the Loggy wing coming in. The Dervish play is really the go-to right now. The important thing is to lane the deer, and Wham's already done that. So you don't get that deer shove in. That's not easy food for free. You'd have to play out onto the map a bit, which is dangerous against Ghazi. Dumu arrives just in time to go, oh, that's already been dealt with. So Wham, stables plus archers. Pretty much your go-to. The whole idea here is you're expecting your opponent to potentially go into Desert Raiders. But we can see Dumu's going to make this a fast castle build. Likely, we could be looking at Growth Wing. I'm not crazy about these military wing reinforcement builds, especially against certain civs like Delhi. Could Industry be an option? Hasn't really been growing in popularity. Not even since they buffed it. And, ooh, okay, so he is going to go melee wing. What makes you want Desert Raider mass here, I'm wondering? Because Desert Raiders lose against elephants, right? So this turns into a mirror tech. I think it's just tempo. Like, we're 6.5 minutes into the game when he's triggered that tech up. So he knows that Sacred Sites haven't been locked in yet. His opponent can't mirror a tech up. He's just trying to exploit that fact. I mean, I'm going to have Ghazi marching in. A bit of poke raiding coming through. I think you want to try to be a little bit light here if you're Wham. Now that you can see it's an age up, right? He just confirmed that he dove, saw the House of Wisdom teching. He lighted out the gold, which is pretty good. Dumu has got enough to get 2 Lancers out, though. Which should be enough to get some map control. And I think for Wham, it's key now just to rush these Sacred Sites up and get that gold trickling in now. Yeah, so you'll at least get 1 rotation, probably 2 to 3, actually, before the decaps start to come through. He's even burning onto the mining camp to see if his opponent wants to just actually use this. And the Desert Raiders do spawn out, so he's going to run away. He could try to contest this Ghazi on Desert Raider, and there we go. Does go in. Needs that final wallop. Nicely microed there by Wham. Decent exchange, although admittedly your opponent paid nothing for it. Triple Sacred Site locked in. Dervishes are bringing the goodies home. The Ghazi from behind. Oh, that was uncomfortably close. Wham. Almost feeding over a bulk of Ghazi. At a point in the game where Dumu has no front line would have been huge. Now, the real front line is going to be on the way now for Dumu. He's got the first Camel Lancer queued up. Interesting part is that Wham isn't rushing Age, by the way. No, he's leading into this. I think he just wants to play Denial to full relics. Dervish is going to sneak 1 through, though. A little bit tricky to just actually stop that. Because believe it or not, these guys move at 1.22 movement speed. I know, it doesn't make sense. They're fast, even when carrying relics. Archers are now going to start showing up to try and contest a little bit. Back to the 2x speed. Just because this early raiding is easy to track. And Ghazi's at least going to keep Dumu once. But now with Lancers arriving, the spears could not have been timed more perfectly. Yeah, getting just in time to be annoying. Interesting. It feels like the type of game where Dumu might actually need archers to fix the problems. Kind of impressed with the way that Wham's actually sufficiently constricting his movements from an Age behind this early. No, instead Dumu is sticking to the Desert Raiders, actively spamming them. I'd be curious as to the thought process here. I've been noticing this more and more out of Iabid players. It almost just feels like a baiting detail to spam Desert Raiders. Like, there's games where it feels really good, right? And like, if you reach critical mass, you feel unstoppable on top of the world. But usually it's easier said than done. Spear's not the best answer in some ways, right? Because you can get kited. That's why Dumu is liking the Desert Raiders. He's just seeing loads of spears like, oh yeah, I can stay away from them. Usually archers is the better answer to Desert Raiders. Ghazi could have worked okay as well, but like the problem now is like with your opponent being an age ahead, rather, you don't want to be doing Ghazi. They just lose. And yeah, just to confirm for people, scholars do count towards the military bot. Another denial on the Wololo. Heroic Home though is not bad for Dumu. Wham still needs to age up. Cheeky wall attempt was blocked. It was a cool idea. It looks like we are going to be getting what, like a 3 or 4 relic game for the Dumu. Pretty good. Wham, meanwhile, has got double Sacred Sight, as this one's now getting decapped. House of Lightning's going to be on the way. And this is where things get tricky, guys. Do you remember what I said? Like, what the counter solution is to Desert Raider spam? So there's a few answers. Like, you know, you could play into Crossbow Standard with Pakes. That's static. You could be massing archers and just veteran them. That's a great answer. The other interesting one is Elephants. Now, Elephants isn't usually just a straight build them answer because the problem is Desert Raiders will just avoid you and the map's way too open. But down the line, that could prove to be the weakness for Dumu's comp, is that Desert Raiders get annihilated by Elephants. War Elephants, specifically. Because even though Desert Raiders do get bonus damage in the melee, the problem is you're walking into melee against like an AoE splash and a giant spearman attack on top. On a unit that just doesn't really have much HP. Wow, the Pro Scout. Just ensuring that he'll be able to stay in his base to try and play for that elephant timing. I like Dumu's positioning. He needs to try and constrict the food that is coming home. Otherwise, you will just see those aforementioned elephants. Homeblade's on the way. Is there a world in which Wham is considering, like, lancers? No, there we go. Elephants. I think maybe it was just instinctual to click Homeblades. I don't really know if you want it. It might be that he's suspicious that maybe Dumu switches into archers. But we're not seeing that at all. Does Elephant debuff Desert Raiders? No. But Desert Raiders don't debuff Elephants. So if you look at the debuff, it specifically says enemy horse cavalry units. So Elephants don't care. The 6 sides have been decapped. It is a 5 relic game. The one thing that scares me right now for Dumu is the military count. It's definitely against him. Wow, man. He is going elephants early. Yeah, because he's going full on attack. If you're playing defensive, I think you go like maybe 1 elephant and you just stockpile around it. He just thinks his military is big enough regardless. And he has a timing in mind here, right? Because I think Dumu understands the weakness he has. He's trying to cover it now with crossbows. But it's so early. There's already 2, soon to be 3 war elephants. Is this quick enough? I mean, wow, the timing definitely makes sense for it. Villagers get caught running out, trying to secure the berries. Dumu's biggest issue is probably going to be food here. He's got the deer, which is almost out. The berries as well. He has no food. Oh, my. Yeah, meanwhile, Wham just continues to take food options away with the Pro Scouts. Sneaks all the way around the back. Wham. Let's speed this up again, mate. We've got a grand finals to get to. We need to know if it's you or Dumu. I feel like Wham slowing down is better for Dumu, though. Like, there should be some urgency here. You did show the elephants. Your opponent is building crossbows. Maybe that was part of the strategy, so you could go archers instead. Because archers and crossbows, they will have the Pakes tech, but the problem is he hasn't actually prepped it. No, Pakes is one of the last things he wants to research here, surprisingly enough. Flash, getting ready to come on in here. The war elephants are going to get the fight, by the way. This is pretty important. 18 crossbows against 3 war elephants. It's okay. It's not crazy, though. Making it 4 war elephants. He pulls them back into the midline. That's important. The crossbows need to target fire, and they're not doing it right now. Dumu, in a bit of an A-click fiesta. Starting to lose out. Wham, maintaining the military lead. He starts to pull back the injured elephants. He's keeping the boys alive. Resurges them in again. The Desert Raiders. This is the big problem. They can't get around. A full surround would be an easy win, but he's just not getting it. Denies 2 of the war elephants, but loses full front line. It's now archers versus crossbows, and Wham has the edge there. Second wave also arriving. The Scholar Hill just to try and save the day, but he will lose the last of the Dumbos. However, Dumu with only 1 mango and 3 Springles against mass archers is not going to be a solid position to find yourself in. And on top of that, that means Dumu is now going to have to migrate the area which he needs most. The berry gathering on the ford. That was crazy from Wham. Sick Micro just elegantly using his archers as a meat shield to keep the war elephants up and functioning. And now it's going to be a roll down mid lane here. More troopers are on the way. He's going to be queuing up Ghazi. It's just full archer blob. He wants Dumu to answer the problem. And folks, while we have a moment, I think we're about to say goodbye to little old Ezra. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. That was appropriate because everyone who has to play against Delhi Elephants is crying like that baby right now. And I think Benny Boy is going to be crying from this one, a little bit sore from the spanking that Wham is ready to give him. We've got Lancer queued to follow this up, which is interesting. You'd think that Dumu would just answer Camel Lancers to beat both Lancers and Archers, but the problem is he just has no food income. No, there is one option he could have done, which is to sneak the south side together fishing, but it's just so risky. You don't know. Dumu, we do now have the mass farm transition. He's 11 deep. I just don't think he's got the time here. No, Wham dives in, finds more worker kills. That's now 15 eco kills so far this game. And the pump just continues. Other thing about just spamming archers so early and consistently is like it keeps you very lean on your food usage. Gives you a lot more runway because remember, you're mostly using wood. And I've got mass manganiques now, so dim up to 3, but the lance count I think is what scares me. He hasn't really shown it, right? Yeah, Dumu's getting the first preview of the lances. Remember, these are hone blade lances, so they actually hit a lot harder. We also finally have Pakes. Can we just discuss how insane it is that Wham won that fight without even going for the Pakes tech to have like the range advantage, right? Like, that's the funny thing, is if you think about the strategy that Wham employed, having Pakes be the second to last House of Learning tech is kind of weird. But yet, he made his weirdness work. I mean, we've talked a lot about Wham's tech choices on Delhi in the past. He has plenty of games where he forgets to actually queue them. But the impressive part is no matter what you question about his tech choices, he so often comes out with a win on this Civ. That's the more marvelous part to me. Wham. Lancer sneaking on the backside. I think Dumu's going to get stretched too thin here. Realizes what's happening, but at this stage, it's a 20 worker lead. And the problem is, like, he's got all these manganiques, but he can't protect the economy. And to make matters worse, like, the moment you get seen coming, the archers just walk away. So it's all good to threaten them, but, like, what does it count for when you can't protect what really matters? Woodworkers, farm workers down. A 30 villager lead, and I think I wouldn't blame Benny Boy for throwing in the towel on this one and just going next. This is the tricky part. Like, manganiques, when you've got walls up, great. When are the walls coming? Are the walls in the room with us right now? Will they ever exist in this game? Archers. See what I mean? Like, you can't actually hit them. He's at 6 manganiques, and they just feel completely worthless. It's just going to be a full backup from Wham. Men-at-Arms being queued up as well. The Lancers are getting ready to sneak in again. He has at least got some crossbows waiting for them this time. Triple Sacred Sire is counting down. We're 7 minutes away from a victory. We'll go back to the 4x speed. And yo, what's up, Senior Pokey? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Appreciate gifting. Remember, guys, you got subs, get them in. It's a fantastic way of supporting the channel directly. Allows us to do more of these. Maybe look to make Midweek Muster come back more in the future. Wait, Horseman Lancers again? Okay, come on. He steps up and gets punished for it. Now, Wham, he does have to show respect to this army. It's scary. That's a lot of Manjanique fire. And half of Wham's army is vulnerable to that. Also, the military lead is deceptive. 20 of this is actually scholars. Like, Dumu on raw military firepower is actually ahead. Lancers are going to keep raiding. So at this stage, like, Dumu's all in. But the problem with that is, like, you have to move with urgency. Otherwise, you keep losing economy at home, and then Wham can gradually pull ahead. Yeah, the Lancers. I mean, there's just nothing to shut them down. The home blaze is too good. More workers going down. Up to the 4x speed here, because it's going to be a slow siege. He's trying to... Wait. Is he actually trying to force an engagement on a landmark victory? He is. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, he is. Dumu, we knew he was all in. He's going for the landmark snipe. And with this many incendiary shots, it's very hard for any repairs to come through. Wham needs to come home. His raiders are returning now. He's got a keep drop on the north side. Really needed that in front of the siege. Villagers are going to be pulled for repair. And it looks like the Sultan... Wait, what? He backs up. I think it's because he sees the backstab coming. He doesn't want to get sandwiched. I think that's happening like it or lump it, though. Oh, my God. I can't believe he didn't commit. Well, I thought Dumu with, like, this many mangonel shots wouldn't have worried about the villagers, right? Because he'll slowly kill them. Maybe he felt that textiles was enough of a difference maker that he wouldn't kill them fast enough. Now second keep. Oh, my... No, come on. Wham. He's closing this out. Dumu's all in. It's going to come to a fail. Yeah, it's just too many troops split up now. And the Ghazi raiding for free, man. Full on the siege line. Dumu just has no counter to the light cav. And no solution here. Canada is going to raise that flag just a little bit higher. And if they pull on it one more time, they'll be securing another slot in a midweek muster finals. Okay. So, Wham now building the lead up. One to two games left. And then we get into the B final. Next up, we've got Dry Arabia, Rus versus HRE. Don't want to talk about the HRE. There's a game that just went up on YouTube that you guys should definitely all watch if you haven't. Between Numidan and Dumu. That says everything I feel about HRE right now. %, faster villager production means 16 village seconds. I talked about it a long time ago. The way they do maths is confusing. Because it's based on whether you're calculating math up or math down, right? Alright. One and all, if you watch our YouTube channel, Dumu HRE makes you want to weep and cry. There's some interesting, funky recordings recently up on that channel. Most notably, the Numidan game, which was a deciding game, if I remember correctly. And we could have that happen again here. 2-1 storyline. Wham is leading. Dumu goes to HRE to try and make his Valiant last time. Getting the 4x speed for the early game. And Rus versus HRE is tricky, man. With this Dark Age spear opening... It's an interesting one. You don't really have any target into the base like the Gold Vein. You can at least lay the deer. And I'm wondering if maybe the strategy here for Dumu is to shove his deer into his base. Oh. Well, that's not going to be happening. So, a little bit tricky, right? I think... How does HRE win this? This is an interesting matchup because the way it used to work is actually Rus was solid as a counter to HRE when they were most dominant. Because of the 2TC meta, if you guys remember. What Rus would do is they build 2TC... and they'd send out 2 or 3 villagers to palisade wall all of these relics. It's a bit different now, though. We don't see 2TC. We don't see those relic rushes with villagers. Instead, what we're seeing more commonly is Rus react to the aggro to enable pro scouts. I think that's what we're going to see here. Repair squad try and do their best. He's going to pull another villager. Sick micro by Wham here, actually. Min-maxes it to keep the hunting cabin up. And Dumu... Am I seeing that right? We've got a men-at-arms already from Dumu. This early against Pro Scout Archer. How intriguing. You don't often see that. I mean, I get the idea, right? You layer 1 men-at-arms in with the spears. Your archers from Wham need to target fire correctly, or oops. It's a bold move. I started to wonder if it maybe was a misclick. A little bit rough, though. We've got him going farms already against Pro Scouts. Yeah, so this is like, okay, we started with tempo control, and now we're not going to have any. Archers and spears are spamming up for Wham. Dumu is only now adding in more spears plus farms. And this matchup is tricky. I don't know, like, Age Story has definitely been crippled. I don't think they're as strong as they were. Roos has remained consistent across the board, I think. Roos is probably going to remain top 2 ban for like the next several months easily. And yeah, the first men-at-arms reveals. Takes a while to kill, but does get brought down. Hews up another one. And it looks like Dumu is maybe thinking about Castle Age. But the problem is Wham's doing that as well. And when you look at these two civs, you've got to ask which one gets more value straight away. Horse Archers is really hard to argue with. Now, I like the idea that Dumu's adding in more archers, but my problem now is, like, can you force Wham to commit? Okay, you can. Ooh. Okay. Dumu might be cooking. We are going to get Wham striking first, though, so denies the deer. And he has got the Pro Scouts coming in behind this, right? No, actually, instead, he's just getting encircled. Dumu, come around the back. I mean, the funny thing is, like, you're seeing the type of raids from archers that you expect out of the March and Drill Civ. Workers getting sniped here. Wham, what a great aggressive opening. And Pro Scouts take them on the other side. Now, this is something I want to praise for Wham in this series, by the way. Wham is playing very aggressively. You guys notice that? Not something I feel like we, used to see. I think Wham, he didn't want to admit it, but he was maybe a little bit more of a defensive player. He's really stepping up in the aggro. Like, actually, this series overall, I feel like Wham has been trying to be aggressive. That doesn't mean he's not being greedy. Yeah, we've got Fast Castle coming in. Well, semi-fast castle, I guess you could call it here. High trade house on the way. And Dumu maybe feels a bit baited at this stage. I mean, building archers and a horse archers isn't terrible if you can get the scale right. And he definitely has the wood income to do so if need be with the buffed gathering rate. But the knights have been cutting him down. Yeah, it's forced him to transition into spears quite abruptly. And Wham. I wonder, is it even going to be horse archers at all? Could he just play archers plus knights? I mean, the horse archers are nice to raid. Whoa, we'll slow that down as they dive in. An ambitious move coming in from Dumu. The wooden fortresses make this so hard, guys. Like, it could have been a lot worse, actually, for Dumu if there had been the castle turrets. Yeah, like, normally when I'm looking at Roos, if I'm trying to calculate their probability of survival in a castle transition, if I look across at this tree line and see that they've got a wooden fortress up, I increase their probability by, like, 30% at least. It's so obnoxious to dive early on. And, well, in particular in this game, because Dumu's just got mass archers, he doesn't have a way of clearing it. Wow. What's the high trade house? 125 gold. Other awkward thing is, like, Dumu's feeling the pressure now, because if you don't rush the age up, you lose all relics, so you lose all credence on regnants. The knights, they have been vetted up. Spearman are at least arrived to slow this down. Wham is urgently trying to break out to enable this relic time we just mentioned. Dumu's actually doing a decent job of keeping him contained. The problem is Dumu can't keep him contained and also stop Pro Scouts. That's just a stretch too thin. He's going to try, though. So why is Dumu willing to dive to the backside like this? In fairness, he's playing a Civ that can break away if things go bad with March draws. And Wham, wow, he takes advantage of this to cut reinforcements. Regnant's now on the way. Dumu, he's going to have to rush home, isn't he? Yeah. Which opens up the map now. Wham is, funnily enough, going men-at-arms. I thought he'd now be going for the monastery timing. And there it is. Yeah, so monks on the agenda. Dumu now needs to sneak out and get relics when there's knights now rotating around the map. That's the tricky part. Post is going to garrison early. It looks like the Pro Scouts over here has been re-enabled. Wham still has 3 scouts to work with. Man, I don't know. I kind of feel rough for Dumu. I feel like he played this really well, but now the relics is against him a little because of map control. So he needs to get back out towards them, right? I mean, looking at the split, we've got 1, 2, 3. Wait, are we missing a relic? Or am I blind? Oh, no, it's hidden on the troops. Yeah, so this is like the high-value area. I think if Dumu just leans west side, he could probably get a free relic Regnitz game going, which would be huge for him here. One concern is that this knight count is getting quite high, though. And Dumu has not prioritized veterancy on spears, understandably so. Like, the archers are kind of key here, right? Which is why he's leaning into it. Oh, wow, no diving into the main. Dumu, uh-oh. That's going to be out of time on the farms. Tree line could also get hit here. Luckily for Dumu, I don't think Wham could quite see in and see that tree line, so he didn't dive it. Yeah, I've got archers guarding against the prelate sneaking out. Relic split so far is 1-1. Dumu. Speed up again. Whoop. A little bit too much. I feel like there's clash coming here. I mean, Wham would benefit a lot from getting ranged armor too. Hasn't queued it up yet. Dumu's going to be rushing the ranged damage too, though. But it's kind of coming at a cost, right? Like, look at the archer count. I'm actually impressed by Wham. I thought we were going to be seeing horse archers, but his read is correct here. Horse archers would have kind of killed him in the direct fight. And this is a difference. Like any other civ, the marching drills not being there, you could probably just outmobilize with horse archers and raid them to death. It's very, very difficult against HRE archers to do that. And we have at least Dumu trying to answer the knights directly now at range. Micro? Whoa! Where are we going? Not the ideal route home. That's going to be -3 knights. But my god, was it worth it. 4-1 relic. I mean, that is the jackpot. What more do you really need than that? So Dumu at this stage is completely outgolded. It's 133 gold plus the 4 relics, which ends up being in total like what, 450-ish gold a minute. Dumu, is he rushing Imperial? I think he is. He's thinking about it. Probably ill-advised. Your opponent's still investing heavily, and we've got a horseman switch. Sacred Size also being decapped, going to be locked in favor of Wham. And I'm starting to think we could easily be seeing a Wham versus B grand finals here. Unless Dumu can strike in soon. I mean, he has, in fairness to him, his farm count isn't bad, right? He's sitting at 17. It's going to come down to this clash. And who's cleaner? Archer count still favors Wham. Boys Fortitude is on the way. Horseman spam begins. And he's committing, Dumu. Wow, he's not shy. He's not backing down, but the concern here is he just sacrificed a lot of the spears on the front side. The knights didn't even commit yet. No, they're committing into your base. Hold up. He's in. Crossbows get caught early. Spearmen are going to be there to try and shut him down. The full army has to retreat. Now, the staggered retreat is going to be good for him with the marching drills, but the horsemen are starting to arrive on the front side as well. And that's frustrating the reinforcements back here. Yeah, like the crossbows just get cut down. Not ideal. He needs more spearmen to defend this. The boys' fortitude not even in yet. And despite it not being there, the knights are carrying in their own weight in gold. On the front side, Wham's main army is about to arrive. We've also got knights on the tree line. Dumu, he gets struck at 3 different locations and doesn't notice it. Only handles the 2, and I use the word handle loosely. The health bars on these knights is absurd. Most of them almost dead, but just milking those kills as new units produce. Wham now with a healthy 20+ military lead. Almost all the army in the base. More horsemen coming. Out of time force. Dumu, basically half his economy not working. What a stripe. I can't believe that, man. You know, Dumu with that charge forward, I said I wasn't sure about his chances. He was convincing me that posturing was the correct call. But Wham done a great job of sneaking in with the knights, and he's doing it again. Onto the gold he goes. Spearmen are going to clean him up now, but that's more worker losses. And this is getting out of control. Archers are just going to camp on the farms. That's going to shut down Dumu's income, thus his ability to produce new units. Horsemen body blocking the villagers. What is that pathing? That is some of the most heinous pathing I think I've seen in AoE before. The tree and the amount of times they ring-a-rosied around it. Wow. Hey, it looks like he's losing this fight, guys, but... Oh, no. Oh, those are the worst kind of fights when you're sitting there going, yo, I'm winning this. I'm doing it. I can beat him. And then all of a sudden, wave number 2 arrives. And it's going to be a wave goodbye to Dumu. He will not make it into the grand finals. Once again, denied that sweet, sweet victory in KPMM. The finals will be Wham versus B. All right. G, Mr. G. So, let me check. We should have a draft underway. And we can now get into our live grand finals, which is going to be Wham versus B. Oh, and good timing as well. We probably actually didn't need to speed up that much. Sorry, guys. I don't really look at the times. So I thought we didn't really have as much time. So I was playing it safe. Better safe than sorry. But means we get to catch the draft live. So let me just reset matchup. Set this to BO7. And remember, we are going to start on Frisian. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm just double checking things in the background. Make sure we're good. So... Oh, I should actually update the midweek muster chart as well, shouldn't I? Let me do that quickly. So yeah, reminder, if you just tuned in, we've had B versus Anatan, we've had Wham versus Dumu. It was a 3-1 in both cases. Commiserations to Anatan, actually. That one game that he was able to pull back, look, it's pretty sick the way he done it. I'm also just going to list Dumu versus Wham 01. I might do a full series upload there. I don't know if people like the fast forward, but we'll see. Oh, by the way, guys, I have got something. I think we'll probably look to announce it on Monday. We've got something special brewing. Partnership we're doing for a little bit. I'm quite excited about it, actually. I've been setting up things in the background. I'm just not going to spoil it yet. I want to, like, reveal it properly. But here you go. Here's the results. Am I using screen filters? Yes. So I alter the vibrancies of colors slightly inside OBS. You can replicate something similar with either NVIDIA or AMD software. Both of the like platforms, like the control panel or Radeon's or AMD's, not Radeon, the Adrenaline software will have options in there, so you can alter your color profiles. So it's possible to do yourself. So I'll talk more about that 03 probably in the coming days or so. No, we haven't got an official announcement yet, so stay tuned. We need to lock in certain details. But yes, we should have KPMM coming back. There's discussions on whether we're going to call it KPMM or something else, just because apparently some people struggle with KPMM. Someone was dented enough to keep calling it mustard. Not sure how, but that's one detail. There's also confirmation of budgeting, formatting, etc., and start dates, etc. So like nothing is locked in yet, basically. Draft's complete. So reminder, by the way, the way this draft works is that players are going to not redraft anymore. So you're going to work your way through the draft until you're at the end. I.e., by the time you reach Game 6, once you reach Game 6 and Game 7, you are allowed to... Oh my god, I keep hitting that. You are allowed to use civs that you lost with, specifically. You can't use ones that you won with, but that has a very interesting dynamic. Like, for example... Let's say B and Wham opened up with Rus versus China. Those are very powerful picks. But let's say we open up and Rus loses. Well, now towards the tail end of the draft, when Wham is using very weak civs, B could go in for a broken civ, right? He'd go back for the Rus. Yeah, there's some interesting swings in long series now. And it very much changes the way you approach the draft as a player as well, compared to the previous versions. Yes, so KP. Oh, I think we were thinking like maybe something like Open Cup is clearer to people. Like we could stick with KPMM. Like Open Cup sounds kind of cool as well. K-pop. Very good for the K-pop fans. Oh yeah, what's the top fans thing on YouTube? Is that for people that like they've watched, or is that because they've like spent money? Ah, yeah, send super chats, live messages, etc. Gotcha. Midweek mustard, no problem. I mean, or people could learn what mustard. I don't know. To me, like calling it midweek mustard made sense in my brain because like the idea is if you look at what muster is, when you muster out, it's like you sally forth type thing, right? So mustering is like rally. So my thought is like it's like midweek rally, but it's MM. So like it matches the I can't remember what the term is when it matches the front letters, but it's like the way it rolls off the tongue. But like apparently there's a bunch of people that got confused about what muster was. And I'm like, huh? Really? I thought it was obvious what a muster is. English man posturing English words. Your entire language is based on our English. Chill. I'm sorry, I forgot. Philsberg is one of the people that says he speaks American. And we facepalm every time. Muster isn't a very well-known word. I would agree with you usually, except the fact that we are a historical game, and I feel like it's more of a historical term. It's not a modern term, right? But it's like more in old times. Like we literally have like, isn't it called Muster the Nobles? And what's up, Philly? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Yeah, like legit, like it's even in the game now, actually. Like obviously we started this beforehand, but literally it's in the game. So once Lancaster came along, there was no excuse. I guess the only thing is like, do we then just I don't know. Like if we kept the name the same and it's KPMM, do we just call it KPMM 2 and then 1 and then KPMM 2 2, KPMM 2 3? That's confusing. So like alternatively, do you then just go KPMM 31, 32, 33? Would that then be kind of confusing for people versus just giving it a different name? KPMC, yeah. So it's like to Choom's point, you'd basically, it would be like this then. S2 #1, KPMM S2 #2. That's going to get confusing, right? There you go. Thank you, Tony. He's from Mexico and he knew what muster was. And they don't speak English as a first language usually. But he knew. First time chatter as well. See, this is the thing. This is why you got to have these very important discussions. This is what brings people out. To talk about the important things. But the boys are setting up lobby now. I can confirm game number 1. We are going to be looking at Marlians versus Shushi for Frisian. Isn't this a bit rough for Shushi on this map? Because I don't really think you can all in Marlians, right? They just have a very tight spawn. Why KT is getting banned? Quite a lot of people like to try and use Knights Templar on Frisian. But outside of that, remember, on our rotation this week, we haven't been seeing it. We will see it in the finals here. Socotra was being banned Socotra was being banned quite consistently. I don't know if there's a thought that Knights Templar are good there. But outside that, Four Lakes is in rotation. So Four Lakes, Frisian, it's enough reason that Knights Templar feels pretty good. KP's midweek melee. KPMM 30. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, but if we continued on with like KPMM 31, 32, 33, I don't know if that like makes it more epic that we get the count so high eventually, or if it makes it less impressive. You know what I mean? KP's most honorable hullabaloo. Oh, God. I do kind of like the idea of, like, Killer Pigeons Open Cup. Just call it K-Pop, you know? It's kind of quirky. All right, boys should be starting their lobby now. Let me go ahead and we'll open it up. They should have the 5-minute delay. I think also in the next tournament, we're able to update that to be a 2-minute delay instead. Oh my god, dude. The amount of pings I'm getting in the background where everyone wants me right now. Needs me. They can all wait. You guys are more important. Killer Pigeon's open pub. You're trying too hard now. I don't know. It's probably between midweek muster and open cup. Probably. Unless I come up with something else. Yeah, like I said, it's just whether it feels epic to have, like, you know, we've reached 100 of these sort of thing. But like I said, like, nothing's been confirmed yet fully. We're figuring out details. You know, we need to figure out prize pooling. We need to figure out formatting, scheduling, etc. So I'd say curb your expectations currently. We don't have anything to announce yet. Something more appealing for any player. What do you mean? See, what we're learning here is just muster is not a French word, and it outrages Jim. He's like, you should call it Killer Pigeons Open Palais. Oui, oui. Oh, you mean like if you... Yeah, but like if you do Open Cup, I think that does it, right? Open Weeklies just sounds really... kapow. That's literally kapow. But I don't know. I think like Open Week, like Killer Pigeons Open Weeklies versus Killer Pigeons Open Cup. Like Open Weeklies, I don't really feel like explains what it is as much as Open Cup, maybe. Anyone else feel that way? At least in my brain. Weekly Cup? Maybe. Yeah, but then that's Kapuk. Kapuk is the most underwhelming acronym of all the options we've had. No? I feel like it's the most underwhelming of the options. ESO did a great job with Geo4. Wait, what was Geo4? I don't even know what Geo4 was. What did it even stand for? Oh, the Go 4 Cup. Should I know what that was? I don't know. Weekly sound like they're closed? Maybe. Okay, you know what an interesting one is? How many people know what ESL stands for, by the way? I always find that like most people don't even remember what ESL stands for anymore. Because you never call them by their full thing. Like, I think PGL was Pro Gaming League. But it's actually Electronic Sports League. It's just one of those things that eventually just became known by its acronym. Let's get predictions up, though. We're hopping into game number 1. All right. Wait. I didn't hit record, did I? Whoops. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We approached the tippity top end of the midweek muster. That's right. It's almost done. Week number 29, grand finals time, and we got B going up against Wham in a best of 7 to make a mark at the very end of our format. A format that is currently in talks for renewal. We'll have to see how those go. It may be that these are the last titles you can claim. Maybe the money's going to go somewhere else to something else. So you got to make the best of what remains. We've got Wham in the blue, who has been on a run, a blitzer, annihilating people at the end of the midweek muster circuit. Back to back to back wins. And then there's B, the most decorated player in the history of midweek muster. And it ain't even close anymore. This guy has got 8 titles under his belt. Wham, by comparison, is sitting pretty at 4. He can at least make it a respectable 6 to finish off. But he needs to finish off B here and then win next week as well. We kick off on Frisian Marshes with a Sushi versus Malian showdown of all things. Sushi, an interesting choice. I think they've looked decent on this map more recently, but the Malian pick maybe is something less expected. I feel like it's been a bit more discovered ever since Frisian got reworked. Yeah, it's a very different looking Frisian now. And yeah, I still don't know, like, if we do, like, what we would call it. I'm still on the fence on whether we, like, resume and continue the KPMM name or give it a new name format. Part of me does like the idea of being able to eventually scale KPMM to have, like, 200 editions, you know? But there probably is more open and obvious names. So, what is going to be the game plan here? Wham! When you're playing against Sushi, you feel pretty good about the idea of just scaling Javelin Donzo is pretty standard, right? Like, B, don't really want to be rushing Chuk into jabs. That feels like a recipe for disaster. This is a recipe for success, though. B is going to be cooking a big berry pie. Yep, 72 food. It's got the 25 gold and then about, 10 wood in range? So a pretty respectable meditation garden for Frisian Marshes. Yeah, and something that can be more consistent as well. Like, Sushi, I think something that pushed people towards liking them on this map is the reliability of the spawn. You're talking about a map where your resources have to spawn forward because the tree lines are behind, which tends to lead to situations where the berries and the gold and the stones can overlap. Like here alone, right? You'd have like small tree line plus double stone and gold. The backup option, not so good here, but quite often, you know, you can also see double berry and gold here as well. We just keep KPMM to keep people talking about. That was part of my thought, is like we built the branding around it. It's just a trade-off of whether like rebranding to something like Open Cup sees a bigger uptick and understanding for people versus like the legacy that's been built. I don't know, we'll figure it out. We got loads of things to figure out. Like, I'm wondering about changing the format as well, but I don't want to spoil too much. Let's just say there's a lot of things on the table that are being crafted and considered with KPMM and what the future of the format looks like. Why is it every time I say future, I feel like Squidward? Future! Okay, no, I'm not going to continue that. Now, I'm hoping we're going to get a competitive series here, by the way, because Wham last week kind of done something horrible to my average stream length. Did you guys remember what happened when we had Louis versus Wham? A series that should have been an epic tale, a back and forth that would last 7 games. It lasted 4. Wham speed ran one of the most scary players in Age of Empires 4 out of the midweek muster. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it against B. We have got pro scouts on the menu. To be expected, and mirrored as well. B, he's already ready to pull the trigger himself. Just needs to get the last drop of gold and wood. So yeah, the wood's the one lacking. So he's going to start prepping the scouts early. Interesting as well. This is quite greedy from B. Yeah, going scout opener instead of spear opening against Malian scouts. Remember, Malian scouts, the warrior scout factor makes them better. But I think for B, the mentality here is with supervision, he doesn't care. You just spam these guys out every 9 seconds. Meanwhile, your opponent, it's going to take him 14. Yeah, 14 is kind of crazy, but the reason is you have to remember a while ago, they buffed Malian's production speed. They produce their scouts every 14 compared to other civs at 23 seconds. This is why Malians has remained a very good pro scouting civ, and in particular, a very good anti-pro scouting civ. Looks like they are going to contest Central Deer first. Important thing to keep in mind here, by the way, there's actually not that much deer on this map. There's 20 deer. Despite the icons, these are 5 stack deers, not 7. So compared to a standard map, you're missing out on an extra 8 deer. What was the predictions like from you guys, by the way? Ooh, 58% B, so pretty tight. Slightly. Horseman now being produced, so B. Interesting. You'd think Spears here. But you know what he's trying to do, guys? He's trying to force Wham into Spears so he can counter with Chuganu. It's an interesting idea. It makes sense as well. Like, you don't want to be going down the route where you're thinking about things like Palace Guard or Spears yourself. I just don't think that really hits against Malians. Opens the door for Farimba as well. We have got some shenanigans with the scout. Wham. He's going to get baited and killed. Well played by B. And we already now have Donzos on the way. The Pro Scouts begins to drag back from the center. We've got Horsemen intercepting the additional scouts. Wham's timing has been quite staggered by this. I'm impressed with B's opening. And there's the Chuganu. And remember what we said about B? We noticed it in the Anatan series. He's most threatening in the first 10 to 15 minutes. I think that's a statement that's going to hold true against Wham as well. Even though we saw Wham playing a lot more aggressive against Dumu, I think that's a stylistic matchup. And what I mean by that is Dumu isn't your all-in Vortexy type player. He does have some builds where he tries to just keep aggroing. But I would say usually when we see Dumu do that, he's very committed to a certain direction. Whereas B is what I would describe as a more fluid aggro player. It's not all preordained. He actually reacts consistently in the moment. Like, sometimes I just get into a game like, did B plan any of this ahead of time? And he is going to reveal the Chug now. Love that. He rotates around the back of the Donzos. They're at the base. And remember, these aren't horsemen. You don't have horsemen. You have to build jabs. Dives in with the Warrior Scouts. That does commit the Horsemen to standing still, so the Donzos catch up. Repeated crossbows are going to make it worthwhile. So they snipe out the Donzos. Horsemen are still up, and to make matters worse, what you've got to remember right now is that Wham is using his resource gathering tool to fight. These Warrior Scouts are meant to be bringing deer home. An ugly position to be in. At this stage, the Pro Scouts really hasn't felt worth it. Indeed, just elegant execution from the other game. The Chugnu production is going to continue. So at this stage, I think he's kind of committed to just Chug Horseman to shut down Donzo Jab. Which works when you catch it super early. It's only a little bit tricky once you reach the enemy base, because obviously they can just hide from you diving. And Chug aren't exactly renowned for their fast diving speed anyway. Are you guys talking about competitive performances in S-tier tournaments? Without even checking stats, would expect Wham to be favored against B based on like tournament performance in the last year or so. Not necessarily direct matchups, but just if you look at overall performance, Wham has been making deeper runs. I think the interesting part is that B has remained insanely powerful in the midweek musters, but has not looked great in S-tier tournament. Well, he doesn't look great. He hasn't looked phenomenal, right? Making top 16 is pretty good. Making top like 10 is great. He just hasn't had those deep runs you'd expect out of someone who's been so dominant in these weeklies. Chug. How going to start sniping down Donzo? I don't know how Javelin ended up there either. Horsemen get found. Beast Micro has been pretty impeccable. And oh my god, the text war. No one's reading that. You're going to have to TLDR that hard. TLDR is, Wham pretty good. So has Wham got any upside right now? He's eating cow, so that's costing him to do. He's not building into ranches. He did get that one Pro Scout stack, but the rest is being snatched away. This is a 3-to-1 deer split, which means B has a pretty amount of runway to work with here. Probably going to want to look to scale up eventually anyway. I'm not sure if you want to go all in, because like eventually the jabs scale against the Chug, and you offer up Farimba to your opponent. But maybe B feels like because of the lack of deer that gotten home, Wham is going to be starved. It's never really that true with Malians because of the fact they can eat the cow that they produce. But it would slow them down in other ways. Awesome. Ooh. Wraps around the Donzo. Fearless commitment by B, actually. Chug are in range now. Just trying to target fire down whatever he can. The scouts are going to frontline for the time being. They're going to be a dead investment. They don't have anything else to do. I think for B, maybe the thing that's missing here is actually just a ram timing. He has got Steel Dagger into Undermesh. Steel Dagger is really important in the Javelin trade-out. Javelins have free armor by default. So he was doubling his damage by going for that tech, which is why he dove. Are you back to scout meta? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You think we ever left the scout meta? Honey, we've been here all along. Yeah, the scout meta never really left us, folks. It's been a consistent anchor point for quite some time. I think now is where you probably consider aging up as Shushi. Wham starting to stockpile as well. I wonder if you let him have too many javelins. There is an interesting build in mind here for B down the line. Oh, wow, he's committing fully, actually. I was going to say, like, once you go up to, like, 20 horsemen, Castle Age is surprisingly effective for Shushi. And you just vet the horsemen in a rush. But no, we have got rams. So looking for that permanence of damage, which makes sense. Like, your opponent's gathering on the forward side. He's got the pit mine set up. There's plenty of targets here. We said that Malians could be good on this map because of just how nicely they are able to anchor in the corner. But it does mean that all your things that are vital to you are on the front side of your base, right? Ram's now being built up in Stealth Forest. Wham does see it. So knows what he's up against here. Does he recommit? Because you can see he's thinking about an age up. Yeah, the Farimba's got to be looking mighty tempting here. I mean, just getting the Javelineers. It's going to make you feel untouched, right? It's not like the veterancies take very long. So I guess I'm just going to be that guilty party whispering in your ear. Do it. Yeah, it just feels like it's too good to resist. Both of these civs are like that, actually, with the veterancy timings. Like, actually, Shushi's even quicker than Malians. And it's going to be triple ram now. B needs to move with urgency there, though. I think at this stage, do you not... Yeah, you just keep committing. I don't think you save anything for attack up. This either wins you the game or loses you the game. Like, at this stage, you're too deep. If you drain the army, there's maybe a world in which you like still tech for veterancy on horsemen. But this is his go time. Wham. He was getting ready to pull the trigger on an age up. Ram's going to start moving in. Clearing the way. Head straight for the pit mine. The horsemen going to dive past. The Donzo's being held far in reserve here. Wham. He's going to struggle to find the space to get a tech up here. Sheik now committing in. Horsemen are just going to back off. And it looks like he's taking out the pit mine. House is next to be targeted. Wham is going to get pop-locked by this, folks. He needs to build more houses now. Sooner rather than late. He hasn't built enough. Farimba is on the way, though. He feels like this is the space he needs. B was not willing to go all the way. Okay, so Rams, they're going to keep addressing the housing. That's something that Wham has to keep fixing. But B's not saving up, folks. Has Wham's army been inflated enough to win? It's decent, it's not crazy. I'm still a little bit worried for him about the horseman count. And if he allows the Duke to trade out there, that's the biggest problem. Like, if it turns into just horseman versus Jav, I think these Jav are going to take way too long killing individual horsemen. With nowhere to run. Let's see. B. Line formation moves in. Horseman A-click. He's not even pulling them back right now. No, the Donzos are the ones that start retreating. And the horsemen are melting. Mansa Javelineer upgrade is in. Wham. He hasn't actually committed the gold, though. There's no veterancies coming in. This army is full feudal. B. He lost sight of it. The Javelin's not that tanky. The Duke dive on through. Full idle eco. And Wham has got nowhere to run. This is the weakness of Javelineers. They can kite for days, but when they have to protect something, kiting doesn't make sense. What are you going to do? Run away? Let the villagers die? Right now, Wham is running circles around his base with over half of his economy. And there's more where that came from. Rams are targeting down the archery ranges. More horsemen and archers are flooding in. And the villagers, the Malians, are running into the waiting arms of the reinforcements. There's no way out. He's full suffocated. No food income, guaranteeing the Javelineers will be going extinct in game number 1. What a timing by B. Wham, he's trying to basically just trade across his gold into food to get a few more javelins out. But the problem is you're seeing B's just not running out of food. He's moved out onto the fishing now. There was a gap temporarily, but that's now been fixed. Villagers are going to try to address the Rams, but not before the pit mine's removed. Housing's kind of redundant. He's got way too much of it now compared to the villager count. But Wham has been reduced down to 0 military. Man, do not fear the Farimba timing. Apparently, it is possible to all-in feudal them. What a game by B. And it played to exactly the script we talked about. He's most difficult to deal with in the first 10 to 15 minutes. He started to strike in just before that 15-minute mark, and he never really let up. That's why he's going to be opening this series with a win. Kind of crazy as well, because like I don't know. I think B maybe looked a little bit weaker last week compared to this week. But outside that, it just shows how playstyles matter, right? We talked about the fact that Wham was able to sweep aside people like Dumu. He can sweep aside Anatan reasonably well. He was able to beat Louis MT4-0. But then you change the play, you change the playstyle, you change the outcome drastically. It's something that kind of gets slept on because we usually talk about Marine Lord being best and then Beastie and all this crap. But within that, there is an idea that playstyle matters most when you get to the upper echelon. It really can be the difference maker. It definitely has been in this game number 1. Well played, B. First game on the board. Nice execution on the Shushi. Overall, really solid timing. No way to come back without Farimba in this position. Yeah, like, I mean, you can't Fulani with nothing, right? So you kind of have to Farimba. But the horseman detail was pretty smart. I think the problem is, like, you get stuck half committing to the age up, half committing to the army increase. And it just leads to this situation where, like, you're just giving your opponent the ability to vomit horsemen. And the horsemen, like, the craziest part to me is I would understand Wham being shocked by what B done there. Like, he full-on just divide A-clicked his mass horsemen into Donzos. And what Wham expected to happen is that his opponent was going to pull away and he'd pull away his Donzo because that's the nature of things. He didn't. The reason why Wham committed to that fight against Wham is because if you think about the way that those units strike in, Chuganu want to keep attacking, whereas Javelins want wind-up opportunities. And he wasn't going to give it to him. So, first game on the board. We now hop in for G number 2. We're going to be going to Dry Arabia. And it is going to be Jean versus Chinese. Oh, I didn't say that earlier. I liked midweek muster. Always seemed inaccurate because you were not usually streaming Wednesday. So like I have to take a day off, right? The thing is, casting on other people's channels means I'm going to be active on weekends. And like that as the weekday to be off made sense. Hence why we took Wednesdays. Because the problem is you burst through round of 16s on Monday, quarterfinals on Tuesday, and that would leave semis for Thursday. Now, you could argue, well, KP, actually, why not do semis on Wednesday? The problem with doing semis on Wednesday is you're then going live for a single series on Thursday. If you've ever ran a broadcast, a show, you'll understand there's nothing worse than the show running short. And it's not like when you run a TV show where you can, like, edit things down to be an hour long or whatever. Like, with Esports, a stomp can be a stomp. Alright, let's get ready to roll. G2. And did we score correctly? No, let me flip that. How do you guys like these camera intros? Do you like them? Do you dig them? B is back. He's leading against the unslayable Canadian. But it's time to strike back. That's right. For Team Canada, Wham is going to be whipping out the Chinese, one of the most powerful and pristine picks in Age of Empires 4 right now. And B, he's going to stick to the idea of tempo response. We have got Chinese up against Jeanne d'Arc for game number 2. Map is going to be Dry Arabia in this best of 7. I think a good opportunity, actually, for like Wham to strike back. China's pretty impressive in the role of greed, but also in their role of aggro. I've noticed this recently. Like, this is not a civ that just gets rolled in the early game. If you guys remember, you go back like, 1.5 years ago, something like that. The biggest issue for China is like everything about their late game looked OP, but reaching their late game could often feel next to impossible. Outside of water maps, but in more recent times, these guys are just ridiculous. The Imperial Academy buffs and the play into archery range has been pretty strong. Admittedly, the archery build is going to be pretty weak against Jean. And once that, I need to flip them around the top bar, I just noticed. Because, of course, Jean's going to be producing knights. So what we might be seeing here from Wham is a spearman opening into Pro Scouts. Would make a lot of sense and is historically something that China typically does against the JD faction. And predictions are fairly tight. Still a little bit of favorability towards B. I think this comes back to the idea of playstyles that we talked about. Where, like, B is pretty good at punishing these slower players. And when I say slower, don't take that as, like, an offensive term. It's just people play at different paces for different reasons. And it can be advantageous. But B, as we've seen, is very good at actually just shuttering these ideas of being a bit more greedy, a little bit slower because you're trying to play a bit of a macro game. Like, if there's something you had to highlight B for, I know historically people go creativity, but I also think focus on micro early on has been a big stay point for him throughout his career. So, Imperial Academy coming in. Just looking at the spawn, by the way, it is all 4 deer spawn. Both of them south side, so something that B could contest. I think we're probably seeing Pro Scouts from him, though. And... what? No. Oh my god, look at the trade post. Alright, I hyped up his micro. He's going to remind us it really is about his off-the-cuff strategy. We have got Chamber of Commerce, Jean, against China on Dry Arabia. Oh my god. That's sick. That's actually sick. And so smart in this matchup because Wham isn't going to scout him. He's going to open spears and then likely rush Pro Scouts, which means his scouts aren't going to be scouting at all. The only time you'd see him is when he tries to snatch the deer from here. What a crazy build. The timing of that as well. That was a very organic thing if you think of it as well from B. And I'm wondering if this was the go-to strategy or if this was reactionary, because this is what we talked about with B. He very much likes to do things on the fly after seeing 1 or 2 variables. The variable in this one was the gold spawn. This gold spawned towards the corner already, which means he isn't inhibiting his ability to be efficient in the early game by them running back for his base to reach the Chamber of Commerce location, right? It's just a fluid move here over to here. He's not darting back and forth across the TC. My, oh my. What an unexpected turn. And Wham, he's already laming the deer here. I honestly would not be surprised if this is delayed Pro Scouts. Now, which one's less likely to get noticed is the important thing. I actually think if you're B, you Pro Scouts to the... trade rather to the north side. The reason is the deer locations. Your opponent's going to see you if he comes to the deer here, if the timing's wrong. But here, there's like no reason other than the boar. Why would you do Pro Scouts to rush boar against French? Like, you're not going to do that. French and JD are two of the civs you never really want to have to go to boar on. Or against, rather. And wait a second. He's suspicious now, isn't he? He's like, hold on a sec. Where are your knights? Why are there no knights? What are you doing? And he finds out. First trader revealed. So Wham is aware. I think the Wham, yeah, he killed the deer and then looked in here. And you saw no skull cavalry. And then he checked the backside, no skull cavalry. And that's obvious. We are still going to get knights now coming. But the tricky part is, like, at this stage, you're kind of committed to the idea, right? Like, you've already gathered the 300 gold, so you're not going to not pro scout. Which does give B an opening timing here. And Spears is not a great reaction to traders. You can't kill them. You have low damage, no bonus. So how does this now play out? Pro scouts versus trade. Not really a question we've had to answer much these days. And it almost feels like it's because the answer is very clearly pro scouts, based on the fact that most people don't bother with trade. But the difference here with Jean is, like, it's not as much about the traders winning the game through trading. It's the way they enable you to trade, unit for unit. Because now Wham's going to have to rush out with Spearman to contest this. It means B can catch him out of his base. This is what was conceptualized around Jean trade and why it was meant to be better than French. Jean Chamber of Commerce led to you easily scaling a trading variable people had to address by just getting eco-techs. And then you just all in on military. The nature of that is they have to come deny it, but by doing so, Jean gets XP. When they changed trade to not take bonus from spears, it's been a long time. I think more than a year. The one exception is the new camel traders. The camel traders actually do take bonus damage. I'm actually doing a pretty good job on the damage so far, by the way. B was very slow to arrive with this. First Knight is going to turn up and just get ignored. Melee Jean is now coming through. Yeah, I think the tricky part is because B sent Jean out to build the Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of idle time them walking back, which meant extra XP being missed out on. This is always the tricky thing about Jean. The concept, like the idea of building like proxy racks, outposts, forward landmarks, etc. They're all cool ideas, but where they hurt you is if Jean can't stay there afterwards, you're missing out. And there wasn't really any way she could stay, right? It wasn't like there was, you know, a boar you were going to kill down or like, you know, a goal that made sense to gather from. B should 50-50 trade? Are you sure about that? The reason why B isn't 50-50 trading is he actually wants his opponent to come here. Remember, XP. You want your opponent to come in one direction because Jean can only be in one location. Wham, he is prepping for castle, by the way. Yeah, the tricky part is you got dragged to the south side, and Wham done a really good job of using that to pick up the deer in the center. Jean is now going to be there, and she'll definitely win this fight. You're going to have to drop the deer. Cleave comes through. Knight recharges in for the kill on the scout. Messy engagement. One that's definitely working out a bit better for B. We've actually got a recommitment. Wham is now going into the horseman. Yo, but wait, B is caught him off guard with this. B's already prepping spears, which I don't think Wham expects. They're kind of nuts. You just expect archers, knights as the classic. The spears are going to be really nice as well because Wham's probably looking for a way of just going straight into lances. Leave time continues. The trade count, how are we looking now? We're up to 6. That's pretty nice. Is he actively adding as well? No. So B, he's not going to be greedy about this. The question now is whether he actually has a good all-in timing. You know, when we think about that Shushi Malian game, there was a pretty darn big military lead that was built up by B as time went on, right? Off the initial trades. As here, not so much. It's a little bit, right? Because Wham has 4 scouts, you have none. So you definitely are ahead. But it's not like the 20-plus military lead at 10 minutes, for example. The Imperial Palace is coming in, so Wham will be able to contest quite quickly. In terms of what Pro Scouts got home, he was denied a pretty big bit here. Yeah, I think he only got like 3 deer from this side of the map. So probably like a 60% deer split for a guy who went Pro Scouts versus one that didn't. And B is now clearing those deer, by the way. He moved out with the villagers. And do Venetian traders take bonus damage? I believe not. I think it's just something weird about the camel tag, the whoopsie. Love this. B is actually going to hang out here for quite some time. It kind of makes sense. Like, you need to be out here anyway to protect the trade. It does sound like a really, really bad, like, investment logic. There's a lot of risk here, so let's invest more. So that, you know, if we do get hard counter, we lose the game straight away. It's like, oh man, look at this AMD stock. It could spike upwards and double my money in 3 years. However, it could also go down. That's a possibility. But let's put everything there. Instead of creating a diverse portfolio, let's invest in some AMD, some Gigabyte. Let's send some money into the Corsair stock, you know? Let's go for some PC specialist stock. Because why do you do that? Like it's not going to make you as much money straight away, but it guarantees that if something goes wrong, you aren't remortgaging the house and trying to figure out a way to convince a sweatshop in India to take your kids for the summer holidays. Dark times, guys. They call for dark things. He continues to scale. Night Spears. When's the pigeon coin dropping? Oh, no. You know what? I don't think I reached that not so discreet pivot point in my content creator career where I feel like scamming my audience. We may never reach that point. But you know what we might reach with this fight? Level 3. John, she wraps around the back. Full focus fire. Divine Restoration's used the Lancers. Focus fire on it, but there's a sandwich coming in. They'll get the kill, but it's going to cost them. 3 Lancers go down. They obviously barely get away. A ballsy maneuver by B, but mathematically worth it. If you get 1 extra Lancer kill because of that, you're more or less even on exchange. You can buy back for 250. They lost 240. Isn't going to be any immediate buyback, which I think makes sense. Like right now, B understands that Wham's going to be a bit more defensive. The Knights did rotate in the back, by the way. Check this. Found the worker kills. Does lose, what, 2, 3 of the Knights in the end. It has to be worth it for those 6 worker kills. What a play. What a crazy play by B. And remember, guys, the trade continuing behind this, which he's actively adding into now, there's a gradual play into Royal Institute here that could roll over Wham. And the real scourge is going to be Jean. She's back in the action. That's the march across, but XP looking pretty damn good. 366 of 500. Next fight could easily get her there. Wham, now pivoting into Palace Guard. There's a lot of Knights still, actually, is the problem here. Even from an age behind, Knights can be a decent answer into PG. Wham, he's trying to sneak in, but, like, can we just actually praise B for this, by the way? This is not meant to be easy. He's walled the entire length of the map pre-15 minutes. And you know what the best part is? Ironically enough, he done this against Wham. Wham, who is one of the more prolific wallers in Age of Empires. I love that, man. B shows that sometimes it is just worth it. I mean, who walls like this anymore? I guess if you want to go trade, you have to. Like, once it was switching to Castle Up and Lancers, it just made sense in B's brain. As Has playing the long feudal age. So, hold on a sec, just to clarify. So, in every cock guide, you have to erect the wood. Is that what you're saying? I mean, in fairness, it makes sense. For Chamber of Commerce to function, like, it, you know, it's exposed. You're exposed. So it makes sense that for the cock to work, you have to erect all the wood. And that's how you guarantee the victory. I thought we were a child-friendly stream. Yeah, I guess that ship sailed. I can smell level 3. Crossbow count is rising for Wham. But so's the pressure from B. Check this. Charges in. Cleaves come out. He's still got the Divine Restoration. That's going to be pumped now. 10 XP away. The target fire comes in, but level 3 is going to be there. Melee Jean gets in. Champions get summoned. And the push continues. Frontline is failing Wham. Has to back up further. Crossbow count not looking great. The archers are target firing that down. Big Cleave comes in and the choke point. And that's going to be enough to make Wham choke on his water. And choke on the Frost of Jean. 2 on the board. B is not waiting around. Woo-wee! Speed running. Full gunning. 2 on the board now from B. Wham needs to find solace somewhere, and he needs to do it fast. Because B has got no chill. Interesting G1, G2. And I hit the camera again. That's going to be awkward for what's coming. That's that right there, that thing hanging there is a little teaser of something to come. We have something to announce next week. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I think that game 1, game 2 is like masterclasses on how to like rush. Like, I almost feel like the way B's playing these is, it's like, it is actually like a masterclass. It's almost like its own tutorial series. Like, this is how you all in with this civ. This is how you all in with this civ. It's pretty impressive. So, G3, we're actually going to be seeing Lancaster versus Rouge. Going to be going to Gorge. Lancaster has overall been looking really good on this map. Rouge remain incredibly dominant, though. Especially on Gorge. Yeah, curious to see if he tries to play like an aggro opening with Lancaster. I've seen a few players leaning into that against Roos. Just to try and stymie the, you know, the greed, their return. Alright, sorry, check type out. Let's get ready to go. This guy is running a masterclass series on how to rush. I'm hoping we see something else. I'm hoping we don't just get a 4-0, but so far, B has had these consistent all-in pushes that have been dismantling the Canadian. It's time to see if he can strike back with one of the most effective defensive civs in Age of Empires 4 right now. It's House of Lancaster time. That's right. B, definitely no pushover of a civ pick here, though. We have got the Roos coming out. Now, interesting thoughts as this series develops, by the way. Looking at the draft and looking at what we've had so far coming out with the Shu Shi pick against the Malians, Chinese against the Jean. If Wham can start to pull this back a little, he's going to pad his draft. Because with the best of 7 drafts, the way it works is we do not redraft anymore. But after game 6, you can reuse civs you lost with. Inspiring thought, but a rough one as well when you consider the fact that B has now picked Bruce. Bruce that you don't really want to be 3-0 down considering it's 4 to win, but it means if you do somehow now claw a comeback deep into the draft, there's going to be Roos still available, which everyone fears for good reason. Double hunt cam in beginning as expected here. Now, something that makes Roos so good for Gorge is the double scout opener. Slightly delayed, but it allows them to just split the map and, on average, destroy Lancaster when it comes to the sheep count. Fortunately for him, it looks like Wham did get deep enough. There's a little bit of gamble to that idea where, like, if you both take the same side, it favors Roos because their second scout will move to the other side before you. But props to him. I think Wham done reasonably well here. He's got 16 sheep to the 15. B's going to be able to finish this off by going for probably another 3 or 4 sheep. Probably more like 2, actually. And then the interesting thing is you have to remember that it's still a decent edge for B because Lancaster starts with an extra 4 sheep. But we have got Lancaster Castle coming in. And it is going to be the deer. Close, but not secure by Lancaster Castle. And I've got Freya being annoying, peeking through my window. Hello, Freya. Say hi, stream. Hi. All right, you go back to playing. Bye-bye. So I basically, my office, I keep the window open because it's really hot at the moment. But Freya now finds it funny to walk over to the window and just full on lean in. Next to all my expensive hardware. My life is a heart attack waiting to happen. So I have something new and quite pricey in here for an upcoming partnership. And yesterday, I peered out and she ran inside the studio and I almost had a heart attack. We will be letting you guys know more in the coming days about that interesting partnership we got. So Golden Gate coming in up against Lancaster Castle, pretty standard. Nothing untoward so far. Deer spawns are pretty nice. B gets them both on the south side. And this feels really nice because Wham didn't go for a spear beginning. If it was a spear beginning, then he'd be able to block double deer stack. Instead, he didn't even lame the deer. Wait, Wham definitely scouted both of them, right? Yeah, he saw both. He's going to come back now, but by the time he arrives, the deer are going to be pretty close. In fairness, it is quite hard to stop a deer shove from Roos. Because if you try to start shooting the deer, 2 of these scouts are pulled to attack you. There you go. So B, shove them a bit more. Deer are going to start getting lamed. Second scout's going to come across, and this is where you start to think about running away. Like, looking at the sheep count, you don't really want to hang around. If you do, it's really expensive. Wham. Oh, he's feeling bold. Okay, yeah, actually not too bad. So he reduces it down to just 3 deer to be shoved. But still, that's not too bad, right? B can now just shove the 3 remaining deer. And that's going to be very efficient because of the pro scout timing. Like, pro scouts is now going to take him 1 minute and 15 anyway. Other side, Wham's already ready almost for that first mana. Yeah, coming in now. Why not just target the sheep? Xbox controller, have you ever tried killing a sheep with a scout before? It's pretty sad. So if you look at the bonus tags, you get bonus against scouts, siege, and when you take your bow out to attack deer, you do 3 damage. But you don't actually attack at range when you attack sheep. And one sec, let me pay out predictions. I'll start the next one. You guys are going to have to predict fast. You've only got 1 minute. Yeah, so when you attack sheep, you use melee, which is 1 damage. So you'd have to attack a sheep 12 times. Even if it was an archer shot, it would take 4. So that's why you don't really see people trying to kill people's sheep with scouts. You'll see it with spears, because spears have like 7 and then 8 base damage. So it's pretty good. Yeah, scout life be pretty depressing by comparison. So we have got pro scouts on the way now. What's the goal from here? I expect B to go up to like 7 scouts probably. And then just try to rush age 3. Wham could be super annoying here if it wasn't for the walls being even more annoying. He's doing a good job though. Scout is coming across now, but it's a little bit late. I think you can get this to like here in time probably and then build manas to protect it. Maybe? Okay, maybe not. I underestimate B's scout. Because Wham can't really hang around to deer shove either, guys. Like, he's pretty low on health. He never dropped off all these sheep. And if you give 9 sheep over, you're pretty much out of food, right? He's sitting at, what, 16? Yeah, he'd have to be gathering deer on the front side. So what's the plan here from Wham? Is it full 9? I've seen quite a few people just stop at 6 at the moment and then go FC. I'm a big fan of that. I think like the full 9 is very greedy, especially against a civ that you know is going to be fast teching. Because the challenge now is like if Wham just chooses to go the full 9, then he's forfeiting relics. He's knowingly forfeiting relics because Roos are one of the best civs at rushing relics. And I'm wondering like White Tower could be cool here for the dagger throws because dagger throws are pretty good against horse archers. But Boy's Fortitude can offset a lot of your impact and the scale point on horse archers is pretty fast. Like in this matchup, I think the goal is to go 6 manas into King's College. Because then what you can do is you can open up with hill training, if need be, to shut down the horse archers. And if your opponent switches knights, then actually Lancastrian knights are better. Remember, the King's College has that unique tech that gives +6 damage when fighting other heavy units. High trade house, as expected. I still just look at this landmark and wonder why. Okay, so here's the thing. I want it to be nerfed. I know that Roos players don't want to hear that, but I want it to be nerfed instead of Abbey of Trinity being buffed, because Roos is already a really powerful civ. But by nerfing this just a tiny bit, we would finally start to see Abbey of Trinity, which is a really cool landmark. Because of the unique techs it has. There's like 3 techs in there you can't get otherwise. You have to go Abbey of Trinity for them. And sadly, we just never ever see that as a landmark choice because the High Trade House, even when it's bad, gives like 100 gold per minute. plus the deer spawns, which is incredible. Yeah, in terms of unique techs, those don't know, you've got Divine Light, which increases the duration of your blessing. You get the Fervor tech, which I believe increases the range. And then there's the Saint's Veneration, which gives an extra 100 health to your Warrior Monks. Actually, wait, no, those are the standard, right? There's 3 others. What were the other ones? My brain's trying to remember now. Wasn't there I think there's a +1 or +2 damage deck as well. There's a lot of cool things in the Abbey of Trinity. It never comes out. So Lancaster is going to be 6 and then Castle. We have got the summoning, the mustering of the nobles. It's a real word. See, I told you guys. Muster. Shout out to Winston for putting the word in so I was validated. My boy. Double stables. Really? Double stables into Lancaster. He hasn't committed a landmark choice yet, so this is a bit assumptual from B. And if there's anything your opponent's going to be building now, it's currently spears anyway, right? Interesting, not horse archers. I guess the thought is like Yeoman will just counterplay you. HP and aura radius are unique? Yes. Was there... Am I imagining it, or was there... there used to be a damage unique tech as well, right? Did they remove that, or is it still there? I think that might be one of the standard ones, where you get +1. But guys, I gotta say, I'm liking Wham's chances here. We've got King's College. This is inspiring. Monastery is going to be there. A little bit tricky, actually. You haven't addressed the Demi-Lancers. Demi-Lancers are great blockers to Relic Gathering, because there's enough of them to surround a Warrior Monk. If they were chasing, a Warrior Monk wouldn't care, because he's very tanky. But if he's surrounded, he can't run away, right? He can't secure relics. Stables prep behind this, so it's going to be the full night commitment. Now, B is going horse archers, so he's not completely at a disadvantage yet. But down the line, like if Wham is able to secure the food gathering, which he's doing right now, he's walling in the deer actually, then he could potentially go knights plus Hobbelars, or even potentially just Hobbelars straight away. Hobbelars are kind of crazy, even against enemy knights, because of the initial charge. But it looks like it is going to be a commitment to Collar Vesses. I mean, in fairness, if you think about it, you've got Demi-Lancers hitting for 9 damage. If you get the Collar Vesses, you're going to increase 8 units DPS by 66%. And you're only going to pay a little bit more than 1 night cost for it. It's a pretty good deal. Relics are being targeted at least. Demi-Lancer finds it. Can he kill? He shouldn't really be able to. Like, actually, I think a Demi-Lancer might lose this fight one-on-one. Maybe? Okay, this... do you mind? We're trying to do an experiment here. So Knight is going to turn up. The spears arrive. Warrior Monk. Oh, come on. He's going to heal him, isn't he? No, he tries to drag the attention. Cav is on the way, so that Monk is definitely not getting home. How dare they ruin our challenge there, though. And he has been seen, so Wham knows where he is. Remember, Collar of Esses is in, by the way, so these Demi-Lancers very capable of beating the Knights. This wants to kill, so he does get it. Horse archers have now arrived. So Wham's going to drag him away. Wham now needs time to prep the next line. We've got Knights on the way. We've also got Steeled Arrows, so he's thinking about the Yeoman already. Yep, already prepping them. I like this idea, actually. We talked about Hobbelars, but like with the current pacing into Knights and his food income, Hobbelars would be way too expensive. Yeoman is more defensive. He can play for relics, though, especially south side. And in fact, we already have monks on the way over there. Bruce's passive gold should be decreased for deer, but barely any of the sheep, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, the deer gives a lot. What's up, Freya? Yeah, you go eat your pizza. Love you. This gremlin won't leave me alone. So, another thing that's scary about this Yeoman timing, the extra mana level, once he goes for it, it allows you to muster an insane amount of force almost immediately. It takes 45 seconds, but once you get there, you're just vomiting out like 16 Yeoman. Yeoman that usually take a pretty long 15 seconds, it feels like. I'd say it's pretty long. When you're trying to transition, it most definitely is a long wait. Any wait is. And that's where that muster is powerful. Wow. He might need to pull the trigger sooner than he'd like, actually. Gold's about to exhaust is the big issue, though. So he's going to hunker down. Remember, there's no white tower, by the way. Horse archers, I think the thing that B's waiting for here, he has a good map control. It is going to be 4 relics, by the way. And then you just go boys fortitude and all in. Pure monk strat to stop collar Vessus. Damn, we've evolved. Cool idea, but the knights are a problem. Knights are going to be knocking the wall. I think Wham just doesn't actually have enough yeomen yet. Even once he does, like, the knight count is pretty high. He's going to start diving. Undermesh is now kicking in. No boys fortitude, though. So the mana damage is quite notable. Wham's army maybe a little bit too small for this. The yeomen are also trading into the knights. They're not dealing with the horse archers. Spearmen are starting to arrive for the defense. This is a pretty ambitious dive by B. It's worked well for him so far in this series, but maybe this is the hardest one so far. Yeomen now being target fired by the horse archers. He's starting to break through. More spearmen. He's running into them head first. This is the tricky part. This is the hardest area to dive due to the Raxes. Once he's past it, though, thumbs up. He's sticking to the yeomen. Knights are going to camp onto the production line. Wham, getting idled out here. It's a good thing that most of his economy is buildings. Doesn't need any workers actively. And B, just so much staying power here. This is all pre-Boy's Fortitude, by the way, which is kind of crazy. And Wham, credit to him, didn't actually lose much. So B's going to exit the other side. He's wiped out the army, but what I mean by he didn't lose much is he didn't lose economy. He lost a lot of military. I'm impressed actually B lost so little. Anyone else feeling that way? Like, you look at this, he dove with 12 knights. He still has 12 at the end. Obviously, he's been producing throughout that dive. I thought that was going to be a full obliteration of the key unit. It's not. He's able to keep raiding. Villagers have to pull away. Wham has got more yeomen on the way. The gold gathering in the north side is no longer safe. He has to pull back. He got enough for his range techs, but that's about it. Any other civ in this position, right? Any other civ. But Lancaster, I'm just not convinced it's over. He's stockpiling a lot of resources, but like I don't think you get anything really from rushing Imperial here. And the crossbow switch is on the way from Wham. Interesting. So I think he's just going to play lean with a small hand of spearmen and then just max out on the back line. Which makes sense. Like, horse archers are not that great at those full-on committed trades. Usually where horse archers win is because they overwhelm and they're able to cut in. But against this comp, it's going to be very difficult to do so. Villagers now on the east side B. I love the way he's just stretching the map. He doesn't want to do that farm transition. You know, that's the type of thing that can just kill you in these type of games. Like, it just costs you all momentum. And I don't blame him. Like, think about it this way. Despite everything that happened, Wham has the same military count. Sure, the quality of the units is much better for Roos right now. But it shows you the trajectory that he's been able to recover the military difference that quickly. And you see it in the food as well. 1,500 to 1,000. Reminder, this is Pro Scouts playing at home, but it's running out fast. The pause as well. Everything that B is doing is like a temporary patchwork solution to the big inevitable issue, which is how do you deal with infinite Lancaster resources? Spoiler alert, you often don't. Said it before, guys. Villagers, people, they need to sleep. They make mistakes like not building a hunting cabin. They panic under the fear of a million knights charging them. A manor does not have such emotions. You can make all the comments in the world about its mum, it won't react. You can posture at it won't run away. I mean, this is the thing about these. With about 3.5 villagers each, just stands there staring at you saying, hey, you need to kill me. But you need to be fast. Because if you don't, the economy is really going to hurt you. And that's the weird thing for B's comp, right? Is like his comp has to torch them down. So he's wholly reliant on whether knights can deliver. It's not like he can afford to go through rams and just stand back. Wham now with the sink shot. Ooh, sink shot against horse archers. Pretty powerful idea. Especially if he doesn't just blow all of it on one shot. If he spreads his load here, he can actually just disintegrate the backline. And pretty important because you kind of need the horse archers to clear this many spears. Spears that will probably be getting Billman soon, which is also going to then back enable Yeoman to kill knights. B. Map spreading wide. We've got the few knights that Wham has remaining, just scouting, looking for kill opportunities. Now getting shut down for the time being. The sacred sites have now been locked in. So B is trying to lean this towards a static fight, which is very weird to say of the guy who has been building only cavalry. Yeah, this can maybe sometimes feel weird about a sacred site win condition with this type of strat. I mean, the good news is obviously you can technically just like pivot between the sacred sites quickly. But that's the difference, right? I don't think Wham's goal is to try and sneak a decap, which is where this comp would be good. Wham's goal is to attack directly into you. B's goal, however, seems to lie in the next age. This is a pretty crazy timing. For what he's been building. And a lot of unique techs that could be useful here. The poleaxes could allow him to contest the spearmen. And the other interesting part is springalds. Just very powerful springalds to clear the spears now. And let's not forget the horse archer upgrades. The gallop ability is going to be insane. That's going to allow you to outrange those yeomen. What a crazy timing. And Wham has no idea. He thinks there's going to be a longer castle. He's actually scaling the additional manas now. Final 3 coming through. Farm transition is going to hurt B. This is the thing about teching like this, though, right? You remain horse archers. You can switch springalds. Sink shot. Going to scare him away. Wham does now have the military lead. Tech up is complete. Billman's now on the way, though. Now, this is key. It's going to take a little bit of time to get those elite upgrades. Horse archers need a minute. He's going to pull them away. Knights are hanging around at least. And the poke raid does find the workers and the farms. The little farm setup that he has now can't work. In fact, that's all of it, guys. That's 5 farms. That's all he has. Food's running out, I think. He's got 37 on food right now, but if I'm not mistaken, that's berries, which are not going to last long. No, they're almost gone. Oof. Wham. He's going to mirror the age up now. All right, this is where I'm like, springalds have got to be your answer, but yeomen are your nightmare. Because think about this. Think about what's going to happen if Wham does tech up. What would you build if you were Wham, if you were aging up? It's Wingard, right? And what do you get from Wingard? What is the most efficient thing you spam out of Wingard? It's spin. Spear spam that like counters B and B doesn't have a counter to, right? Horse archers is not a great counter focus. They tend to overkill a lot and they attack slowly. Decent sink shot, by the way. Just walked back into it. Oops. No, it's still just idling out the little food that remains. He's trying to force B's hand into that farm transition. And you can see B is wholly resistant to it. He knows what it does to his economy. It flatlines him, it would give Wham the space he needs to catch up. And then you're looking at like Imperial Age against Lancaster. I don't know if you like that as Roos. Unless it's on a timing like this. The techs are on the way. Range free, mountain training, as well as the pole axes, everything. Here's the Elite Knight upgrade as well. Villagers. Wham, what the hell? What? Hello? Goodbye. Sink shot. Oh, this is going to be a whiff. They got a lick of it. Wingard now coming through, though. Yeah, like, what happened? Did these villagers lose Wi-Fi connection? Yeah, I think they're using, like, 2G when they need to be on the 5G network. And, oh my god. Well, these guys have definitely been disconnected from the mainland. No way. Are you kidding me, Wham? What is with this guy? We had the Dumu series where he hid those 2 Keshiks in the corner. And once again, the corner camper gets away with something outrageous. The 10 workers get out just in time. Dive now comes in, though. Sink shot is going to be there. He retreats into it. Takes additional damage. Spin line spreading out, though. And the biggest problem here is Wham. He hasn't completed the tech up yet. The spearmen are getting melted. What a timing out of B. He waited for everything but the biology. He has the pole axes, and that's going to be enough. It breaks him. This was meant to be Wham's best opportunity, and it still was not enough in the face of B. Oh my god. This guy. Can you all stop just losing in 4-0s? The grand finals are meant to be the epic back and forth. Why do we keep getting so many stomps? Oh my god. We're now 1 game away from B clutching the title, taking back that first place position. Ridiculous. That one was the closest on predictions we had so far. This is... I have seen Mongols lose this matchup recently, by the way. I'm going to run 2.5 minutes of ads, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? Make it a best of 9? I might have to start doing so. God blimey. Sorry, let's just say I've got a lot of Discord pings in the background. I'm going to have to catch up on a lot after the stream. The good news is my dinner might not be cold. That's like the positive of a stomp, I guess. Maybe. I even prepped like a liquid meal in case I need it. We might not need it at this rate. Why are you not getting ads? You got lucky, kid. Still subscribe. How you guys enjoying the 2K resolution on Twitch, by the way? Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know, people on YouTube, I'd say open up both and let me know how it compares now. I know in the past people are like, oh, you know, YouTube just looks better at 1080p. But now we got the 1440p. I still can't figure a way to push 1440 on YouTube at the moment. I still need to figure that out. It's a little bit weird. Because we have a plugin to restream in OBS. And it should technically push 1440p to you guys too. But I don't know if there's a limitation on YouTube's like multi-stream functionality. Oh, you're in one of the countries that doesn't have the better quality. Yeah, like not everywhere has 2K right now. Yo, what's up, Huffy Tuffy? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. You've enabled Arc Cleave again. He'd be royally screwed without the community. Yeah, so the 2K resolution, so some people will be based on your region where you are. You just won't have access. There is another reason, and it might be that you're using an older device. Older devices will not necessarily support it because it's like the way that it's encoded just doesn't function on older like devices and whatnot. Like I had someone say that they couldn't watch it on their like TV or something like that. It's like, yeah, if it's an older TV, you probably won't be able to. $2K on your phone? I don't know. Have a look. Maybe. Maybe. Should we get ready though? It's the most powerful map. That's right, X marks the spot where Mongols usually looks unslayable. Welcome back to the channel, folks. For game number 4 in our grand finals here, we are on 4 lakes, and it is looking grim right now. Wham is getting spanked. B, a dad in real life, is looking to be pop up with the belt off in-game, as he is now up 3-0 against our reigning champion, the Canadian. To be Order of the Dragon for 4 lakes. An interesting pick, actually. One that I've quite like the look of. We've had like 1 or 2 games, particularly against Mongols, where it turns into a good old-fashioned men-at-arms spam into a greedy, fast imping Mongol player. Curious to see what Wham's solution is going to be for that potential threat. Opening-wise, we are going to be getting the standard dock. This is to be anticipated, and it's going to be mirrored by B also. Predictions. Maybe for the first time favoring Wham? That's a shocker. But then again, is it really that much of a shock? We've been seeing Mongols constantly win on this map. Even in matchups where people go, oh yeah, GG, Mongols can't win this. The water variable changes everything because it just gives an aggressive civ that needs to raid the means to raid when you have to spread your economy out wider. HD is enough in my opinion. Yo, what? Dude, like, like 2K resolution is free to watch, by the way. Like, you don't have to pay extra for that. You almost sound like the grandpas, like, back in my days, we ate tins of spam and we had nothing else. Like, chill, it's free. Yeah, we just recently got access to 2K live streaming on Twitch, so I was curious, like, we have a lot of people who now watch us on YouTube as well. I think we've got like 150 people watching YouTube right now. We've got like 300 or so on Twitch, or 400, sorry. But Twitch has like upped the resolution, which is, I think, quite noteworthy. It's quite important for a game like this. Hoping it's actually looking absolutely crisp for the watchers. Reminding this early game, by the way, if you guys aren't watching the streams, they are live Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Definitely tune in for them. Sometimes even with tournaments going on, we do weekends as well. Man, our big focus is on whether we're going to be re-upping with our own tournaments in the weekdays, isn't it? He's definitely looking to make a statement play here. We talked about his wins. If he wins here and then goes on to win the next week, that means a third of the total weeklies he would have won. Yes, it's actually kind of crazy how often B has been in semifinals. In fact, I'm looking at the records now. We've got... Is that correct? I think it's 12. No, sorry, no, more than 12. It's more than 15. He's been in the top more than half of the midweek musters, which is crazy. The consistency out of this guy is incredible. And, well, he's definitely consistently delivered, that's for sure. So we have got a little bit of harassment on the village. You're not going to be able to kill him. I love the... But he's like, bring them sheep back here. You shoot me in the face, I take your lamb. Oh my god, he's kind of intimidating. Soon, brothers, soon. It's only going to take like another 27 shots. 28. So mine were coming out. I think this is going to be the men-at-arms spam. The men-at-arms spam is pretty effective to stop the fast imp builds. I believe it was Dumu that was able to just destroy his opponent with it in a previous midweek muster. Are you guys talking about AV1 encoding? AV1 encoding is intriguing, but Twitch isn't there. The weird thing is AV1 encoding is a lot more useful for streaming than it is for recording. So does anyone know why you don't want to use AV1 encoding when you're recording? It's because there's a lot of platforms that just don't support editing in AV1. So like actually if you use, for example, Adobe Premiere, you can't edit in AV1. You have to alter the format. And then if you're like re-encoding from that format, you're probably going to lose a lot of quality anyway, unless you do like insane settings. Very frustrating. I discovered that early on when we tried AV1, when we first updated our PC. In fairness though, like AV1 as a format wasn't designed to be edited, if you like look at the reason it was created. So mine were coming in at a reasonable pace, by the way. This isn't like a slow, fast castle up. We have got the deer shove, which happened on the other side with the gur. I love that we've been seeing people do this with the Mongols. The gur does get a reaction out of deer, so you can use it to push things around. How are we looking on fishing count? Because that's usually the area... Yeah, Wham's crazy on this. He's already up to 7. Mongols have looked really, really good for these fishing eco timings. And the reason is, and it shouldn't be underrated, the TC dropped on the tree line. It's a huge detail. It allows you to be a lot more lean and efficient at the beginning of the game to get the fishing boats out. Meanwhile, your opponent does straggler trees. Straggler trees have a walk distance attached to them, right? The walk distance when you go Mongol TC on a tree line is this. Meanwhile, with straggler trees, this. So, you know, it's only 7 times the distance. And then the other thing is, of course, you could just technically use the GUR to fill in the gap if you want to, but that usually goes to the gold. Depends. If you hit the jackpot and it's a gold tree spawn, you can just drop the GUR deeper and deeper to always be kind of like a mini Knights Templar. And it looks like we've got dock shenanigans. Oh, look at the time in the demo! The demo! Sick hit! Wham! Maximum value on that strike timing. Arrow slits, gets it low enough, baits the fishing boats, and at the pristine moment gets both the kill on the springald as well as a fishing boat. Bam, Wham is cooking. I tell you what, he's waking up, he's warming up. Start of this series, kind of had him looking like he was in shambles, but last game he had his moments. This game, his beginning is looking pristine. And for the first time in this series, Wham has been able to be the aggressor at the start of the game. That's the drastic difference we're seeing. Indeed. I mean, kind of feels like OOTD is usually forced to be the defender unless they're doing that men-at-arms build. He's not doing the men-at-arms build at all, though. He's doing horsemen. Huh. Against Keshiks. Curious choice. And this is like, I think this is the frustration for B, right? Is he gets idled out here. He has to address this threat. He has to give it a lot of focus. And Wham's making it about land instead. Now, the Magadai is an intriguing detail considering your opponent's going stables. But I don't think... Has Wham not confirmed yet? No, he's so busy idling gold. He hasn't checked. But this is where I'd like get suspicious, right? It's like if my opponent doesn't need gold, he's not rushing castle, he's not doing men-at-arms. That leaves either Gilded Archers or Horsemen. And Gilded Archers are quite wonky to do here. The Horsemen make sense because of the extra food. I think maybe for Wham, like he doesn't care if it is Horsemen because it might just be... Yep. You guys notice this build? We've been seeing a lot of this. Double Magadai into 4 Deerstone allows you to kite. And then it's going to be Greed. He's going to go for the Khan Hunter just for the extra range. Makes sense for the Maga. Dock has been denied. So Horsemen are able to clear it. You've given a lot of info to your opponent. Now, we are going to see another double pump of Magadai, I believe that was. Yeah. And you don't want to invest in it 1-to-1. If Wham's going for fast castle, he just wants to use the stone for the double product. But you can see by the macro, like, this is clearly a castle intent by about, like, what, 11, 13 minute window, I'd say, maximum. He's adding in more Keshiks, but that's more reactionary to the Horsemen. So I guess he's happy to do this dance because as long as there's more Horsemen, you can justify more Keshiks because your opponent isn't aging up. And also, Keshiks are going to scale a lot better than these Horsemen are into the next stage. Fishing count, by the way, it's going to be 10-14. Wham maintaining a lead. Stone. He's going to deploy. Keshiks may need to create a little bit of space here. The sheep are getting lame, but I mean, if there's any map in our rotation right now you don't care about those sheep blocking the shots for, it's 4 legs. Wow, he tries to get the outpost up with the space. We got more manga arriving. The Keshiks aren't here yet, though. Extra one's on the way now. Keep in mind that while Keshiks will beat the Gilded Horsemen, they're very, very tanky. They take a while to kill, and they also pose a humongous threat to your Magadai. They're able to free hit them. In fact, that's what he's going to look to do now. Jumps across. Magadai, they need to actually reach the Yam. They're out of range of it. Guess he does snipe one of the Horsemen. He's going to rally back across. The 2-for-1-er. 3-to-3, actually. And I mean, the Keshiks, I think they can win this. Extra Horsemen are arriving, though, which is making him a little bit reluctant, especially considering Wham is also aging up. He's about to pull the trigger now. Nice recharge. This is where it gets awkward, because now he's out of Yam range. It means you can get gap closed, which is why he keeps turning around for strikes. B. He's getting suckered into additional production, by the way. He just switched into archers. All right, I am starting to believe for the first time this series. 10 minutes in, and that might... I know what people are like, KP, why are you believing in a GG 10 minutes in? Bruh, calm down. The game's got ages left. Guys, you've clearly not watched enough Mongol games. We're halfway towards a Mongol victory. 4 legs actually accelerates that to be even less than a 20-minute win condition. He is ready for his own age up. Burgrave seems likely. Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing Men-at-Arms flood. You could actually go Spears. Spears Gilded Archers is intriguing. Definitely addresses everything your opponent's doing. Gilded Spears in particular just melt Keshiks. It's ridiculous. Like, a Gilded Spearman is, I think, a 3-hit kill on a Keshik. Is he going to sneak another pond as well? No, I guess Wham's just playing the straight and narrow now. Interesting thing is actually he only went for a single pond. We've seen Mongols rather regularly do this double dock. And there it is, now coming in. But he's inflated. Like, this is all about burst gathering. This is the thing that makes Mongols so good on this map, the fast imp build. They over-leverage the fish. 21 fishing boats in one pond is overkill. He's exhausting the deep waters. You can already see it. That one's been bled dry. This one's almost bled dry. This one's going to be rushed dry. I wouldn't even be surprised if he went for the fishing tech. This time he hasn't. Meanwhile, B, by comparison, has played the slow and steady race, and I'm not a fan of the slow and steady race here. I think slow and steady just doesn't work against Mongols. Burst gathering is just so much better because of this fast imp timing. And with B switching into crossbow spearman, he's not going to be able to stop that timing. B's a multi-Age of RTS gamer god. Yeah, I mean, he plays Age of Myth still, right? And then before that, he had last year was Zero Space. He was playing a Stormgate, AoE 4. It's tricky, though. Like, you know, if you don't attach your horse to one stables, it probably isn't going to be there each time when the farmer comes around to feed the moats. And what I mean by that is we're seeing, obviously, for B, he does reasonably well in the midweek musters. Very well, actually. But the S-tier tournaments, you know, he's not cinching those podium finishes, right? And maybe it's a calculated gamble in that, like, logically, if Age of Empires 4 is going to remain at, like, let's say, an S-tier tournament being $30,000 prize pool size, then you're not really missing out on as much as you'd think. So it can actually be, like, an opportunity cost worth exploring all these different games. So, Wham. Rushing Imperial and rushing Relics? He isn't going Relics at all. He's also hunkered down. There's no way he doesn't suspect an age up, right? So this is kind of crazy, the fact that you just have to accept it. And it's going to be Men-at-Arms from Wham, which is just not ideal into the crossbows coming. Magadai could make sense. I think maybe he's worried about the Golden Cuirass effect on, like, mass Men-at-Arms from the other side. Let's see if there's going to be much to be worried about at all. Wham has reached the 4th age. Is going to be Palace Guard beginning. And B, now Sally's 4th. Hand cannoneers straight away from Wham. Okay, yeah, this is cooking. Surprisingly effective when the army size isn't very big. Right now, that's not the case, though. B has a sizable force. The cannon placements are, however, on the way. He's also got Spoon placements. Going to make this difficult to dive. He immediately hesitates. Yeah, I think the problem there is B got ahead of himself. Double Hui power? Nah, dude, we don't take those odds. At those odds. Game would never be that cruel. Spoon placement being targeted. The cannon emplacement is very far back. I actually like the way that Wham staggered his base like this. Villagers are going to move in to try and garrison. No repair coming through, though, because they got actually butchered before they get in range. The elite Palace Guard need to frontline this for a bit. The cannon placement's still not there. Second outpost being targeted. B, he's got a lot of spearmen on the way. The burn power is strong. Men-at-Arms need to actually be enabled to fight this. The tricky part is the TC, there we go. He's targeting down the Gilded Crossbowman. The cannon emplacement just kicked into action. This is where things can get scary. Can he get the damage done, though? The target fire is going to come in. He goes after the cannon emplacement, and Wham has to rush out for repair. Keeps it alive. The Warrior Monks are now out. He needs to be attacking with them, though. That buff could be huge. And the bee swarm is being shut down. Wham stays alive. Clears the forward force. B now finds himself an entire age behind. And although Wham took a heavy hit to the work account, he still has a second pond to fully expand into. And not just that. He's now going to have more premium units coming in at a decent pace. Elite Knights up next. The Warrior Monks are still alive. Very important. That +1 damage can go a long way. Starting to think Fast Imp is pretty good for Mongols. Yeah, who'd have thunk it? What an innovative build. It's not like this has been just spamming in everyone's pub games and making them cry. Can we just talk about this? Like, this is the more atrocious part. How the hell did he get 4 relics while being dove in the main? That's ridiculous. 4 relic gamer. Make it 5. He just picked up the final one. The Warrior Monk comes in clutch for the quicker timing. Incredible. And all because of that one cannon emplacement. Like, that's the crazy thing. Had that gone down, we'd probably just see renewed aggression from B to end the game. Cannon emplacements are not a dime a dozen type feature. They take a very long time and cost a lot of resources. It's 5,000 resources to get. A lot of that having to be stone, which you can only get passively. And then you have to wait an entire minute. It is painful to try and spam cannon emplacements now. Yeah, like, I know there was a time when Mongols were toxic for it, but I remember they kept nerfing the cannon costs to try and stop HRE, and it just didn't stop them. It just hurt any other civ that would ever want to do them. Hand cannon count is starting to scale quite nicely. I mean, B is just full spears. Concerning, because you're diving into Yam, so the hand cannoneers actually can kite you reasonably. We do, however, have a counter raid. Hello. Oh, he breaks the wall! Critical blunder there. B was trying to connect it. But that scaffolding broke the full health wall. What a jackpot of an entry. He's going to start hunting him down. Decent damage on these 2 knights as well. Capable of the 2 hitters. Magadai are rotating around the back, so all of a sudden B, as he was getting ready to enter Wham's base again, has to full retreat to defend. What a sick move there out of Wham. Poleaxe Knights will be able to shut down the Gilded Knight, and now it's going to be a chase across onto the worker line. No textiles. B has it queued on the way, but it's going to cost him in the meantime, being so delayed. He actually gets the shivs out, but most of the spearmen get pulled off. Knight's able to do damage. Decent return fire from Wham. He has good macro behind this, ability to scale continuously. And the game is slipping more and more in favor of the Canadian here. Like, B's big issue is, like, where are you getting a tech up? And if you're not getting a tech up, how are you answering hand cannoneers? Hand cannoneers that are starting to bulk up. We already have 10 in play. 6 more in the way. It's just tricky. Like, B just doesn't have much in the way of backline. Hand cannoneers are going to slightly overextend. Backs up now. The weird part is actually you kind of can't let the melee leave. You let the melee leave, the hand cannoneers die. Wham. Oh, no, no, no. Wait a second. This is kind of ridiculous. 24 spears? What? You'd think hand cannoneers would win this. But the problem right now for Wham is he just doesn't have enough front line. Oh my god, and now he's compensating. Elite Army Tactics on the way. Spearman as well. Is he going to lose this game? Guys, no, chill. It's fine. He's still got the cannon emplacement. We always trust in the cannon emplacement. Little Canny takes us all the way to the 5th game, right? Yeah. Yep, yeah. Maybe? I mean, the cannon's going to have to get the best hits of its life. Moment of truth. I think if he just reaches that outpost, it's dead to torch damage. So Wham has to fight him now. A trickle of troops are coming out. The cannon placement is helping out a lot, and the hand cannonier's damage is registering quite nicely. He's trickling troops in to waste time here. B. It's the same thing as last time. A huge military lead thrown away. Hand cannoneers, they've cleared the front line. Crossbows get chased away, and once again, Wham gives him the middle finger and pushes him out. This emplacement is the world to him. That's 72 damage, just carrying through again. And wait, why does Wham have double wheep? Oh no. The RNG may not be kind. I don't think you wanted this. More military probably would have been quite nice. Hand cannoneer count looking a lot better than it did last time, but B is at least remaining competitive with his Gilded Knight count. The fishing is now in favor of B. Yeah, because Wham actually never overburdened the second pond. This one is still overdone, though. It's a little bit weird that he didn't add in extra fishing north side. How can you counter this, Civ? You play Mongols too. And yes, cannon emplacements do have AoE damage. Wham, this is probably the most uncomfortable point in the game, and he's just getting away with it. Moves out the step redoubt. Has a new cannon on the way, because, yeah, sure, why not? Like, it's not like cannons have just been deciding this game. Wait a second, that's exactly what's been happening. Imagine you get 2 to 3 Hui Pows, it'd be over already. I'm not entirely convinced. I think the cannon emplacement was more important. The cannon emplacement was everything. Like, he got 5 PG on the first roll. They didn't really do much. A little bit more meat, sure, but I wouldn't rate the Cargonet as much as I rate the cannon emplacement in, like, coming up clutch here. You do finally have Nesta Bees, but you don't really want them against mass melee. I think the thing that's impressing me is the rate at which B keeps remaxing after losing the full number advantage. Here's the best roll, 5 PG and then Monks. Well, here's the funny thing, though. The Monks didn't attack for most of the fight, so there was no blessing. And the 5 PG, I mean, the Knights would have been just as nice. He's trying to shut down the food, but, like, guys, remember, this is not the heavily fished pond. It'd be annoying to lose the docks, but not as much as the east side. And this also means that B is playing to the extreme opposite side of where the step redoubt is. Yeah, and he's playing gold, so I think he was gambling on which one Wham was going to go for and tried to contest it. Luck's out in the worst way possible, though. Maybe I don't want to luck out again. Elite Spinman upgrade just came in. Hand cannoneer count now up to 30. B's about to be pushed off the gold. He needs to react. Spears. I can now start poking into this quite efficiently. The Gilded Knights, maybe not clearing quite quick enough, but he peels them off. Nicely done. B, he goes after the squishy hand cannoneers. We also do have Bao Chuans coming to try and defend him. So he's got a fallback point in mind here. Meanwhile, reinforcements are going to be intercepted, but with the Elite Spearman upgrade and the Elite Army Tactics, they're actually competing with the Gilded Spearman now. Hand cannoneers are winning out, and it's happened. Finally! Finally, NA has risen up and gotten on the board. When they faced elimination, they trusted in the fast imp Mongols. Oy, oy, oy. That was a pretty good game. Just give you all a refund. Well, looks like Wham believers get paid out for the first time in the series. So that was the Mongols versus the Order of the Dragon pick. Left side win. Oh my god, do I need to make that milkshake? Am I now going to regret not doing so? Maybe? French versus Japanese and alopecia. I don't know about French anymore. And like Japan has just been winning a lot against a lot of unexpected civs recently. I think this one is like close. You go back a few weeks and French was heavily favored, right? Because we have crossbows, you don't XD. Oh, do I start the liquid meal thing or do I just wait? I'm not sure. I'm kind of tempted. Let's set up G5. I probably should get some liquids in me. Ugh. Some liquids with calories in. Screw it. I'm gonna be hungry otherwise. Oh my god, I need to be fast. Free game already. There's powder everywhere. It's like Colombian drug mule. Alright, I just cleaned this freaking mat and now it's covered in that powder again. Yeah, let's get ready. How's the score looking? You have to flip that. 1 sec. There is hope. Rise up, NA believers. Wham has done it. He scored a point. He proved that B is not unbeatable. But can he actually achieve the miracle reverse sweep? We're going to kick off alopecia for game number 5. French, whipped out by Wham. He's not French-Canadian. He just believes in this pick. But B, this has been one of his signature picks since the start of 2025. And it has grown stronger and stronger with every patch and every meta development. It is going to be the Japanese. Interesting pick. Into French. I mean, it gives you the spin and opening. This is a matchup that a long time ago was Japanese favored. Then it moved towards crossbow mass, which favored French. And now with the Dark Age spear opening, should in theory be a good one again for Japan. He's going to move across and look to harass the gold. Unfortunately for him, it is a retracted gold spawn. It's all the way around the back. Which is crazy because it means that Wham is getting away with going with wheelbarrow here. Yeah. Wheelbarrow that we've seen actually kind of kill people sometimes when they do this. Like sometimes you're forced to cancel it. But it's going to be full commitment. Now I'm curious as with wheelbarrow coming out, is this about no pro scouts or is this more to do with the idea that Wham knows he's going to have to run back and forth on the gold, right? Like that's the interesting thought because like this is a very good map for pro scouts, guys. It has 4 deer stacks, nicely spread wider. You tend to just be able to sneak through the stealth forest and get goodies home. Spearman is going to try to stab him and will actually be harassed away. Wham holds his own. Great read to actually go 4 on the gold instead of 3. B, I mean, this is going to be a slow age up. He's going to now shove the deer away. This is a really big part of what feels good as Japanese. You're able to stop deer shoves and then do them yourself. This has been lamed. North side has not. But north side is a very far push. Yeah, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, B saw the wheelbarrow, which is why he's just double downing on this deer shove away. In case what Wham was trying to do was just kind of, you know, greed up and just get cheap pro scouts. And what I mean by that is just push the deer in. Judging by his gold gathering, though, I mean, freestyle on gold when you're teching, this has to be PS. Because think about the timing. By the time he techs up a school of cavalry, he's probably going to have about 250 to 300 gold. It's way too much for just night spam. considering the knights would take half a minute to come out anyway. Wait, no. Oh, God, no. It's this again, isn't it? B, he is on a one-man mission to get deer pushing nerfed. I think he's doing more to get this strategy removed from the game than any other player in Age of Empires 4. He's shoving the deer all the way across to his own base. Wham is at least going to intercept it partially and stop that. Oh my god, this guy. Like, he's just ridiculous. Well, looks like we're going to have to reset. It did get stopped. Thank God. I've actually watched B do this, guys. I've literally watched him lose his own deer stack on Dry Arabia and then take the deer stack from right next to the enemy base and get it all the way home. Like, scoring a field goal in the last minute of play. So Kura's now on the way. In the end, did B achieve much with the spear spam? I think he done okay. You know, he's removed some of the pro scout value, but I think Wham's still going for it. His own tech timing's not insanely worse, and he's had to build in the spears, which, you know, you might think feels bad because, oh my god, like, I want to build Mounted Samurai, but you're against French. The idea of, like, building spears isn't terrible, and it keeps value if you want to try to stop pro scouts by standing and camping the deer anyway. It looks like pro scouts is exactly what we're going to be getting. Wham queues it up. Oh, come on. Like, how is it still 5 deer alive this long? Scout lane's 1. We'll start a step for the second. The charge just ran out. However, I don't know if he gets it all the way. Like, maybe 1 deer at this rate gets home. It's like, come on, just let me have a lick. And it's the middle of summer and B's just that guy that won't share his ice cream. When we're doing the deer pushing world championships, I mean, why even bother? B already wins. Like, you know, I'm just gonna take the biased judge role and say I don't want to waste hours watching people deer shove. Just give it to B. Everyone else's will just be lame by comparison. Actually, Louis might be the one other person. Louis and B would be the grand finals of a deer shove. I think Puppy Paw win? I think Puppy Paw and Wham started this. But I think B and Louis have perfected it. Like, they just do such extreme polar ideas that you wouldn't expect. So deer is now going to be snatched away. It looks like Wham did stop it just shy of getting in. It's really important, actually. The archers arrived just in time. Super clutch. It's like, is B happy with this? I mean, he forced an archer commitment. So I guess if you just want to rush castles, not too bad. The problem is, like, you don't have much food. You've got, what, 13 sheep, which isn't much in the grand scheme of things. He's at least pushing the extra deer in, so he'll get a bit of food, just nothing crazy. And also, to make matters worse for B, it's Ford berry spawn. Not great. Like, against archers, plus the fact it's French knights, potentially, you're not going to be able to gather this. And the rest of the berries are pretty exposed. Okay, what was the gamba like for this one? 58% for B. So, like a slight lean, but nothing too crazy. I mean, I've got the outpost up now, so, like, this guarantees it. B's just looking to lock in. This secures him against any rotation through the stealth forest. And also at this stage, because Wham went pro scouts and only archers, it's very hard to break him, but looks like Wham's going to try. Siege engineering just got completed. There is some interesting value for siege engineering here, actually. B built all of his houses here. This is a big no-no against aggressive civs. You can get pop-locked. So even if the ram can't attack the outpost, it can easily force a bit of a pop-lock issue for B. It's going to be on the way. Builds it in vision. Wham. We are getting the undermesh plus extra stables. So it's going to be about the knight spam now. Intriguing choice considering that B looks to just be rushing the age. And normally that means knights. Knights that will beat your knights. Yeah, even in equal age, by the way. Royal Knights will lose to Mounted Samurai because of the deflective armor buff. And then gradually the Uma Bannerman, which pretty much offers up the same damage buff as the charge buff, which you aren't getting. Ramp's going to move in. B. He went Bugatia. I mean, there's not many knights right now. It's an intriguing idea, but guys, archers counter Bugatia. It can be a little bit awkward if you get reached, but if they're on the way in small quantities, you do double damage. Repair crew's trying to come through. Fortifications are about to complete, but the repairers paying a high price here. B flops dead with most of them. He's got 3 inside the town. They need to come out to play for the repair just now. And the Bugatia, they do it. They get rid of the ram. What? These shredders. Remember, Bugatia, they have fast attack speed. They get bonus damage due to the vulnerability on rams. In theory, a really cool idea, but so risky against archers like that and knights. But B does it. And he does it all while prepping for castle still. Unbelievable. The Bugatia have been taking over. You guys may have been noticing it in recent Japanese games. This is quickly becoming the feature unit for Japan. But the way he just leveraged them in this game may just take the cake entirely. The ladies secure his gold. They prevent the ram play. Now they're going to start pushing out. Go straight after the archers, which is ideal. Yeah, you don't want to be fighting the knights here. Like, this is pretty rough. Half your damage just goes bye-bye. Spears and archers are the thing you can somewhat contest. Yeah, I think B maybe a little bit overly ambitious. That was quite the reach. Spearmen are going to sneak in on the back, though. So we'll idle the gold and kill a few workers. Actually, not too bad. Like, being told us 5 worker kills in this game now. Oh, yeah, and the knights try to react, but he's not respecting this triple spear. A lot of idle time forced, a lot of reaction. And I think Wham, the reason why he didn't want to stop gathering, why he didn't want to overreact, is that he knows B wants to age up. So if he runs the whole army home, that happens. That's crazy. Was that actually just all spears at the back? I think it was. So, and the important thing is the timing, right? Like, B used this Stealth Forest really well to sneak in. Stealth Forest that I know Wham hates, because he's told me he hates Stealth Forest, and I giggle every time. And B, I really would never expect Bugatia into French. It's so weird. Because heavy cav counters you, the archers counter you. If it's arbitrary later with Gambesons, they also counter you. But he's making it work. Scout is at least going to see this rotation coming. But he has to react to it. And this is all like, you know, you either get a big advantage or a small one. Your big advantage is you weren't seen, you raid and you killed 10 villagers. Your small advantage is Wham has seen you, reacts to you, but now his whole army is in his own base when you're going for the age 3. Win or win, basically. It's just win big or win small. This is where Bugatia are really frustrating, by the way. Like, the knights will definitely catch them and eat them. But the archers, like, the thing that does have bonus damage against them just can't reach. Now, they are ultra squishy for this. It's the trade-off. But I think we've been seeing this as a development recently, actually, guys. Remember, we talked about this with Sipahi, where Sipahi are so expensive for a light cav. They're like a heavy cav, but they're very squishy. But when used correctly, you can just destroy people. We've been seeing it with Ottomans recently. And I think Japan is currently going through the same thing. If you can actually put the ample micro and map awareness into leveraging these units, they're worth it. So much so, he's fully committing. Veterancy on the way. And that is going to be the Yorishiro drop. I thought we'd be looking at a switch into Mounted Samurai, but a full commitment to Bugatia. Kind of crazy considering that B doesn't have much in the way of food. I don't know how he's going to afford this. It's a little bit weird. Because, like, Wham, knights and archers should, in theory at least, solve for this problem. But this is where B is going overboard to the extreme, right? Melee tech free, veterancy, and the Katana Bannerman. He's maximizing DPS, which means these plastic knights are going to be wearing plastic armor. Actually, it's more like cardboard. 3 melee armor against 10 melee damage is terrible. Geisha. Remember, they also just got a health buff, an extra 15 HP. So it takes 2 extra hits to kill him from the archers. Katana Bannerman, that makes it worse. That's the worst thing possible. If the Katana Bannerman is leading the formation, your A-clicks attack him. They do no damage. After full retreat. Commits the knights, but... Oh my god! Yeah, this is meant to be a tanky frontline unit. Doesn't feel too tanky. Now B just retreats. So he got the space. What does he do with it now? Other than lose villagers on his gold. He's going for the berries. And nice! He intercepts! Wham doesn't know about the berry gathering right now. And Wham's walls are on the way, by the way, guys. Like, this is mandatory now against Bugatia. You have to react to Bugatia the same way you would against mass, like, flank cav. You know, sofas, French knights, etc. If you know you can't get across, you're going to have to build walls. Tricky part about building walls against Bugatia is that Bugatia can melt through them very fast. Yeah, wait, you want a tournament where you just have, like, women playing and they have to only use women units? Yeah, it literally, like, good read. It would just be Japan versus Malians. Sorry, we don't have that many civs that offer unique lady units. Mali has female? Yeah, technically the Musafadi are meant to be women, right? If you translate it, I believe it means women. You just can't tell easily because of, like, the level of detail and the armor, etc. Here's that backstab we talked about. Oh my god. Make no mistake about it. Those villagers would have died straight away. Okay, but now the wall just gets burnt. Like, this is the thing. Against a knight count a similar cost, right? So it'd be like 4 or 5 knights. This holds them back long enough, but against Bugatia, not really. They're already in. B now with the switch up, it is going to be the Mount Samurai. Man, Wham has been stuck in this age so long. With Bugatia, they're wrapping around the back. Wham's gold. About to exhaust. Only 500 left. Oh, that wasn't an immediate dive. Bit of a mistake there. He was looking elsewhere. Yeah, he was distracted because Mount Samurai. Oh my god! Talk about value! Gets in, what's that? 3, 4 worker kills, make it 5. Leaders building. You wouldn't think it because the French TC has been adding in so extra workers. But what a game this is turning into for B. Wham is still stuck an entire age behind. I'm baffled, man. Feudal Bugatia into Castle Bugatia into finally Mounted Samurai. Yeah, I think this is a stage where B's gone, okay, this has been fun, but, like, I just can't afford this. The ladies are too expensive. Yeah, like, the food is just going to kill you, right? Leave you destitute. So instead, it's now going to be Mounted Samurai switch up. Deny some of the pro scouts. Wham doesn't really have many spears to protect against this either, because why would you have been building spears against Bugatia? But hold on a second. B! He gets found out! Why did he go so wide for the gold? Oh my god, he went all the way north and all the way south. Ring of roses, but it's just not going to work. There's not enough things to hide behind here. So Wham takes the eco lead again. And B, still weak, just trying to get this knight count up. Needs a bit more time. Has got relics home. Now, I think the relics are key here, right? Like, the relics are going to allow him to offset this loss. Not to mention the Yorishiro drop, which is going to stop French from slowly moving ahead on workers. Wham. Man, he doesn't feel safe. He's adding more in. I think he knows, just like, if he techs up here, the dive comes in, you lose a lot of units just trying to actually tech up against mass Mounted Samurai. So are you, like, stuck in a self-fulfilling prophecy? I think Wham probably feels like he needs more raid. He has got knights waiting on the gold, but they actually haven't gone on to the gold being harvested yet. Mounted Samurai are going to dive into the base, and ill-advised choice for B. The outnumbered will now back off. Good micro. Wham, he's just trying to maximize the health bar. And the knights, oh, they're going to maximize the pain. They dive in. A bit of a weird split. That A-click took him over the house. Oops. Okay, that was actually pretty fortunate for B. That would have been, what, 4, 5 worker kills otherwise. Might still be, though. Wait, where is B going? He's running out into the middle of the map to try and get to reinforcements. Mount Samurai are now going to arrive. A lot of idle time there. B, third of his economy. And the army is coming. I think B, this strategy was cool with the Geisha, but this switch in the Mount Samurai, on a map like this, he just lacked the food. It's crazy to think how different this game could have probably been if B had got the deer shove home. That would have given him the extra resources to work with. A beautiful game, it is indeed. Especially because unlike every other stream in AoE4, we do this. Zoom in. Crazy, right? It's almost like a lot of us fell in love with Age of Empires 4 because of his dazzling graphical style. But then we start playing like this and forgot it. Looks like we've got ball play now. Okay, B finally has something that can defend his villages. We've got the outposts. It's gonna be able to scare him away. Wham! Still not safe for an age up? I'm scratching my head, man. How has he not gone age 3 by now? Every time it looks like he's got a good enough advantage to do so, B does something. And now a Yumi switch. Mount Samurai. At this stage with the Uma Bannerman, not really a fight that he's ever going to lose. Wham! Getting rinsed. Trickling troops in as well. Big no-no. Knights are going to keep raiding the backside, but the Mount Samurai now there to answer him out. I don't know anymore, guys. Like, Wham, I'm surprised he's been able to survive this long. And for a second, it looked like the Geisha switch off into Mount Samurai killed B, but now at 17 Knights, it's irrefutable. This is a flood and a kill. It's ending in 5. Wham's win streak ends here. B looks to reclaim it. And is getting ready to round out midweek Muster's 30-week esports circuit in style. Week 29 champion and 1 week to go. And with B's performance this week, in this grand final in particular, we're hard to start questioning who will be able to defeat him. This guy's a monster. I mean, B has lost a lot of workers, right? But just look at the state of food. You might have a worker lead now, but you don't have an army to protect anymore. Not sure if we're going to upload this as a full series or if we're just going to select some games, but let me know what you guys think about these games out of B. Is this his best week so far? In some ways, yes, because Wham set such a high expectation and B just came in and exceeded it in such impressive fashion. Damn, what a day. What a series. What a lot of games. Oh, wait. I think I know what we call that one. Girl wins Age of Empires 4 Grand Finals. That's the clickbait. Dude, and listening to me say that out loud, so many of you already know, you'd immediately click on that. So yes, girl wins AoE 4 Grand Finals. Like, oh my god. We never saw it coming. I mean, who sees the Owner Geisha coming? It's such a weird, polarizing strat in some ways, but so smartly and craftily executed. But folks, that does mean that we have our champion. It is going to be B with the 4-1 score. He takes the title. He increases his amount of wins to a ridiculous degree. This guy is just by far the most talented player we had in the midweek muster. There's no refuting it now. But that does mean we come to a close, but we are prepping for the final week of midweek muster. I have not got any news on what's going to be happening after midweek muster yet. We're hoping to hear more details, but we keep getting delayed. So hopefully we'll have some yes or no soon on what's going to be happening next. But wait, are there patch notes? Have we got patch notes? What are you on about? But what I was going to say, by the way, we are going to have the Hymns Cup tomorrow. I have been really sucking. I totally forgot to reach out to players, so we'll see what we can do. Our reigning champion in Hymns Cup was 7, right? So our reigning champ. I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it B? B who beat Anatan, right? I think. So let me see. He's probably available. We need to find someone else. But we should have the Hymns Cup tomorrow. We'll aim to be live at 3 p.m. UK time. So about an hour and a half later than when we went live today. It should be epic one. We'll aim for a BO9. Probably scour in some new maps. No new format. Because we are apparently going to be doing a switch over to weight loss this month. Which I was surprised by. I didn't have enough time to organize something. But I might be able to cook up something a little bit crazy last second. At least in terms of map configuration for that. But I think that's going to be it. We're almost 5 hours in. Oh wait, no, we got patch notes. Let's have a look at patch notes. We can do patch notes. All right, patch notes. Got to do a video. Let's get ready to do it. It'll be the last thing we're able to do this stream. But if you guys want to see me review them live, I mean, this is the place to be. Okay, is the chat window going to be okay there, or are you guys going to get in the way? You guys are probably going to get in the way, I think. So I'll put you over here in a scuffed fashion. Might have to decrease you a bit, so you're a little bit... There's, like, no good place for you. I'm sorry, you guys are, like, not welcome. All right. Oh, let's go. I guess we'll start like this. Welcome back to the channel, one and all. It is time for a patch drop. That's right, we just got the notes drop for Season 11's update preview, 14.04963. That's a lot of numbers. But this should be coming probably later this month. So we've got some new shiny things. Apparently, there's a new game mode in store. We've got balances to civs, possibility at Pro Scouts being changed again, deer shoves very much on the agenda. We're going to dive into it, though. So there's obvious fluff coming in about nice, pretty things, trade secrets, coats of arms, etc. We don't care about that. We care about the nitty and gritty. For a start, new map pool. Boulder Bay is gone for Archipelago. No one's going to like that. 4 Lakes for Canal is hype. I'm so excited for this. We wanted to bring Canal back to the midweek musters, but it got neglected, ignored. Now people have to pay attention. High View for Altai is wild. If you guys remember Altai, it's been a very, very long time. Altai in AoE 4 is intriguing experience. Hasn't been seen for a long, long time. People kind of got sick of this because of the choke point, slow nature of the game, but intrigued to see it revisited. And then we're going to be seeing Relic River replaced by Rocky River. I think that's okay, because Relic River, if you guys didn't know, is a little bit bugged when it comes to default spawns, to the point that EGC even created their own version of the map to fix that. And then finally, Lippany for Hillendale. I think with Lippany's bug spawns, I kind of welcome Hillendale. I'll be sick of it within a week. Let me know what you think of that. And then in terms of team games, I don't speak as much to these. Hedge Maze is going to be hilarious to see, though. I might actually want to cast some team games because of that. But AI aside, the really big thing we're going to be looking for here, few changes. So first of all, the Wolf Den, this is an interesting one. I just didn't talk about much on the broadcast because I liked seeing people fail. Wolf Dens, the new point of interest, if you attack them from the back, they weren't actually taking torch damage. So some people were screwing themselves over. That has now been fixed. In terms of elsewhere, though, we have got the deer changes. This is interesting. So Scouts will continue moving when the automatic drop-off target is changed. That's fine. It just fixes them bugging out sometimes if something's missing. But the deer flee distance has been reduced from 2.5 to 1.5 tiles when startled by nearby military units. So what does this mean? It means it's going to take substantially longer to deer shove. It's not impossible, and I'm kind of okay with that. If you ignore deer shoving that long, you should get punished. But now it means you're going to be waiting almost twice as long to get deer home because they're not going to run as far off. And military units now need to be within 1 tile to start a deer, down from 1.75. This is actually, in some ways, a buff to the push because now you have to get substantially closer. It means you can get your angle a little bit better to make sure you're shoving the correct direction instead of accidentally pushing them the wrong way. And then on top of that, Deer Fleet cooldown increased from 1 to... Okay, that is like... Okay, I was not expecting this. So that, we said it's going to take double the time. It's actually going to take about triple the time. 14 to 20 seconds is ridiculously huge. So all of a sudden, you're going to take 3x the time. I think Dark Age Spear Racks Rush openings is going to be dead. Maybe the one exception is like Japan, maybe Ottomans as well. This is ridiculous. I think this achieved what you needed. This is just going to kill the strategy entirely. So hope the devs are planning to add more points of interest. Otherwise, Dark Age is back to being redundant. And that's interesting. So defeated units that have a larger sight radius will no longer briefly reveal everything in a large circle, but will appropriately follow the same visibility rules. Okay. Oh, because when you get shot out of range, it reveals it through the stealth forest, and it will show other things it wasn't meant to. But yeah, like this change is like huge. Japan, I think, is like going to be nerfed. Japan benefited the most from the Dark Age Rush because it fixed a lot of their food issues in the early game. Now that that is gone, we might be seeing Japanese return to a painful point. They still do have the Yumi strategies, though, which are quite strong. So I wouldn't completely discredit Japan, but probably went down a ranking in the tier list. Civ-specific changes, though. Bootcamp cost reduced. Kind of not surprised. So with Abbas's, bootcamp hasn't been as much of a high priority early on. Fresh food stuff discount increase is crazy as well. And then we also have the description tags correct. For those that didn't know, this refers to the fact that the trade caravanners were taking bonus damage from spears. That's now been fixed, so they won't get killed almost immediately anymore. But with the Abbasids, I'm not surprised to see some tweaks and buffs. I don't think this is fundamentally going to change too much. Abbasids has definitely been slept on a bit, but they are quite weak. English, by comparison, I think is maybe the more slept on at the moment. But with the Deershove nerfs, maybe Abbasids comes back in, because Abbasids is one of the type of civs that didn't really want to do spearman openings. Outside that, we have got Byzantine's Explorator's reward for defeating workers has been increased. Interesting change. That's a 50% buff to the economical return on a tech that wasn't really being used until the late game. Now, in the late game, when gold is drying up, this became buffed. I think their intent is to buff it in the early game. This is likely not going to be enough straight away, but situationally viable. If the Deershove has been amply nerfed, and you now follow up by nerfing Pro Scouts next time, that's when Explorators will be strong. Interesting tip, by the way, for people who want to use this tech. It's for horsemen. It gives +2 damage, and when you kill workers, you get gold. That applies to both traders and pilgrims as well. So if you've been struggling against Knights Templar and they keep getting the gold trickle in with pilgrims, this is actually a cool way of answering that problem. You can snipe out the pilgrims easily and get paid for it. And they also fixed an issue which prevented players from placing the cistern near an ally or enemy cistern, which is kind of comical to think about. We never see that because we cast 1v1s, and also we don't allow mirrors. But I do love the idea of like a close spawn map, multi-Byzantine players, and they're just molding over it, arguing over the space. China, we have got a buff to Fire Lancers, charge damage to be expected. Fire Lancers are still the #1 cause of watching China somehow go from winning a late game to losing a late game. And extra materials technology repair rate has been increased. Extra materials is the one where it auto repairs, right? This is the one where, let me have a look. Yeah, there you go. So stone wall towers, outposts, etc. will repair nearby wall segments automatically. Yeah, I don't mind that getting buffed. It just wasn't really being used much. It's very situational. It's maybe seen a little bit toxic. I don't know about lower rank games. In higher rank games, it didn't really matter. We have got a buff towards the English, though. Pretty substantial one, actually, guys. They get an overall buff of 5% per age to their farm gathering rate, which is pretty cozy. This Civ has been like struggling a little bit recently. The farm transition is still one of their #1 plays. I think this, in conjunction with probably a change in map design where we see less deer on every single map, English will just spike back into play. We have also got an HRE gathering rate nerf. I can't believe it. It finally happened. It's been a long time coming, but HRE have received an entire 5%. Okay, no, let's not trivialize it. 5% is actually quite noteworthy here. It needed to happen, to be honest with you guys. Like, HRE's gathering rate is still too good. We have a video that's probably going to end up on the YouTube channel about a game where I highlight that HRE is not overpowered, but they need to be nerfed. The way that this Civ plays is very oppressive. They have full tempo control. They're not completely uncounterable. They're just overall too quick to adjust to any threats, and a big part of that has been their gathering rate. And villagers will drop off resources when finishing buildings, landmarks, etc. The actors drop-off locations. Interesting, that was a problem before. Has now been fixed. And that's all around the Archon. Now, Japan. This is interesting. Japanese tech tree now includes their barracks discount bonus. That's just like a text change. But there's no buffs here to Japan after nerfing the deer shove entirely, right? No. It's just indication fixes and drop-off locations. So that clearly, after what's been happening in Japan, the developers don't want to rush to actually buff them after nerfing the one strat they had, because they now need to let things lie and see if Japanese are good enough. Because quite often, you'll see civs get buffed in games like this, then they'll get ignored for a long time. And it's not because they're like bad, it's because people just haven't had time. And here, I'm going to make myself bigger as I'm a talking head video. People just haven't actually had time to test and adjust a build. I've seen this so many times over the years in competitive esports games where you keep buffing and buffing and buffing, and then suddenly everyone's playing it and it's completely broken. So I actually kind of like that they haven't rushed to alter something else, because you have to remember, Japanese weren't really being picked at first when the discount came into Yumi. Then the deer shove meta arrived, then they got picked a lot, and now they've been about Yumi. So I think Japan will still be okay, just definitely down the rankings by 1 or 2 on the ladder. Malians, we have got javelin placements, attack speed being reduced, they attack faster. Honestly, no surprise here. The defensive landmark in Age 2 just never gets gotten. It's very situational. This might at least encourage people to engage with it a little bit. But the Mansa Javelin has been nerfed. I think we can all agree this is one of the most toxic strategies in Age of Empires 4 right now. It may not win, but that's what makes it even more frustrating. The effort it takes to either execute it or overcome it felt a little bit too much for a one-unit composition. So now Javelin is moving a little bit slower. The clear intent from the developers is to allow things like cavalry compositions to counterplay well. Before, you really couldn't because the kite speed was too good. Hello, Mongol changes coming in. The Khaganate Palace has been nerfed. Big surprise there. I am not shocked by this at all. This had to happen. Like, the Khaganate Palace has been dominating. It's the only strategy the Mongols have. I'm assuming there's going to be some other buffs down the line, and we're going to get into that. We even see, yeah, improved techs are getting some slight buffs. But the thing with Mongols right now is it's nice to have them being able to win games, but they only win one way, and that way is quite campy and quite oppressive. And it's proven a bit too effective on certain maps like Four Lakes, where these opening aggro plays buy the room you need to go into Imperial. So really, overall, good change. I think Mongols, outside of that, it's just bug fixes, right? Nothing too crazy here. I think Mongols are going to see not too much drastically change. The fast Imperial strategy is still going to be viable. The execution of fast Imperial succeeding has been less about the reach into Imperial and more about the approach, right? Or should I say, it's been less about the arrival and more about the reach, actually. Getting into Imperial is a challenge, and they haven't really nerfed the way you do that yet. So you expect to see a lot more Mongol players still rushing Imperial. Ottomans. I'm hyped. Imperial Council. They've changed it. Yo, this is sick. Ottomans, a civ already on the rise, might be about to go up the tiers again. Imperial Council changes. Meta drums now spawns 2 metas instead of the 1. That's the tech that gives you the extra movement speed as well in your meta. Akinji system now spawns 3 Akinji at the town center. That's kind of crazy. Akinji are balanced by the fact that they are a tier 2 unlock. You guys might recall this unit here. It is, of course, the horse archer that shoots twice. Inferior unit that could, on paper, be very OP, very powerful, but never scales quick enough. Free might allow a tempo point that's worth it. We have extensive fortifications now also discounts town centers. Hold on. Did they just turn Ottomans into mini Abbasids? That's kind of crazy. And then Pax Ottomana, bonus production speed has been increased. Pax Ottomana is the one that increases your production speed for several minutes on TCs. This, in conjunction with extensive fortifications, now offers a new build order route for Ottomans. So this is very interesting. They're not providing the full flexibility you're used to seeing for Ottos, but they're providing a new path. Because so far, Ottomans has been all about going military schools, scaling military schools, continue. Now, there's a different route you might actually consider with this civ. I'm excited to see if that works out, but it has come at a cost, and that cost is going to be nerfs to the Janissaries. This had to happen, guys. I think we can agree, going into the Age 4, Janissary plus Sipahi is too good. So you have to nerf something, and I actually like that they chose to nerf the Janis a bit instead of the Sipahi. Because with that dynamic in mind, like, Siege is less impactful at the moment, so I like that they nerfed the thing that would be countered by Siege, i.e. Mangonels, and allows the Sipahi to still have their unique identifier point. Okay, and that seems to be the main ones, just bug fixes. Hi, Freya. Go back to playing. Love you. Say hi, stream.
Hi, stream.
All right, back to playing.
Bye,
All right, so Roos, High Trade House aura has been reduced. We done it. Yes. Yes. Die, Roos. They're still going to be strong. Go. No, don't touch them, Frey. You can't touch those things. That's Daddy's rock. Sorry, doll. Sorry. All right, bye. Freya's not leaving us alone. So, High Trade House aura being reduced. This is interesting. I think Roos are overall... They're probably going to lose maybe on average 20 gold, but that's still going to be a really powerful play. Like, you get 35 gold from the deer per minute, and you get, like, minimum now 80 gold in most cases. I'd still say it's worth doing High Trade House, but this is a step in the right direction. I really want to see Roos enabled to go more to Abbey of Trinity, because it has a lot of unique techs you never see anymore. Outside that, Iabids. Structural reinforcement ability granted by Siege Carpentry no longer has an activation cost. That is a huge change. Guys, if you haven't seen this, Siege Carpentry is an interesting one. It allows you to make your siege temporarily super tanky. The big problem with Siege Carpentry, though, is it costs a lot. So look at the cost there. It's 500 resources, takes a minute and a half, and it gave you melee armor and fire armor, but it had a huge cooldown, and it was only activatable on one. Freya, Daddy's working.
Not you.
It's my rock. You gave it to me.
This is my rock.
Okay.
I can hold it.
You hold it later. Why don't you go find Mummy?
This is my rock.
Say hi, stream, and then you got to go. Because you're going to bed soon. Say bye, stream. Love you.
Bye, stream.
So say subscribe on YouTube. Say subscribe on YouTube.
Say bye, you too.
All right, bye-bye. You leave them for later. Go to see Mummy. All right, sorry about it, guys. So, Siege Carpentry was a really interesting idea. It basically means that, like, horseman backstabs won't kill you with the 20 melee armor. But in reality, felt really weak. It's 500 resources, takes a minute and a half to research, and it has, I think it's a 90-second or 70-second cooldown, and it's global. If you use it on one siege weapon, it applies to all of them. So, wasn't very good. I like this change. I think overall this helps a lot because the activation cost was 50 wood per. It just made it not even worth considering. So they're trying to be careful because if you overbuff this, it's going to make Tower of the Sultans broken. 20 melee armor on a Tower of the Sultan would make it unkillable. All right, the big one, Lancaster. Oh my god, look what we got here. So Lords of Lancaster. Ranged and melee armor now improved by 1 in Castle and 2 in Imperial. I like this change. I think Lords of Lancaster was a really powerful play in Feudal. It had no real scalability other than the aura. And the problem with the aura is, like, as you scale into the next stage, you don't get this extra armor. You're a very easy target to snipe down to remove that 5% scaling. So that's a nice change. We actually might see them getting produced because quite often currently with the Abbey of Kings builds, people don't remax the Lords of Lancaster in the late game. Hobilars are buffed? Okay, and nerfed. So damage bonus reduced. No surprise. The Hobilar bonus damage was crazy, guys. The first strike in the fight could be higher than a fully upgraded French Knight. It was way too good. The Hobilar attack speed reduced is interesting, though. They're trying to make this unit less about base damage and more about attack speed. In 1 sec, I need to get rid of Freya. Yes, I just grasped on my daughter. No, that's Mummy to you. Sorry about it, guys. All right. Yeah, I've got to get ready. She's got to go to bed. She's meant to be getting ready for bed. It wasn't reduced, it was increased? No. It's reduced. So reduced means they attack quicker. So this is a pretty nice little change. I like the idea that trying to make Hobilars about more frequent attacks because it's lower. I'd say overall this is like a buff because Hobilars have become less situational about that one big charge strike and more about the consistency of attacking. Demi-Lancers reduced in health is no surprise. Demi-Lancers, I've been calling this the pay-to-win button. They really have been dominating. Their ability to vomit out suddenly off a mana spam is too good. Yeoman getting their damage reduced is a pretty big deal in Imperial. All of a sudden, the Civ that has infinite food and wood might need to think outside the box. And overall, these nerfs are necessary. Collar of Esses was way too good. This is heavy maces on horseback, and knights were already so good. All right. Condensed land practices. So overall, like, just nerfs to the manners. I like this. I think this needed to happen. I still think that the Lancaster Castle overall is too good. It enables way too much defensive play and way too many possibilities past that. So is this going to be enough to nerf Lancaster? I think fundamentally the mana system at its core needs to be changed. It's way too defensively aligned and way too easy, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. Lancaster, which currently feels like an 80% win rate, civ and competitive, it's probably going to go down a little bit, but still be pretty dominant. Ships of the Crown, also, this had to be nerfed. I'm surprised it's only a range reduction. My advice would be this is still not enough. On water maps, Ships of the Crown with the Admiralty is way too good. Before this nerf, they were at 12 tile range, which could outrange everything. Now they're, I believe, 11 tile range, which will still outrange culverins. You can't snipe them. So this hasn't really changed much about water. If Lancaster gets to late game, you're still up Craps Creek without a paddle. Finally, Lancaster villages now have a buff indicating their wool industry sheep gather rate. I don't like the buff. I think they mean the mini buff indicator, not the glow. I hope it's not the glow, because sometimes the glow just is really confusing. And wait, why do they have structural reinforcements ability? I'm pretty sure that's an IBID thing. That must be... All right, guys. Apparently, we're missing Jeanne d'Arc's changes. Because those right there are IBID changes. Last time I checked, she doesn't have camels as traders, and also doesn't have the siege carpentry ability. So Jeanne is a mystery. I think we're being baited, guys. I think Jeanne has some other changes and we're just not privy to them. It's secret. All right, let's continue down. We've got Knights Hospitalier. Interesting. Look at this. We've got buffs. Knights Templar. Hospitalier might now be good. They've increased work and movement speed by 10%. This is pretty cool for builds that don't involve much wood. French commandery discount and production speed no longer applied to naval units was a change that had to happen. It was way too strong. I don't think the Hospitalier change is good enough. I think archers are still the backbone because your eco is way too good around wood. But this is a step in the right direction. French commandery just feels still overall way too reliable. Genitors, though, they have been changed. Line of sight has been increased to accommodate its better attack range. Genitors are still not going to get used, guys. Genitors, the problem with this javelin throwing horseback unit is its attack point is too bad for microing. High level players won't use it because it feels bad to use. Sometimes feeling matters more than just stats alone. And that's what's keeping people away from both the axe throwers and the javelin throwers. Schlachter cavalry have been nerfed only a little bit. This is still going to be a dominant pick. I think if you look at Knights Templar overall, these changes haven't fundamentally altered too much. Knights Templar, we fixed the crash. I remember seeing that. When you'd age up, sometimes you crash. But overall, with Knights Templar, they still function very well as a civ in the early game off of archers. Any map that has water, they're going to be a nuisance. And then, of course, in the late game, in the Imperial Age, you know, the commanderies are just still overall good. The Schlachter cavalry doesn't really matter much. I want to actually say all of their choices now in Imperial are some of the best in the game. It used to be that the Venetian one kind of sucked, but ever since the buffs, it's been looking good. And then finally, closing us out, Order of the Dragon, Golden Cuirass damage reduction has been changed. The hit point threshold has been reduced. This is confusing for some people watching, because if you've looked at Order of the Dragon in competitive, they haven't been performing well. I can tell you why this change was made, though. It wasn't a change targeted at high-level play. This is an example of devs slightly altering a unit type based on lower-level play. Order of the Dragon do okay at high level, but they dominate at low level. And when you look at the replays, most games are just men-at-arms spam. So I think this is actually a strategic choice by the developers to maintain user enjoyment of the game. Because if people don't enjoy, they stop playing. If they stop playing, you don't have a game, you don't have customers, you don't have an ecosystem anymore. It just dies. So the men-at-arms spam was just a little bit too good against people who didn't know how to solve it. And even if you knew how to solve it, the way that most people micro at the low level wasn't acceptable against men-at-arms all in. So overall, a reasonable nerf. I think one that had to happen. It's not going to hurt high level too much because men-at-arms cheesing hasn't really been seen often anyway. It's super situational. This just helps ensure people who are low rank don't just feel lost. Because let's be totally real, a gilded men-at-arms having more health than like a Castle Age knight in Feudal Age is crazy. But guys, that's going to be it. That's our roundup of the patch notes. Overall, from a design standpoint, I don't think too much is going to change. House of the Lancaster ranks down a little bit. Japanese and Ottomans. Those are going to be the main changes here. Ottomans in particular are going to see a big booster upwards, even after the deer shaft lame. Japanese, on the other hand, are maybe in the gutter. We'll have to see if the Yumi is reliable enough to carry them forward. And then finally, the changes around Lancaster. We're definitely going to see some alterations. I think you're going to see maybe less House of Lancaster castle builds, and maybe a few more Abbey of Kings, which definitely has a lot of underexplored volatility about it. But that's me for the video. If you guys like what you've seen here, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you've got notifications on, and be sure to share this video around. And let me know what you think is going to be the new busted meta going into the next patch, whenever it drops in the coming weeks. I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys. That is going to be it. I think a nice video to round out. Golden Kyros isn't just nerfed now. It's literally just useless. It's like, yeah, it's not great. But I think it was necessary. I'd rather they just work towards a different idea later. But guys, that's going to be it. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I need to sort the players we're going to have for the Hims Cup. I need to rush to do that now. I've only got a few hours to do that. Oopsie. But thank you for tuning in. YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. We should be back with the Hims Cup about 3 p.m. tomorrow, if I can find the players. So make sure you tune in then.